Hey there, Mr. Redder here. Welcome back to another episode of Reddit Podcast Stories, where today, my Karen neighbor demands I pay her gas bill because my house now blocks her sunlight. We had a second floor added to our house because of our expanding family. Our street is a big hill, so the house to the right of us is lower than our house. With our house now being 2 stories, it blocks the sun from hitting the majority of our neighbor's house, as well as a good portion of her backyard closest to her house. When we were building during the summer, she was mostly upset because her flower beds at the back side of her house stopped getting sun. With the weather getting colder, she says it's making her house much colder because the sun doesn't warm it up now. So she's already having to use her heater even though she doesn't usually have to this time of the year. She says she's now going to have a huge increase in her gas bill. I did suggest that it might balance out since it would keep her house cooler in the summer, since she wouldn't have to use her AC as much. She says she never uses her AC though because she likes it warm. Anyway, she wants us to pay for the difference in her gas bill, saying that if we had just built out instead of upwards, she wouldn't be having this problem. We didn't build out though because we would have lost a lot of outdoor space which we use. She says she'll even show me her past electric and gas bills to prove it. I still don't really feel like it's our responsibility to pay for that though. Edit. We did have permits and inspections done. Our neighbors cut down a perfectly healthy tree that shaded most of our yard and house all summer long because it was messy and they were sick of dealing with it. It was quite an eye-opener for me as to how much a neighbor can inadvertently influence your property and quality of life. It ruined the use of our deck and backyard. We bought umbrellas, but they were poor substitutes, and our summertime family gatherings ended because it was too hot to hang out outside like we used to. Your neighbor is understandably disappointed and upset, but her request for money is ridiculous since you did nothing illegal. Stuff like this happens when you have neighbors who live close by. You had every right to build onto your house just as my neighbor had every right to cut down that tree. Your neighbor's anger towards you will never go away. Your addition has diminished her enjoyment of her property and quality of life. That is a fact, and she has every right to be mad about it, however unintentional it was. No jerks here. This happens where I live all the time. People buy small capes, knock them down, and build 2 to 3 story mini mansions on the lots. It looks ridiculous, but as long as the builder has the permits, it's allowed. My neighbor was building a house next to me. We were talking about how his house would block my view. He kindly lowered his roof line in the back so we could have the view from the upstairs. We let them use our driveway when they have guests. We help each other out when needed. A little consideration goes a long way. Am I the jerk for telling my infertile in-laws that their dog is not equal to a kid? 2 years ago, my husband, who's 34, and I, 33 female, became pregnant. This was huge for us as we both have always been really passionate about becoming parents. Before we could tell anyone, my husband's brother, who's 35, and his wife, who's 38, told the family that they had been trying to conceive but found out they couldn't. Apparently, my sister-in-law feared this due to past medical problems, but now it was confirmed by doctors. They were devastated, and we were heartbroken for them. My husband and I decided to hold off on announcing. We waited 3 months, but then it was starting to show, and we had no choice. A week after we announced, my brother-in-law and sister-in-law adopted a dog named Bella. Immediately, she was all they talked about, and they refused to go anywhere without her. We used to be close, but this has ruined our relationships with them. My husband and his brother don't hang out anymore because my brother-in-law is so obsessed with Bella that he's hard to talk to. Brother-in-law lost friends over this obsession, and sister-in-law has quit her job so she doesn't have to spend any time away from the dog. We even stopped our weekly family dinners because Bella barks non-stop, pulls food off the tables, bites, etc. She's a nightmare. Plus, my husband is allergic and can't be around her for longer than an hour anyway. Brother-in-law and sister-in-law call Bella the first grandchild. They also call her the first girl of the family. There haven't been any girls born in this family for 5 generations, which bothers me because my daughter is those things, not their dog. They even think my daughter and their dog should be treated equally, and they get upset when they're not. Even when I gave birth and people were reaching out to check on me and my daughter, they sulked and made a long post on Facebook saying they were hurt no one had done the same for them when they adopted their dog. I've been biting my tongue about it for over a year because I know that they're coping with an extremely painful situation. But this week, I finally snapped. Recently, a relative invited us and baby to their wedding, but told my in-laws explicitly not to bring Bella. On Sunday, as my husband and I were just about to leave his parents' house, I heard brother-in-law say that if his dog wasn't invited, then my daughter shouldn't be either. Why should they get to bring her if we can't bring Bella? They say things like that all the time, but this time I finally snapped and said, because Bella is a dog and my daughter is an actual human baby. My kid and your pet are not the same. We left, but later my brother-in-law called my husband to say that I had really hurt them and made my sister-in-law cry. My husband says that I shouldn't have said anything and I should take it back. I know their dog is like their kid, and I don't mean to be cruel or insensitive, but I'm also so tired of hearing them compare my daughter to a dog, and I don't want her to grow up around people who think that she's equal to a poorly behaved animal. Am I the jerk? My cat was my mom's first grandkid a few years ago. No one took it seriously. Later on, as more piled in, she'd pull out her phone to show off the human grandkids to people, and as scrolling through, she'd have pictures of my cat in the folder, and she just laughed and say, "Oh, there's the first." But it was a joke. I'd never for a second think she rated along a human, and no one was confused. Sounds like they really need therapy. I'm really having a hard time believing the details in this story. I really think that I want to believe that you are really inflating their behavior surrounding the dog. Even just by your title, I was so ready to call you the jerk. But good lord, if this story is even 70% reality and still 30% hyperbole, then that is absolutely awful. I would have to say you're not the jerk, and also that this couple needs therapy, immediately and badly. So I need to share this because people are doubting that sister-in-law and brother-in-law could behave this way. I believe it because many years ago, me and extended family would rent a beach house. My youngest sister-in-law and hubby had no kids, but a lovely dog. The beach house did not allow pets. Sister-in-law planned on smuggling in their dog. When talking to my mother-in-law about this, she looked at me and said something to the effect, "Well, we're allowing your kids." I'll be honest, I had no words, because as much as I love dogs, I do not think of them as the same as kids. As I recall, I stared at her for a moment and I walked away. Not the jerk, and your in-laws have big issues. Obviously, other family members feel the same since they had to explicitly say Bella was not invited to the wedding. The only person who should be apologizing is OP's husband to OP. His kid is not the same as a dog. What OP said was the truth. Would I be the jerk if I refused to eat food from my in-laws' house during our visit? My husband, 23 male, and I, 23 female, have families who live far apart from one another, so we always split the holidays. This year, we're spending Thanksgiving with my parents and Christmas with his. Because of our work schedules, we'll only be with his family for about 3 days at Christmas time. Recently, my husband visited his parents for a few days and stayed at their house. When he returned, he told me that their fridge and freezer at his parents' house was completely broken, and all the food within it was spoiling within days, if not hours of being purchased. I told him that was a bummer and asked when his parents were planning on getting it fixed. He then told me that, against his own wishes, his parents had no plans to get it fixed anytime soon. In fact, the refrigerator had apparently already been broken for weeks before he arrived. His parents and younger sibling were eating spoiled or semi-spoiled food. I told him that I thought that was crazy, and he agreed with me. He said that he refrained from eating anything that needed to be refrigerated while he was there, which was easy to do because most of the time he was hanging out at a friend's house and eating restaurant and fast food. But this won't be the case around the holidays. This is where I could potentially be the jerk. I told him that if we arrived at Christmas time and the fridge and freezer still weren't fixed, then I didn't want to eat anything that came from his parents' house. I have kind of a sensitive stomach already, and the thought of eating spoiled food is really scary and gross to me. My husband said that he understood, but that this would likely offend his parents. I'm scared of offending his parents by refusing to eat their food, as I grew up in a region where food is seen as an act of hospitality. I also come from a family that's a bit wealthier than my parents, so I worry about coming across as snobbish or stuck up. But I really can't fathom knowingly eating spoiled food. Would I be the jerk if I refused to eat the food at my in-laws' house? Not the jerk. If their fridge isn't fixed, please just don't go. You shouldn't stay with someone who lives in an uninhabitable condition. Maybe you guys can offer to pay to get their fridge repaired or something before the holidays as a Christmas gift. OP. Unfortunately, my husband and I are both very early in on our careers, and we don't really have the disposable income to do that. I'm totally financially independent from my parents, and I don't receive any money from them. Even if we could, I know that such a gift would be offensive and embarrassing to them. Not the jerk. That's disgusting. Refusing spoiled food is not snobbish or stuck up. They're delusional. Your husband should tell them they either buy a new fridge or you will get refunds on those tickets so you can buy them one, and then they won't see you. OP. Yes, it is gross. I'm not even sure it's solely a money issue. although that's probably a factor. They spent money recently on semi-expensive things, like a vacation and expensive concert tickets to see a famous singer. His parents are very go-with-the-flow people, so it's possible that it's a combination of them not having a ton of extra money plus them not seeing this as a huge issue. Update. I was relieved to hear that I'm not being stuck up for not wanting to eat the spoiled food. My in-laws still haven't made any effort to purchase a new fridge. At this point, it's been broken for almost 2 months. They do have a styrofoam container/box that they keep in the garage that they've been using as a freezer, so that's good. I believe it's mostly meat that's kept in there. But as for the refrigerated items and freezer items that can't fit in the box, they all go bad within days, if not hours. My husband mentioned to them that he didn't think that refrigerators all cost $2,000, but my mother-in-law is doubling down that a replacement fridge would cost $2,000. I have no idea where they're getting that number from, but they won't budge and keep insisting that they can't afford a new one, so it's not looking great. If they haven't fixed the fridge by Christmas, my husband is going to send his little brother, who's in high school and lives at home, a few $100 to go buy a mini or a used fridge before we get there. That's total BS. You can get a standard size stainless steel fridge for around $650 from Lowe's or Home Depot. If plain white will do, it's more like $575. This sounds more like a mental health issue to me. OP. I know, right? I'm so confused. I actually can't even think of a reason why they're insisting it's so expensive. The only thing I can think of, which I hate, is that they still owe my husband and I some money from our wedding. They had wedding funds for all of the kids, and have told us that they're going to give it to us multiple times, despite us saying that that's not necessary. I wonder if they're subliminally trying to get us to refuse or send the money back when they pass it along, which I have no issue with, but I'm not totally convinced that they would use it on a new fridge. I see used fridges on Facebook Marketplace all the time. I'm not saying they'd have to have a used fridge forever, but it would be better than nothing while they save up for a new one. Plus, how much money are they wasting on their food spoiling? I traveled to Japan with my boyfriend's mom and it became a nightmare. Should I break up with him? I, 26, went on a 12-day Japan trip with my boyfriend who's 28 and his mom who's 58. We've been together for less than 2 years. I already told my boyfriend from the beginning that I wasn't comfortable traveling with his mom as she has a strong attitude and I knew we would clash. He bought my ticket anyways and told me that he wanted me to experience Japan as well and that his mom would most likely do her own thing. This was my first out-of-the-country trip and it was also going to be my birthday. When we get on our bus to our hotel, it's common manners to be quiet and no one was talking. When we ask her to politely lower her voice, she's like, "Why do I have to follow the rules? So what?" This irritated me as it wasn't our country and we should be respectful. We go to a fancy mall where my boyfriend and I have no interest in anything here since we can't afford it. So we tell her to take her time looking around and shop for whatever she wants. So we leave her, but we're in the same vicinity and my back's killing me due to all the standing and walking we've done. So we go to a cafe and buy a small peach juice, need to buy food to sit down. She sees we're at the cafe and gets mad that we didn't ask her if she wanted anything when we were only there to sit down. So she storms off and goes back to the hotel on her own. At this point, I don't talk to her anymore unless she talks to me. I leave her alone and let her talk to her son, and I give them some space whenever I can. I finish cleaning my laundry in the bathroom and I go lay down on my bed. Out of nowhere, she starts screaming in Tagalog. Turns out, my boyfriend let her know that his luggage space won't be able to fit her stuff and that she needs to be careful of how much she buys so it'll all fit. Mind you, we all have our own carry-on and large check-in bag because we all wanted to buy stuff in Japan. She goes off on him and tells him he's going to have bad karma, but it's literally his own luggage and she could buy more luggage or ship it off if she needs to. I felt bad because my boyfriend started buying less and I offered to put his stuff in mine as well. She also said that we've been selfish for not going where she wants to go. Except we've been going to the second-hand store she wants, and I always ask my boyfriend if they want to leave me while I go shopping and have their own time together to do whatever they want. Also the fact that we didn't go to Universal, but we planned this trip 3 months in advance with a whole itinerary and let her know we were doing Disney Sea over Universal. The screaming was just so unnecessary, and this is where she continues to act like a kid for the rest of the trip, where she'll just take off with no communication, huff at us, mutter stuff under her breath. I found out that she usually travels with my boyfriend, her other son, and her husband, but they're divorced. My boyfriend has told me that he places his mom first before me. He does treat me like a princess, carrying my bags, going where I want if I ask, doing all the navigation. So I see she's used to being the main princess, and with me around, she didn't get her usual treatment. So she ended up throwing a fit. As people are getting seated in the airplane, she gets in my face in front of everyone, angrily points at me, and says that if I want my boyfriend, I can have him. That it's a competition between me and her for her son. That I've been hogging him this whole trip. I don't say anything back because I'm literally in shock and I don't want to rile her up more. I broke down crying the whole 5 hours back to LAX. My boyfriend didn't defend me, didn't comfort me. I was supposed to go back with them, but I'm so thankful that my friend was able to come pick me up instead because she was still mad after the plane ride. I wasn't able to fully enjoy my Japan trip as I was always walking on eggshells and didn't get to celebrate my birthday. Should I break up with my boyfriend because of his mom? He bought you tickets when you said you didn't want to go and repeatedly picks his mom over you. You really don't want the future that's unfolding before you. Yes, you should break up with him, but because of his own completely unacceptable behavior. There's a saying, it's easier to break up with a mama's boy than to divorce a mama's boy, and both of those are easier than it is to change a mama's boy. Parents always dump their kids with me at family events. I never wanted to be a babysitter, but somehow that's what I always ended up being at every family gathering. It didn't matter if I barely knew the kids or their parents, they would always find a way to dump them on me and disappear. It started when I was 14 and continued until I was in my 30s. I had moved away from my extended family when I was 5, so I didn't see them very often. But whenever there was a birthday, a wedding, or a holiday, they would invite me and my parents to join them, and that's when the trouble began. The first time it happened, I was sitting at a table with my cousin and his wife, who had just had a baby. They seemed nice enough, but as soon as they finished their food, they handed me the baby and said they were going to get some drinks. They didn't ask me if I wanted to hold him or if I knew how to take care of him. They just assumed I would be happy to do it. I wasn't. I had never held a baby before, and I had no idea what to do with him. He was tiny and fragile, and he smelled like milk and diapers. He started crying after a few minutes, and I panicked. I tried to rock him, tried to sing to him, to make funny faces at him. Nothing worked. He just cried louder and louder, attracting the attention of everyone in the room. I looked around for his parents, hoping they would come back and rescue me, but they were nowhere to be seen. They had left me alone with him, without a word of explanation or apology. I felt angry and betrayed. How could they do this to me? This happened many times over the years until I had enough. The last time it happened, when I was now in my 30s, at a party and gathering with my husband's family. I decided to take matters into my own hands. Once again, parents came over to introduce themselves and left their baby with me, even though I clearly told them that I was uncomfortable with them doing so. But it would only be for a minute. 10 minutes pass, 30 minutes pass. As the hour mark approaches and the baby is getting very fussy, I got up from the table carrying the baby with me and walked towards the bar where I had last seen them. I pushed my way through the crowd of people, ignoring their stares and comments. I finally spotted them, laughing and chatting with some other relatives with their glasses of wine in hand. They looked relaxed and happy, oblivious to my plight. I marched up to them and thrust the baby into their arms. "Here," I said, "take your kid back." They looked at me with surprise and annoyance. "What's wrong?" my sister-in-law asked. "What's wrong?" I repeated incredulously. "You left me with your baby for an hour without asking me or telling me where you were going. You expected me to babysit him while you had fun. That's what's wrong." They exchanged shocked glances. "We're sorry," her husband said. "We just wanted to catch up with everyone. We didn't think you would mind." "Well, I do mind," I said firmly. "I'm not your babysitter. I'm your sister-in-law, and I came here to enjoy myself, not look after your kid." They mumbled some more apologies and excuses, but I didn't listen. I turned around and walked away from them, feeling proud of myself for standing up to them. I thought that would be the end of it, but it wasn't. The next time I saw them, they had another baby, and they tried to do the same thing again. And so did other relatives who had kids, on multiple occasions. It became a pattern. Every time there was a family event, someone would dump their kid on me and disappear. It didn't matter if they were my aunties, uncles, cousins, or in-laws. They all seemed to think that because I was an only child, and because I didn't have kids of my own, that I would love to play nanny for them. They were wrong. I hated it. I hated being treated like a free service. I hated being ignored and taken for granted. I hated being stuck with kids who were noisy, messy, demanding, and sometimes rude. I hated missing out on the fun and the conversations everyone else was having. I hated feeling like an outsider in my own family. So I stopped going. I stopped accepting their invitations. They didn't seem to notice or care either. They never asked me why I stopped coming. They never apologized for what they did. They never tried to make it up to me. They just moved on with their lives without me in them, and so did I. I found new friends who respect me and value me for who I am, and they've never used me. I pretended to be a recruiter to troll a former workplace bully. A few months ago, I landed a job as a customer service rep at a company. Let's call it ABC Company. And there was this colleague, let's call her Karen. Even though we are on the same level, she liked to think of herself as my boss and would constantly micromanage me, making up stupid rules and forcing me to follow them. One day, I finally couldn't stand her and I called her out on her behavior. She got upset and went to complain to the manager, who then stepped in to resolve the conflict. I could tell the manager was on her side, but pretended to act fair and unbiased. Ever since this incident, Karen would occasionally throw shade at me, be passive-aggressive with me, and pass work that was supposed to be hers onto me. Basically, she would do all these little things just to annoy me and make my working day unpleasant. Despite me trying to ignore her, she'd keep coming at me because she knew her friends and the manager would side with her. And then one day, she purposely found an excuse to cause another huge drama, and the manager sided with her again. I couldn't take it anymore, and I quit on the spot. After about 2 weeks, I was still pretty angry with how she ruined my job. I decided to at least do something and get revenge. Where I live, recruiters and HR would often approach job applicants or any individuals open to work via WhatsApp. And because, based on Karen's LinkedIn profile showing she's open to work and that I have her phone number, I decided to approach her by pretending to be a recruiter by using a second phone number that I have. I approached Karen with this fake identity, and I told her that we were hiring a customer service rep position. I made up a job description that was similar to her current job, but with slightly better compensation and benefits. Once she said she was interested, I then gave her an application form and some customer service writing tests that I created to make it more believable. Also, with her job application form, I now have more of her personal info that I might be able to use in the future. After that, I scheduled an online interview with her on the day after tomorrow. When the day of the interview arrived, I texted her about an hour before the interview, saying that upon a background check, we found that she had been engaging in workplace bullying and harassment, and so we would not move forward with her application. Obviously, she was baffled and went, "What?" I didn't reply. She then said, "This is nonsense. I'm going to check with them." Again, I didn't reply, because she's the type of person where the more you talk to her, the more she's going to come back at you. She likes arguing, and the best way to annoy her is to ignore her so she doesn't have a channel to vent. I could already tell she's fuming. Plus, whether she asked her manager or not, that's still a win for me. If she asks, then her manager will know she's thinking of resigning, which will create an awkward situation. If she doesn't ask, then she's going to feel embarrassed that someone out there knows of her toxic behavior and she has no way to defend herself. Initially, I wanted to make this a pro-revenge by taking it a step further by actually interviewing her and then offering her this fake job, making her resign from her current job, and finally telling her that we are rescinding the offer because of the background check. But then it would be quite hard to find someone else to interview her since she recognizes my voice. Also, I was worried that falsifying an offer letter would put me at risk of a lawsuit. So ultimately, I decided to just take the small victory with that fake background check. Actually, call your old employer for a fake reference check for Karen. Then they'll know for sure that she's looking for new work, even if she decides not to look into the workplace bullying thing. I'm 27, male. My girlfriend, who's 24, has the mental resilience of a toddler. How do I approach this? My partner and I have been together for 3 years. I would say everything has been great. We bicker here and there, but have never had any major arguments. I do most of the chores around the house, but I enjoy doing them, and while she struggles to help, she does make good effort that I'm happy with. The biggest gripe I've been having lately is that she will break down, cry, and throw a tantrum at the most minor of inconveniences. Can't park in her favorite parking spot, or has to park a little further away from the grocery store entrance, cry in her car for 20 minutes, and be in a miserable mood for the next hour or so. Loses while playing a video game, throws her headset or controller and cries. Has to go into work 30 minutes early, miserable the night before. Bank is closed because it's Saturday, whole day ruined, and will remain mute or barely talk for the next 2 hours. Keep in mind, this is only when she's around me. Close friends are with her family. When she's around coworkers or acquaintances, she's completely fine and can tolerate any amount of BS. I could deal for the first year and would usually respond with love and affection, such as a hug or hold her. It's slowly become more and more annoying until it's just become such a downer on my mood. It's hard to want to go out or do things with her because I'm always fearing something small will happen that sparks this. What's most frustrating is that after she's done throwing a tantrum, she'll act as if nothing happened, but I'm still stuck in a fight or flight mode. I don't know how to tell her that her reactions are overblown and wearing greatly on me. Obviously, if something minor sends her over the top, then me saying something like that will really upset her. I feel I've coddled her too much from these outbursts, and as a result, she expects it. Please help. Edit. I've taken in all the many responses. After a quick nap, I decided to bring it up and tell her what's going on. She got very sullen, but after I said my part, she admitted that it is an issue and that she feels bad about how it makes me feel. She understands that it's not right to doomsday over the little things. She didn't resist and agreed that it would be best to go to a therapist to get help. I've agreed to help her find one. I've dealt with depression for over a decade and used to get into really dark places, and after years of therapy, I'm in the best shape mentally thanks to good therapists. I do understand that she won't become perfect overnight, but I'm confident that there will be improvements, and that's all I really care about: effort. Anytime I've brought up an issue, she's always been quick to correct it and keep continued effort. A little housekeeping. Her and I plan on never having kids, for our own individual reasons. I'm snipped, and I get a test done every year to ensure that I'm sterile. She's not on birth control or anything like that. You said recently. Is this really completely new behavior, or has she always been like this, and it's just starting to annoy you more? If she went from being totally normal to crying for 20 minutes about a parking spot, then I think she needs to be evaluated for depression. She needs therapy. I used to do something similar to this. Therapy made me realize that when I was a kid, this is how my mother would react to everything. She's 70 and still behaves this way when she doesn't get her way. I would get stuck because I desperately wanted to just ask for reassurance or a bit of comfort, but it gets all stuck in my head and I become overwhelmed and unable to communicate anything, and instead would just have insane, erratic emotions. If you're able to, I gently communicate with her and encourage her to find a therapist who can help her learn to handle her emotions and communicate more effectively. As someone who used to do this, I'd overreact out of depression and insecurity, which never worked out well. The slightest mistake, and I thought I was stupid, everything was ruined, etc. But then the embarrassment of an outburst like that led to a cycle of being stuck in a sulk, which was hard to climb out of. If this story was about a boyfriend who acted this way, you all would be calling him a man-child and telling OP to leave him. But of course, since the girlfriend is the one acting a fool, y'all just make excuses for her. Edit. Y'all love to downvote someone when they point out the hypocrisy y'all seem to think is okay. I'm not saying she don't need help. She does. But when dudes need help too, let's try to show a little compassion instead of name-calling them. Oh yeah, that's not an option since y'all been brainwashed to hate dudes, no matter what. Are there some legit bad dudes out there? Sure. But most of us are just normal guys trying to make it in this world. We not the monsters y'all want to think we are. Am I the jerk for telling my husband I didn't want to use the bath mats his parents gave us 10 years ago anymore? We recently renovated our bathrooms, and I thought the bath mats needed an upgrade to match. My husband was really upset and said, "What's wrong with the old mats?" So I responded that they are 10 years old, and furthermore, I didn't even pick them out. They were a gift from his parents. He was livid and said that I was being super rude and offensive and that he was going to give them back to his parents, saying I'm ungrateful. Then he started to go off on my parents, saying that he's going to tell them how much he doesn't like their gifts. I was caught off guard because I really didn't mean to insult his parents. I was simply making the point that they weren't something I had picked out. Plus, that was 4 bathrooms ago, and they don't match our current place, even putting aside the fact that they're 10 years old. He's been giving me the silent treatment since then, last night, and told me to do the kids' drop-offs and pickups myself this week. He also angrily tossed and turned yesterday, shouting that he's so mad he can't sleep. I tried to be calm and said I apologized and didn't mean any insults, and that I'm still learning his trigger points, and can he please consider that he misinterpreted, and he got even more mad and told me to get off my high horse. Is this a gross overreaction, or was my comment really offensive? For context, he's a very frugal person and doesn't like to spend money on anything, so sometimes I will just make purchases anyway if I think it's too much and worth the argument after. I mean, honey, the bath mats are the absolute least of your concerns, like dead bottom of the list. Maybe send both the man and the bath mats back to his parents' house. Not the jerk. This is a really weird thing to get mad about. Do you have to walk on your tiptoes around him normally? Is he this sensitive about everything? He sounds exhausting to be around. OP. I appreciate your comments and concerns, everyone. I didn't mean to mislead folks. We received the bath mats 10 years ago, but didn't use them for all 10 years. Mostly they sat in our linen closet until this year, but I wanted to change them out and keep them as backups. But as people said, it's not about the bath mats. He has no attachment to them and probably didn't even know where we got them if I didn't say so. At this point, I suppose I use this thread as validation that I'm not going crazy. We've been to counseling several times, so I'm bracing myself to take next steps. My Karen teacher cut the tube for my insulin pump because we couldn't have headphones in class. This happened when I was in middle school. You know, back in the days of wired headphones, so around 2011 or something. I, 24, male, currently, have been a type 1 diabetic since I was about 4 years old, and I use a continuous glucose monitor and an insulin pump. I had an IEP, so all of my teachers were told about it, and that I would need my insulin pump in class, that it might make noise, and I might have to pull it out of my pocket and mess with it if I needed insulin, or I might need to drink a juice pouch, and I was able to do so at my discretion. We had one teacher who was a complete jerk for no reason. She was notorious for making kids cry during presentations. She even told one girl who wanted to be a doctor to find a cure for cancer because her little sister had it, that she would need to actually be smart to do that while chuckling to herself. Let a kid dream, man. We were like 12 years old. As you can imagine, she was also at war with technology. And on a side note, those days I used my phone to check my glucose and give myself an insulin bolus. I can't imagine being a kid today and dealing with a teacher like that when the lines are blurred and your smartphone actually is a life-saving medical device. But anyway, if you're not familiar with insulin pumps, the kind I use has a little tube that connects the tube which has the insulin to my body, which needs the insulin. This teacher also liked to be weirdly obtuse about things. Instead of being like other teachers and simply saying something like, "No cell phones in class, put it on my desk," which would allow me to remind them it's an insulin pump, and they'd usually say something like, "That's right, my bad." She would instead try and talk abstractly about what she wanted to happen while walking around the room. So this particular day, she kept alluding to students listening to music in class that you should be careful what you do because she can see it, that us kids think we're so sneaky, but the adults know what we're up to. I obviously wasn't listening to music, so I figured she had seen someone with headphones in the room, and the next thing I know, she snuck up behind me with scissors. It took me a good moment to realize what exactly had happened because I was astonished. I was used to teachers thinking I had a cell phone or getting upset about my pump beeping during an exam, but no one ever had touched it before, much less cut my life-sustaining tube. I was actually sitting with my mouth agape, and she turned to me. Now that she was at the front of the class again, she said something along the lines of, "Mr. Wonderly, can't you share what tunes are more important than listening to class?" I'd at this point put together that she thought I was listening to music. She thought she cut my headphones wire. I replied, "Just the sound of my thoughts while I've still got any, since that was my insulin pump." She had to let me go to the locker to get my cell phone to call my mom to bring me a new infusion set. My parents insisted no cell phones until high school, but my mom was also scared with me being type 1 diabetic and too dyslexic to remember a cell number and wanted me to easily be able to call her, so she got me a $15 Walmart phone and put minutes on it, and now I feel old. Then I just waited in the front office for her. She worked from home and drove like a bat out of heck. She was so angry. I don't ever want to see her that angry again in my life. It took 10 years off of me, and I wasn't even in trouble. The teacher had apologized to me, and all the teachers got some more disability accommodation training or something. Kinda anticlimactic end, but a friend thought it was entertaining and that I should share it. Edit. I'm going to put some of my comments here so no one has to dig if you want more information. Yes, she knew I had a pump. I had an IEP, and my teachers were given the information they needed to know about my diabetes. Even still, a lot of non-diabetics just don't get it, or they forget. It would happen a lot, and teachers would ask for my phone if they saw me messing with it under the desk. Really, I was going through a thing and embarrassed about being diabetic, so I would often try and hide it, so I get how they thought I had a phone. But a simple reminder, it's a pump, was enough for every other teacher. Yes, she did get really close to me. I was facing the front of the room to look at the projector screen and to take notes. She snuck up behind me from the back of the room, where she was lecturing at us from, and reached her arm down towards me with the scissors. I didn't notice her doing that. Kids used to keep their iPod or whatever in their pocket and then run their headphones up their shirt. It sometimes left a little bit of the wire peeking out from their pocket to get to the shirt. That's where she cut the pump, was down at my waist. In terms of her apology, it wasn't too bad. We had a meeting with her, the principal, assistant principal, and a lady from the special education office, plus me and my parents. She said she was sorry for her actions and that she shouldn't have treated me that way, and she hopes I don't grow up to expect people to act like that towards me. She forgot I had a pump, but I didn't feel like she was making an excuse. She was saying she should have been more mindful and it was her fault and that I did nothing wrong. She also said I was brave and calm in the face of adversity. Stuff like that. And then she apologized to my mom and dad for frightening them and for any costs. She offered to pay it, but they declined. They wanted all the teachers to get more education about kids with diabetes, and the school had like a nurse diabetes educator or someone come in to talk to the teachers. No, my parents didn't sue her or the school. No, she wasn't fired. Yes, I still had to be in her class. This was a tiny school and did a lot of backwards things. They mishandled my learning disability as well, and one year, one of my teachers was surprised my dad has mild cerebral palsy and thought it must be so tough for me having to deal with that, and would talk to him like he was 5 during student-teacher conferences. He's an engineer. My ex is demanding I pay her rent. I, 33 male, started talking to my ex, 27 female, after 6 years. She was separating from her boyfriend and moving out of the house they rented. Our conversations were innocent enough, catching up, reminiscing, nothing about hooking up. Everything seemed great, and I thought we were reconnecting. A week later, I asked if she wanted to meet. She agreed, and I was excited. I made reservations at a restaurant I knew she would like and texted her to confirm. She replied, "It's a date." I get to the restaurant, text her, "I'm here," and I ask for her ETA. No response. I message, text, and call her. No response. I wait in my car wondering what's going on. Is she hurt? Is our battery dead? Any excuse I could think of to justify this behavior. After an hour of waiting, I just went home. The next morning, I wake up to texts from her apologizing for not showing up, but no explanation. I ask her if she's okay. She replies that she's fine and changes the topic. We kept talking after that, and I once again ask her to meet. She says that she would love to. This time, I don't drive to the restaurant until I get confirmation, but that confirmation never came. The next morning, it's deja vu. Apology texts, but no explanations. Through our conversations, I learned that she's in financial trouble. I tell her that if things go well between us, I'd be happy to help, but seeing as she's living with her ex right now, I haven't seen her in 6 years, and she's bailed on me multiple times, I would need to regain my trust for her. She replies, "I don't need a sugar daddy. I'm capable of taking care of myself." Skip to a week later. I get a call at 2 a.m. from her asking if she could come over. I say yes. She shows up, we have some wine and make out for a bit, and I was overjoyed thinking that we may actually have another chance at this relationship. Before she left, I asked if we could do this again. She said she would love to. The next day, she asks if I could drop her off at the airport. I said yes. The day arrives that I'm supposed to drop her off, and once again, nothing. I hear back from her 2 days later, claiming that she broke her phone. She did this 4 more times. This is the part where I may be the jerk. 2 days ago, she sends me a screenshot of an email she received from her landlord claiming that they're starting the eviction process. I replied, "I'm sorry this is happening." The following morning, she sends me a message calling me a jerk for not offering to pay her rent. I replied that she has bailed on me every time we were supposed to hang. All we do is text, and I don't trust her based on her past behavior. After calling me names and arguing with me, she said, "If you really cared about me, then you would have given money, no questions asked." I thought that was a ridiculous statement. My friends and family are on my side, but a coworker mentioned that it seems like my ex is struggling, and if I in fact did want some kind of a romantic relationship, I should have helped. Now I'm feeling kind of guilty, so I ask, am I the jerk for not paying my ex's rent? Not the jerk, but you are kind of dumb. Not the jerk. She doesn't need a sugar daddy. She's capable of taking care of herself. But seriously, you never agreed that you'd pay her rent. She's been playing you this whole time. Odds are that her ex isn't really an ex. Not the jerk. First of all, she's an ex, so sometimes you just have to realize if things haven't worked in the past, that the issues from last time don't magically disappear, and it's better to move on with your life with no contact. She's consistently showing you that you're not a priority in her life. I do find it kind of funny though that she doesn't want a sugar daddy, but yet she suddenly wants money from you. As I said above, I think it's time to realize that she is too much drama and walk away for good this time. Well, what would you do in this situation? Would you help your ex pay their rent or not? Please let us know. Never let others use you or walk all over you. None of you deserve that kind of treatment, my friends. You use me and walk all over me. That's different, I'm a Karen. I, 40 male, started to cheat on my wife who's 38, but I stopped halfway through. Do I still have to tell her? My wife and I have a great relationship. I can't say that I have any real complaints. We've been together for 5 years, married for 2 of those, and up until now, I would have said I would never stray. I was away for work last week, and while I was at the hotel, a young woman who was 21 sat next to me and began to flirt with me. I was extremely flattered by the attention. I have to admit, it was a real ego boost to be flirted with by someone her age, as I've started to get that middle-aged dad bod, and I've been feeling like I'm losing my looks a bit. After a bit of talking, the woman invited herself back up to my hotel room where we hooked up. For me, it was about the thrill of being desired by someone other than my wife. I was slightly drunk, and I figured I'll probably never get this opportunity again. But the thrill wore off very quickly as I realized that I wasn't enjoying myself. This girl just was not any good. She didn't seem interested in me at all. I just wasn't into it, and I stopped about 10 minutes in, and I asked her to leave, which she did. I just took a shower, then called my wife to hear her voice. Now I'm back home, and so far I haven't told my wife about any of it. There's a guilty part of me that says I should, because she deserves to know. But another part of me says, why should I torpedo our happy marriage and cause her pain for something that I didn't even enjoy and will never do again? All it did was prove to me that I want my wife more than anyone else. I want to do the right thing, but I genuinely don't know what the right thing is to do here. I know that I will never ever stray again. Should I tell her or keep it to myself? Do not tell her about this. Don't blow up her world because you feel guilty. This is your burden to live with. Don't shift the burden to her. Take that time and energy you'd have had to use repairing your relationship and helping her heal emotionally and focus on improving your own self-worth so you don't need some idiotic encounter with a stranger to make you feel worthy. OP, this is what I wonder if I should do. I'm never going to cheat or even come close to it again. I consider this my wake-up call. So I don't know what purpose her knowing about this would actually serve. Wouldn't it just hurt us both? But then again, I think if she had done this, I would want to know. You didn't start to cheat. You cheated. Hard stop. You worded it this way to make yourself sound not bad. Let me say it again. You cheated. Don't forget that you said you didn't enjoy it because you felt that she just wasn't into it. Would you have felt bad and still stopped if you thought that she was great? Again, you cheated. OP. Okay then, yes, I cheated. I do take responsibility for that. I realize I messed up. If she had been great, then I don't know. The fact that she was so bad brought me back to reality. But I think even if she had been great, I would still have realized that I ultimately just want my wife. What is it you hope your wife will gain from knowing this? OP, that's what I'm wondering. A lot of people are saying I should tell her, and I understand their point, but I just wonder what either of us will actually gain from that. It will hurt her deeply for no reason and possibly destroy our marriage. Difficult one. You cheated. She deserves to know. You're a jerk, but then again, many people are, so you have solidarity. If you promise never to do it again, I'll forgive you. That's if you can live with the guilt. I wouldn't be able to. I'm not a better person than you. I can't advise you. It's your choice. The greater good, as it were. Usually, I would say you have to fess up, but she might leave you. I do understand your situation, though. Most here won't. It feels good to be wanted, but still, you messed up. It's all on your moral compass, my friend. The answer is there, but let me ask you, if you told your wife what happened and she forgave you, would you still respect her? Or would you forgive her transgressions if she cheated on you? Nobody here should judge you. You know you messed up. Be honest and risk losing everything, or keep it quiet and live with that regret for the rest of your life. That's your decision and yours alone. OP. If my wife told me this same story, I don't know. I think I would forgive her, but it would be hard and it would break my heart to hear it. I think the only thing that would stop it from totally destroying me is if she didn't enjoy it. Because if she did do this and she enjoyed it, that would tear me apart. Update. I was still not sure whether or not to tell my wife what had happened. This is not because I'm selfish, like some of you said, but because I was struggling to find the logic in telling her something that would hurt her when she didn't need to know because it was never going to happen again. But I did also take on board what others said about how if it were them, they would want to know, and to some point I agreed with them about that. It didn't end up mattering because my wife realized something was up a few days after I got back from my work trip. She brought up how I'd been very quiet and seemed off ever since getting back, and she looked and sounded so worried about me that I decided in the moment to tell her. I didn't want us to have any secrets from each other. I told her everything. She didn't believe me at first. She believed I'd started to hook up with the other person, but not that I had stopped. I showed her the Reddit post I made so she could see that I wasn't just spinning her a flattering story to try and get off the hook. She started to cry while reading it and then said the sentence that has been going around and around in my head 24/7 since then. I loved you so much. Loved, past tense. I asked if she could really just fall out of love so quickly, and she said yes. In the space of a few minutes, I had gone from the love of her life and the man she wanted to grow old with to just another sad man having a midlife crisis. We talked for most of the night, but she wouldn't budge. She turned down my offer of marriage counseling or counseling for just myself. I suggested we take a short week's break so she can think about things, but her mind is made up. We are filing for divorce, and in the meantime, I am sleeping in our spare room so that she can remain in our bed. This is not how I wanted any of this to go. She is without a doubt the woman I love and the woman I will always love. And if I could go back in time, I would lock myself in my hotel room for that entire work trip and only come out for the conference. I hope that she might one day change her mind all the same. Our connection is too strong to be destroyed by 30 minutes of poor decision making. I absolutely will always love her. Even if she never agrees to come back, I will still love her. I don't know yet if she'll ever forgive me, but I'm going to make sure I'm a man who's worthy of her forgiveness. Bro, my dude, you messed up in a lot of ways. Try some therapy, even though she's divorcing you. P.S. I think you were extra scared to tell her because you knew just how strong her backbone was and you knew you couldn't manipulate her out of it. O.P. It wasn't that I wanted to manipulate her. If you knew her, you'd know she's not someone who can be manipulated by anyone, and I know her better than to even try. She does have a strong backbone, and when she feels strongly about something, she's all in. That's why I find it so unbelievable that she could fall out of love just like that, because she's a person who loves very deeply. I was scared to tell her because I didn't want to cause her this level of sadness. The people on this thread suck. Cheating happens. It's not excusable, but it's very forgivable. We are highly intelligent animals, but still animals. We have desires. Sometimes you have to make the mistake before you realize how much of a mistake it is. We all do regrettable things. That said, forgiveness doesn't have to happen. If your wife can't forgive you, then you have to live with that and work on moving on. Life is a series of mistakes and learning from them, so you can prevent them moving forward. But mistakes don't define us. I hope you're able to eventually find solace. OP, I'm happy to take all of the blame. I messed up, I know that. I'm not interested in trying to make anyone else take responsibility for the mistake that I made. I'm just interested in trying to make up for them in any way I can. Well, what if you were in this situation? Would you be able to forgive your spouse if they did something like this, or not? Please let us know. If you even look at another woman, Reddit boy, you'll need a new head. Am I the jerk for taking in my problem cousin and canceling family events? Plus update. Me, male 30, and my wife, who's 27, own a sizable farm that is usually the nexus of family events. 5 bedrooms, 3 bathrooms, 300 acres, and electrical hookups for 4 campers so the whole clan can come stay for extended visits in the summer. We built it that way deliberately. My cousin Bill, male, early 50s, has a daughter, Alice, who's 18, from his first marriage. His first wife was an immigrant with no family in our country and no contact with any of the family in her country. She passed when Alice was 2, and Bill remarried Tanya, female, early 50s, 6 months later. They have since had 3 kids, who are 14, 12, and 8. Alice is a brat. Everything in their house revolves around either the boys, their 2 eldest, or their princess, their daughter together, and Alice is left behind. She doesn't get to go on family trips, they wouldn't pay for extracurricular stuff, she couldn't take elective classes that had extra fees, etc. I'm not a smart man, but I can recognize a kid that's hurting inside and being neglected. She's like Mr. Hyde with them and Dr. Jekyll everywhere else. For the last 4 summers, she's been coming to work on the farm because her parents don't want her around over summer break. She turned 18 recently, and leading up to her birthday, her dad was very adamant that she was being kicked out of the house when she turned 18 because it will teach her responsibility. We, myself, my wife, and Alice, discussed it, and early on her birthday, we pulled up with my truck and packed her stuff. We only packed things she purchased herself or things that were given to her by another person. My boss got creative with our benefits provider so we can get Alice on our medical benefits until she finishes university. She starts in a few weeks, so she's able to go to therapy. This is where it all comes apart. Bill and Tanya are upset that we took her in and refuse to come to family events. Part of the family refuses to attend as well because I'm undermining Bill and Tanya. I'll understand when I have kids. After they refused to attend events, a few others said that with gas being so expensive and not everyone attending, they'd skip as well. My answer of, okie dokie, come if you want and don't if you don't, further upset people who thought I should have tried harder to get people to come. So now we're down to about 1/4 of the family in attendance for events. My aunt suggested that we have Alice over on weekends and that she stays in a dorm during the week to smooth things over. I think that's dumb, but I'm dumb and stubborn. My wife thinks it's dumb, and she's really smart, but also very much attached to the situation. Alice said she'd rather stay with us, but would try the dorms to help make peace. Am I the jerk for not going with the dorm suggestion to keep the peace? Edit. I called Alice a brat, and my original post was way past character limit, but in some of the stuff that I removed, I explained it more. Typical teenage acting out, but cranked up. Slamming doors, screaming matches with her stepmom, probably 3 or 4 big blowouts a week, and sometimes over some pretty disproportionately small stuff. I've watched her grow, and the acting out definitely came after the exclusion from family stuff. Update. I ripped the band-aid off with the old fam jam and told them that fewer mouths to feed isn't the punishment they thought it was. Anyone else who is coming is still welcome, and I'd have that extra cash from not feeding so many people to help the folks concerned about gas prices make it out if they so choose. I'm in like 4 different family group chats, and they're all lighting up. I'm going to turn my phone on silent for a while and let the sparks fly. Update 3. So my family likes to gossip, and they're efficient at it. If your truck breaks down with only you in it 5 miles from home, word has reached every aunt and cousin before you're in your door. When I put the word out, it traveled fast. This morning, I've been called all the names in the book, and some new ones, so there may be a revised and updated edition of said book coming out. I've been told I'm a good guy, a bad guy, I'm stupid, I'm smart. Long story short, I've got about a dozen relatives telling me thanks, and that they'll buy me a pint next time they're out and about. Now, nobody here really cares about me. We're all about Team Alice here. She's a Redditor apparently, and came across the post independently of me showing her. There were tears, born of stress and relief I think, and she's going to be staying here with us until she's ready to start the next chapter of her life, whatever and whenever that might be. She's got classes picked, and is looking into the Women's Rec League for hockey team when the season starts, so she'll be all set on that front. Now the big news. Tanya drove down to my house this morning. Bill and I had some very loud, very angry words when he drove down last night after I chose the nuclear option in the family group chats, so she actually waved a white flag from her car when she pulled up. I shooed the dogs away and went out to talk to her, brought her out a muffin, and we had a bit of a chat. Allegedly, Bill was threatening to kick Alice out to scare her straight, and that they weren't actually going to kick her out, and they were caught off guard when we showed up on the morning of her birthday. I told her that she was missing the point, and that I'm not sure if I could use small enough words or short enough sentences to explain it to her if she thought that was the problem. She cried. She peeled out of my driveway at Mach 7 and has been radio silent since, which I'm currently enjoying. My wife won't let me play video games for 30 minutes a day. So I, 37 male, work as a service manager for a high-volume dealer, and I'm out of the house for 12 hours a day. I leave at 6 a.m. and I don't get home until 6 p.m. for 5 days a week. My wife, who's 33, gets upset when I get home, and after eating dinner, I want to get a couple of rounds of Call of Duty in. My wife is a stay-at-home mom with our 18-month-old and thinks it's absolutely criminal that I want to get some decompression time at the end of the day. My daughter is still in the mommy all the time phase, so she prefers to spend more time with my wife than I. Usually when I get home, I will eat dinner, do whatever honey-do's she has for me, and then play for a little. After I'm done, I will join them and spend my time with family, which usually is her watching a movie or show, and I read the same book to my daughter 10 times. My wife says that even when I'm chilling with them, I spend too much time on my phone. While we are all hanging out, if my daughter is asking for my attention, I will stop what I'm doing and do whatever she's asking me to do. Whenever she wants to go back to mommy, I will browse Twitter or Reddit, since I usually have absolutely zero interest in what she's watching. She accuses me of being absent and not present, since I don't focus all of my free time on her and the baby. Also, side note, she's currently 20 weeks pregnant. So, am I the jerk? Edit. I get up at 5 a.m. and usually fall asleep at 9:30 to 10 p.m. My wife and daughter nap through the day, so when I'm sleeping, they're usually awake for another hour or two. Second edit. It has been confirmed that I am indeed the jerk. Thanks for all the constructive suggestions, y'all. Time to work on adjusting my mindset. Third edit. Although I do see how I can improve, it does seem like some more background is needed on my home and work situation. I literally took this job and all that came with it because my wife decided she wanted to be a stay-at-home mom. The original plan was for her to go back to work after our daughter was born, but during her maternity leave, she decided she would rather stay home until our baby was school-aged. During that time, she also decided she wanted another baby. I've done everything to try to accommodate her wishes. I took the job, dropped my jujitsu and gym time since I don't have time to go anymore, and really only have the one hobby now that I can do from home. My wife and I's childhoods were similar, raised by single mothers in a low-income neighborhood in LA. Now we have a nice home in a very nice part of a beautiful city. I've struggled and grinded on my own since I was 17, and I'm awfully proud of the life I've managed to build. My wife has always hated gaming, even before the babies, but it's always been a hobby of mine since I was a kid. I didn't have a whole lot growing up, but I had a Nintendo, and instead of messing around on the streets, I would come home and play that to stay out of trouble. The people on this subreddit are absolutely merciless. I've even received messages on how I'm disgusting or I'm a piece of trash and I should go to heck. That's insane. My wife picks our 2 family destination vacations every year, and on weekends, we're either spending time visiting her family or going camping. Can I be more attentive? Definitely. Is our marriage and life in absolute shambles? Definitely not. I will always be willing to learn and evolve as a person. I've wanted to be a father since I can remember, and will always try to be the best one I can, but I'm still human and still flawed. You're the jerk. You may work 12 hours a day, but you're a dad 24 hours a day. You have 4 competing interests: your family, your job, sleep, and your personal time. Right now, you're giving half of your time to your job. Then you have to divide the remainder of time between sleep, family, and yourself. You can't really take much time from sleep. I'll assume you sleep about 6 hours. Now you have 4 hours for yourself and your family. Take an hour for yourself, 3 hours for your family. Is that enough time? Are you happy being a father and husband for only 3 hours a day? Compare that with your wife. She's a stay-at-home mom 24 hours a day. She's always on call. She constantly has a kid attached to her. Even when your daughter's asleep, your wife can't get too into something because your daughter could wake up at any time. Honestly, your household sounds very stressed. You're stretching yourself thin. Your wife has no reprieves. It's easy for me to say, you need a lot less demanding job, especially if you want more you time. The 12-hour workday and stay-at-home mom isn't making either of you happy. Your wife is telling you that she needs adult attention after spending all day with a baby. When you're there, you're constantly doing everything you can to engage in escapism. She's telling you, but you aren't listening. The day will come when she doesn't complain to you at all, and it will be because she has already left you in her mind. The only thing left will be the packing. Once it gets to that point, there will be no fixing it. You're the jerk. In these cases, I always suggest the following. Take 5 days vacation time. Let your wife go visit a family member or head to a spa. Then for 5 days, take all the responsibility for your kid. Walking, dressing, cooking, feeding, cleaning up the kitchen, playtime, nap time, cooking lunch, feeding, cleaning up, playtime, nap time, preparing dinner for spouse and your kid, setting the table, feeding, cleaning up, everything. See if you can find some time to do the grocery shopping, laundry, and general cleaning as well. Then get back to us. You're the jerk. Play video games after the baby goes to bed. Your wife needs a break, and I say that as a stay-at-home dad. The reason the baby is fixated on mom is because you aren't spending enough time bonding with it. I get that work is long and hard, but parenting takes priority. Or just like, don't play video games every day. I'm sure parents also can't watch their favorite movies or shows or do other hobbies every day. Why are video games always the thing that gets posted here? Dude has a kid and another one on the way and is on Reddit whining about Call of Duty. This is why I wouldn't date a gamer. I'm sure they aren't all the same, but guys like this seem too common. The escapism associated with gaming is so intense. Not the jerk. I say this as a stay-at-home mom of a 6 and a 2-year-old. My husband works 10 hours a day, 5 days a week, and has done so for years. As a good wife and mother, once he's home, I just want him to relax from his long day. I don't need a break from my kids. Parenting is not a job the way people try to make it out to be. It's a choice and a lifelong commitment. If you're lucky enough to have a man who's willing to work long hours to provide for his family, You need to treat him right, or another woman will. I make sure to have dinner ready when hubby gets home and that the house is nice and clean. People really exaggerate how hard it is to be a stay-at-home mom, and I'm honestly so glad I'm not a man. If I was expected to work long hours, then come home and take over for mom because she needs a break from her kids, I don't think I would have even wanted to have a family. Well, who do you think is the jerk? OP or his wife? Please let us know. How dare someone want 30 minutes to themselves after working for 12 hours a day? Don't you just love Reddit? Ticking off the base commander. When I was 20, I got drafted into the army. I live in the Netherlands, and this happened in the 80s. I got trained to be an ambulance driver. 2 months of general training and how to drive a Land Rover, and 2 months of medical training. After that, I was ready to take on any medical emergency that came my way. After my training, I got placed in a staff support platoon, a mismatch of different roles that are there to support the higher Army staff in whatever they need. Make coffee, admin, drive them around, tech support, etc. I was their ambulance driver. It was probably helpful when we were at war, but they had no use for me during peacetime. After I got settled on the base where I was stationed, I was called in by my lieutenant, telling me I had been volunteered to work at the small local military post on our base. I was okay with it as it gave me something to do during the time I had to serve in the Army. It was a small post with a clinic, 1 permanent doctor, and 1 drafted out of medical school, and several other grunts like me. Downstairs was our clinic and a few rooms to treat patients. Upstairs, about 12 beds for patients who were sick, but not bad enough that they had to go to a real hospital. We worked at the clinic and took care of the patients upstairs, and maybe 2 to 3 times a week, I had to pull out with the ambulance we used. More often than not, for a planned trip to transport a patient to or from an actual hospital. I started with the rank of soldier, and I was expected to end my 1-year career at the rank of corporal. As you can imagine from the title, that never happened. I did not hate working at the post. On the contrary, I actually felt like I did something useful, and while I was stationed at the post, I learned many practical medical skills, having other soldiers to practice on. But it was a waste of my time. I wanted to start my career in IT, and this was holding me back. I also did not care much about hierarchy or ranks. I respected my fellow Army men and women for what they were, their actions, and how they treated others, not by the number of bars, stars, or stripes. And being an actual medic on our base, I got away with that. We had no roll calls, and I slept in a 2-person bedroom instead of the 12-person one my platoon mates had to use. No inspections, no military training, and wearing white instead of green. Anyways, on to the malicious compliance. I was tending to a patient at the clinic. He and his buddy had walked into a door, their words, and it had a glass window that shattered and cut them both up. One was pretty bad, and he was treated by our doctor in one of the rooms as he needed quite a few stitches. I had to stay in the clinic. And as the other soldier only had minor cuts, I treated him on the spot as no other medical staff was available at that time. The slightly larger cuts I glued shut. For others, a band-aid would suffice. He was sitting in one of the chairs, and I was on one knee in front of him, taking care of a cut on his leg as I heard somebody walk into the clinic. Without looking up, as I was holding a glued cut together with my fingers until it had set, I politely asked to please have a seat and that I would be right there. Colonel, do you know who I am? I am the base commander, Colonel so-and-so. Yes, he actually said that. I can still hear it in my head 35 years later. His booming, indignant voice, full of air and how important he was. I was not impressed at all, mostly annoyed by his attitude, and told him, "Congratulations. Please have a seat, and I'll get to you once I finish treating the cut that I'm working on." That was not what he wanted to hear, and he started chewing me out. Finally, I was done with the cut, let go of my fingers, and got up. Ignoring his barrage, I asked him how I could help. "Colonel, I need to speak to the doctor. I have an appointment." "Okay, not an emergency." I explained to the colonel that the doctor was treating a patient who needed urgent medical attention, and that he will have to wait until the doctor finishes his treatment. He has none of it and tells me how he does not have the time to wait. Then he orders me to tell the doctor that his 3 p.m. appointment is waiting for him. I knew the doctor would drop everything and come running to the colonel if he got wind of who it was that was waiting for him. He did not have much of a spine, and his career was primarily based on the colonel's input and assessment of him. But the colonel had given me an order, and I had to do it. So I went to the treatment room and put my head in. The doctor was busy stitching up the more injured soldier, and I complied with the colonel's order. Me: "Doctor, your 3 p.m. appointment has arrived." The doctor, not realizing or remembering who the 3 p.m. appointment was, told me irritably to have the patient wait until he's finished, and that it could be another 5 to 10 minutes. He repeated what he had told me several times before, to only disturb him for emergencies. I go back to the colonel and tell him that the doctor's still busy treating the other patient and would be available in about 10 minutes. The colonel was not happy to hear that and told me to go get the doctor now. I told the colonel I had explicit instructions to only disturb the doctor in case of an emergency and that his appointment was not an emergency. He would have to wait. He grumbled a bit, but in the end sat down until the doctor arrived, and he started berating the doctor about how precious his time was and how he had made him wait. The doctor apologized and almost groveled as they moved into the doctor's office. I had to go upstairs for something, and the colonel had already left after I got down. I did get a good ear washing from the doctor, telling me I should have mentioned to him that it was the colonel who was waiting for him. I argued that it should not matter who was waiting if he was treating a patient who was bleeding all over the place, and that he told me himself that he could only be disturbed for emergencies. I never got that promotion to corporal or even soldier first class. Still worth it. I shut off their internet, and it'll cost them $1,000 to turn it back on. I work for a major internet service provider in sales and customer service. If you live in the US, you've probably used this company or have definitely heard of it and how bad it is. I try my best to be helpful and as knowledgeable as possible to help people, and I'm always friendly to my customers. Often, I go out of my way to help people and have even taken time on my days off following up with higher-ups in the company, making sure issues get resolved quickly and properly. People suck. I see it every day. I get people who are unjustifiably upset at the company and not me, so I try my best to help. Some people don't understand I'm not the company. I'm just some guy who works there trying my darn best for crappy pay. When people come to me and from the jump are nasty, belligerent, insulting me, or just straight up screaming at me, thinking that they're gonna get helped, I'm not gonna help them at all. I had a customer come in, throw a modem on the floor as hard as possible, and scream at me because customer service said he had to return his rented modem in person since he didn't want to ship it. I returned the modem, but when I went to change the code to customer-owned equipment in his account, I just hit the disconnect button instead and set the date for 3 weeks ahead. After doing it once, I decided anyone who got violent or insulted me would get shut off too. Sometime in early October, I had a customer come in fuming mad because his cable box stopped working. It was old, maybe from 2004 or 2005, so understandably, it needed to be replaced. I got him a new box, answered his questions about setup, and sent him home after I explained it contained a lot of new features, streaming capabilities, and even a remote you can talk to. It didn't work out as easily as it should have. This customer didn't understand that this cable box used a different interface than his nearly 20-year-old box. Everything looks different. From the menus to the guides, it's a whole new layout. He came back livid. I got called every name under the sun, about a dozen times. I told him I'd have an older style box sent to him in 2 days and that it should work the same as his old one. He said he was leaving for vacation in a week for 2 months and that it better show up before he left. He went on and on about how he's wealthy and I'm just some store worker who will never be able to afford to do half the things he does. Even after finishing with him, he spent 5 minutes wandering our store, just finding nasty things to say to me while I just smiled and told him to have a nice day. After he left, I noticed his contract had been renewed. 2 years, and it's $10 per month left if you cancel. So I put a disconnect order in for 11/1. I can't wait until this guy gets his service shut off and gets a bill for $230 plus his normal monthly cost of $265 and a non-returned equipment fee of $150 per cable box. He had 5 boxes. He's going to come back from vacation with no cable, no internet, no home phone, and service that will require an install to set back up again since I put a cable disconnect order in with maintenance. The estimated bill is $1,257. I marked the address as currently non-serviceable and high risk for default. It'll cost him a $250 deposit to get services set up, and it'll take him weeks of back and forth just to get his address serviceable again. Luckily for me, I will no longer be working there when he gets back from his vacation and realizes what happened. We're the only ISP you can get in the area. 0 other options, and cell service is spotty at best. He's going to have to jump through endless hoops and spend all that money to ever have internet again. If he ever happens to read this, forget you. I hope you never know happiness, you old miserable jerk. Edit. Just some background information on this whole situation since I got some real nasty DMs in the last hour or so. To the people that said, you're the reason why he was so mad, you messed something up obviously, and it's your responsibility to fix it. This guy was mad that the guide looked different. He had a full-out red-in-the-face scream session over this little minute thing. A grown man in his mid-40s yelling at a short 20-year-old guy who's just trying to do their job and is being friendly. Imagine every time Apple changed the calendar app, you walked into the Apple store and blew up at someone. Seems unreasonable, right? Even after appeasing this guy and finding out how to get him some older equipment again, he walked around the store messing with every display, calling me names and saying mean things about my coworkers who had gone on lunch right as he was walking in. After telling my coworkers about it, one asked, "Is it the guy with the green BMW?" Apparently, this dude has come in to scream at employees on a few occasions over the last 6 months or so. One of which he screamed in the face of was the sweetest and most patient people I've ever worked with. A week prior to me dealing with him, this guy had come in to harass my coworkers yet again because his cable box had no picture, the one I replaced. My coworker looked up his account, realized the box was pushing 15 years old, and told him to bring it into us so we can give him a new one. He blew up on them, got aggressive, and was told not to return. He didn't abide by that, obviously. He had notes in his account over months from various stores, customer service reps, and a billing manager about how mean he is. My coworkers all know this guy by name and will adamantly refuse him service. The other 3 stores in the area have been made aware and even got CCTV footage of this guy from us. When he came to me the first time, he was rude, saying all kinds of nasty things about my coworkers, and saying how if I don't make him happy, he's going to disconnect his service. I obliged that request later, albeit without his permission. In the process of me disconnecting his account, I made sure it would be as difficult as possible to regain access, made notes in his account saying the customer was non-serviceable, and made sure to remove all of his login info from his account as well. These notes do not say who they were left by, and the system does not show who created the disconnect. In the disconnect order, it doesn't specify who did it, only when. I did this hours later, after he had left, and after he had called customer service multiple times. He had called customer service maybe 25 times that month total, so unless they somehow pull every overseas call, they're out of luck for finding me. Not that I care if they do, since I'm gone next week. My boss was well aware I did this and even gave me props since he's been harassing employees for months now. This is the second time this year I've left a retail job over how awful people are. In June, I had a full breakdown working for yet another terrible overpriced company after a customer began harassing me with their friends and family via social media and calling my phone all hours of the night after they got my number somehow. I liked my job. I went to work at a place where I had a friend with me, so I'd actually enjoyed working there. People like this jerk ruined it for me. I've been accosted by customers who recognized me months later out in public, yelling at me over things I didn't do. I've had people look me up on social media since my name was on their receipts. I've had people wait outside of where I work to harass me when I got off. I had coworkers calling me on my day off because someone was so upset they got a late fee and only wanted me to deal with it. I don't get to do a job I actually enjoyed because it's been ruined for me by the nastiest people on the planet. People like this guy are why I no longer have any social media with my name on it. Spend time every month Googling my name to make sure those sketchy websites with your address don't have my information for the 10th time, and had to change my phone number twice this year. The company I work for is a nasty, monopolizing giant that couldn't care less about its employees or its customers. Don't mess with people who have access to important things in your life. This dude lives in an area that I know has absolutely zero cell coverage, and now he can sit at home, cut off from the rest of the world. It's like being rude to a waiter. They will spit in your food. If you think I'm a jerk, go right ahead. But just know, if you're rude to a retail worker who has access to your utilities, it may not end well for you. Edit 2. Just got back into work and pulled this account back up for giggles. The location is marked as non-serviced, like entirely. When I pull his account up and click on the address, it says, "Address not serviceable, no connection to premises." The system for setting up new accounts refuses his address, and the only thing that can see his account at this point is the equipment management system. Everything else is gone, like gone. This dude ain't getting internet again anytime soon. He can have a fun time trying to convince CenturyLink to do a new install in the middle of absolutely nowhere. In the address notes, there's also technician confirmed non-connect, address not serviceable, no future plans for install. Looks like what I did worked, and the time it'll take for someone to notice will just cement the fact this dude most likely will never get internet service at his house again. Once a tech validates no service for an address, it's done. They won't even bother trying in the future. This is not okay by you. While no customer has the right to treat any service worker like that, you cannot just terminate their contract because they were rude. You are a huge jerk. My goodness, OP, you are a petty jerk. And it's the actions of people like you putting unwanted and unasked for disconnection orders onto people's accounts who make the customers angry, and then they mistreat the poor innocent customer support person they deal with the next time. You are a power-tripping jerk, and the angry customers are karma for your actions. Forget him and forget anyone who acts like that. They deserve nothing but misery and loneliness until they learn how to treat people. ETA. This person had it coming for a long time. No business should be obligated to provide service to people like that. I won't allow my staff to take mistreatment like this from customers, much less so after living through a lockdown and really seeing some people for who they are. Dating myself, but to quote Nels Olson, that guy should be kept in a cage and fed with a stick. Well, what do you think? Did OP take it too far or not? Please let us know. Looks like that customer messed around and found out. Am I the jerk for refusing to forgive my sister and not inviting her to my wedding? I, 30 male, have a sister, Julie, 25 female, and she's in line to inherit our great-grandmother's ring as the firstborn female through our mom's side. My girlfriend, Laura, who's 26, saw the ring and thought it was gorgeous and said that one day she'd like to have a ring just like that. Now, I know what you're thinking if you've ever seen other Reddit posts, but Laura isn't the type to actually expect me to give her that exact ring, just something like it. I wanted to propose to Laura, and because I knew that she wanted a ring just like that one, I decided to pay to have a custom one made. I showed the jewelry maker pictures, but they said that it would be better if they could actually see it in person. I went to my mom, the current holder of the ring, explained the situation, and even showed the invoice before asking if I could borrow it. She agreed, and so I took the ring. The jewelry maker held on to it for about 48 hours, and when I was about to head back to my parents' place with the ring, I got a phone call that Laura was in an accident and at the hospital. I rushed over to the hospital with her family and was horrified to hear that she needed immediate surgery. I honestly couldn't really think of anything else other than my girlfriend and stayed with her mom and sister the entire time. I was so relieved when the doctors said that she was going to be okay and agreed to drive Laura's sister back to the house and then come back. I dropped Laura's sister off and went back to my place to shower when I saw the police there waiting for me with my parents and Julie. Julie then ran over to me, calling me a thief and demanding her ring. Apparently, Julie found out that Mom gave me the ring and assumed that I lied about just borrowing it. My parents tried to calm her down, but when I wouldn't pick up, bad cell reception at the hospital and my phone had died. Laura called the police. I handed Julie the ring right then and there and told my family about Laura before walking into my apartment. I also saw that Julie had trashed me all over social media, but almost everyone was apologetic when I and Laura's sister explained everything. Julie took down her posts, but never apologized. I proposed to Laura once she had recovered. She said yes, and we're preparing for the wedding. Laura asked my other sister, Annie, who's 21, to be a bridesmaid, and when Julie asked if she was going to be one, Laura and I informed her that she wasn't invited. Julie is calling me bitter and saying that I had no reason to still be angry with her. My parents think I'm being too harsh by not at least inviting her, but I'm still angry. Am I the jerk? Edit, because I keep seeing this in the comments or in the DMs. 1. Julie took down the posts the following day she got the ring back. 2. Julie thinks that I made myself look guilty by not responding to the multiple calls and texts that I received before she called the police. 3. I'm not sure what Julie said or did to convince the police to come with her, but all I know is that she was trying to report a theft. Also, my parents were already talking to the police when I arrived, trying to explain the situation. It's not like my mom had physical proof of ownership, it's just a verbal agreement and understanding. So the police had to ask questions and mediate the situation. But once I handed the ring back, the issue was considered dropped. I don't know if Julie got in trouble for calling the cops, and frankly, I didn't care. Not the jerk. Introduce your parents and Julie to the 4-part apology. 1. I'm sorry that I. 2. It was wrong because. 3. In the future I will. 4. Will you forgive me? Julie also needs to post a retraction and public apology repeatedly on every social media platform she has. Tell your parents that you have no way of knowing if Julie realizes what she did was wrong, as she's made no effort towards reparation. Because she thinks so little of you that she assumes you would steal from her, you can't imagine why she would be interested in attending your wedding. Not the jerk. Your sister is a greedy, self-entitled individual. She hadn't even been given the ring yet by your mother. I do question, though, why your mother bothered telling her when you just borrowed it. Not the jerk. You did nothing wrong. Julie owes you a huge apology for calling you a thief, calling the cops on you, and smearing you all over the internet. You can inform your parents that this is the condition for her getting invited. I spent over $5,000 to embarrass a competitor who treated me like crap. It was totally worth it. So I used to run a small business in the wedding space, and I was very successful in a very short period of time, to the point that I was getting all expense-paid invites to industry conferences less than 6 months after I opened. Needless to say, this ruffled feathers. Enter Kate. Kate is a chief Karen who competes in the same space and has been nothing but awful to me from the moment she became aware that I wasn't just competition, I was doing better business than her. She would complain that I had gotten expenses paid, implied that it was because I was pretty, said that she felt people who had been in the space longer deserved it more, and a statement about how my outfit colors don't look good on me. She also reported my booth for accidentally being less than 3 inches outside our 10x10 slot, and has tried on more than one occasion to have my competing products removed from vendor halls. Needless to say, I despise her. Now, fast forward a little bit into lockdown. I see major issues on the horizon for my business, and so I decided to step out and sell for a pretty penny. Bought a condo, took a job at a nonprofit, and moved along with my life. But some of my friends still in the industry would give me updates or vent, and I was absolutely right to sell. Most everyone doing what I do has already closed, including the person I sold to. Kate, however, was still going strong, though I noticed her prices were really aggressive. My friend then showed me screenshots that Kate had bragged privately about claiming to be unemployed and disabled by using her longtime partner as a cover for her business, then dropping prices below what other sellers could do because she was double dipping. This really made me angry. I have a mobility disability, and I felt horrible for the people she was running out of business by pricing so low. So I, of course, reported her, but nothing seemed to come of that. Then one of the biggest conferences of our local industry came up on my calendar. This conference cost $8,000 to $10,000 to vend at, and many vendors make 50% plus of their yearly income from this one event. My friend runs the vending hall, so I asked her to place me right next to Kate. Now, when I left the industry, I still had great contacts on the manufacturing side because I speak Chinese fairly well. I found the manufacturer for Kate's top-selling items, and I ordered a sizable inventory to take with me to the conference. I priced them at cost and made ginormous signs about inventory liquidation and created these super aggressive bundle deals that made it nearly impossible for her to do any business being right next to me. I could see her over there fuming, and she did try to come over and complain, but our booth was too busy to even entertain her obnoxious huffing and puffing. She closed her shop last week. I lost about $5,000 doing this, but I got a lot of people deals on packages and items that they never thought they could afford for their special day, and it was honestly fun to help people out, especially at her expense. I have known my parents were cheating on each other for years. They found out and got mad at me. When I was 11, I saw my mom kissing one of her coworkers. Since I didn't know what to do or even who to ask, I ended up talking to that coworker. They worked at a sort of family restaurant, so I was there pretty often, and one day I just told him that I knew about their thing and straight up asked what I should do. I don't remember exactly what he said, but I know that he was really nice to me and advised I stay quiet so as to not hurt my father. While it made sense to me, I spent around a year feeling bad for my father whenever I saw Mom leave for work or stay there late. Then, one of the days Mom stayed for the night at the restaurant, my father brought home another woman. It made me have a sort of epiphany. I started thinking that they knew, and after some very productive internet research, I figured they were simply in an open relationship. As I grew older, I realized this wasn't the case. The two jerks somehow managed to put 2 and 2 together after years and noticed I knew, so they started using me to cheat more efficiently. From around my 15th birthday, they started trying to get me to make excuses for each other, ask one of them to go out for the day when they wanted the house alone, and even arrange meetings with their side pieces. They're both some of the stupidest people I've ever met, but they somehow believe that they're geniuses. I think this is what brought them together. They enable each other. But it also meant that they were so busy thinking they were cheating gods to realize the other was doing the same. At some point, I stopped helping them, but I never said anything. It was such a normal thing that it never even crossed my mind telling them. Last year, I started uni and moved away, which meant they had to deal with each other on their own. I figured divorce was coming, didn't expect them to last long without having me around to keep them at peace. You know the way two toddlers have to be kept under adult supervision to make sure they don't, throw each other at upcoming traffic? That was what I had been doing ever since I can remember, stopping them not only from making the other one mad, but also separating them whenever they had a bad idea that the other would enable. I was right. They are going to divorce, and they decided to announce this at a family gathering a couple weeks ago. There was a very funny silence when they said it, and it was broken by them starting to fight and trying to get the other to look bad. My mother was oh so hurt by his cheating, and my father was oh so hurt by hers. I couldn't help but laugh. It was ridiculous. They were acting like complete kids. When I said that, yes, I knew, they both had been doing it for more than 7 years, there was silence. They didn't find this funny. They got so mad at me, started screaming that I ruined their marriage, that they could have worked it out if they had known sooner, that how could I have done this to them, blah, blah, blah. I left and just went to my apartment. I think they only found out about recent cheating, and they might have been mad because outed all those years. Plus, apparently, I've been playing both sides. This 2 weeks since then, I've been receiving calls from everyone in my family. A lot of them are just puzzled my parents would do that. Others know them and are telling me that they're sorry for me. It seems unanimous, though, that I'm a jerk for not saying anything earlier. Personally, I just think that they deserved it. You're telling me that they could peacefully cheat but not be cheated on? It's wild. They're both jerks in many ways, and they're perfect for each other. The fact that they got divorced the moment they knew about the other cheating just proves me right. They wanted it to be hidden. They wanted it to be behind the other's back. Not one single other person in this world deserves to deal with either of these two. They need to stick together to keep them from hurting others. I don't really know what to do. They haven't talked to me at all in these past 2 weeks. The only contact we've had has been through other people. I've never spent this long without talking to either of them. Update. Let's start this by thanking everyone for the support and comments. Most of them gave me so much courage to just step away from the situation. The ones that didn't were those that mentioned how different I was from my parents or how glad they were I didn't turn out like them. Those comments made me feel guilty because I might actually be just like them. Not in the cheating way, that's horrible, but in the manipulative jerk way. So actually getting to what happened, I went on ignoring everything for a couple of days. It's exam season after all. I wanted to take full advice from here. I just didn't know who I could talk to about this in real life. But on Friday, I was talking to a professor and mentioned all of this. She told me that I should look into possibly taking them to court for psychological damages and that sort of thing. That same day, I got an email from my dad's lawyer requesting a DNA test. The cousin I've kept in contact with all this time told me that my dear mother admitted to cheating before I was born, so I may not even be my father's kid. Honestly, I don't give a hoot. In fact, I've been looking into changing my full name and transferring to another uni far away from here, so I didn't care. But coupled with my professor's idea, it made me realize something. I could do them over a little bit. A lot of people think revenge is stupid. I think it's only that way if you let it consume you. I spent a night awake planning this, but it ended up being so easy. I replied to the email from the lawyer, but not to him. I replied to a joint account my parents had, told them how I didn't see them as my parents, regardless of biological bonds, so I would not be taking the test, how I was waiting for their divorce, how much better it'd be like that. It just went on. I know they read it because I got responses from both of their lawyers. It made me so mad that even after reading all of that, they still didn't talk to me. Then on Saturday evening, I had lunch with my uncle, mom's brother and dad's best friend, and his wife. They were supposed to be on my side. They were the ones who told me they were sorry for me. I told them about how I planned on taking my parents to court so that they would have to at least still pay for the rest of my degree. But I also told Auntie how I was planning on posting about all they had done. I asked them not to tell my parents and confessed how I had been planning their divorce so that I could get money on advance without waiting for either of them to pass. It almost made me sick saying all this stuff, but it worked. Not even a day later, and the entire family was turning against me. Even my cousin seemed a bit put off. but she lives for the drama, I guess, so she still talked to me. A family full of rats, not a single trustworthy soul. I mostly confirmed it to some of the people who talked to me, telling them about how I really wanted the money and couldn't care less about my parents. I was contacted by the lawyer, now apparently their lawyer, and with the help of my professor, we crafted a contract where they would give me, right now, enough to finish my education. It was way more than just enough, but I wanted it to be as bad as possible. We wouldn't have contact again, and I would give up the right to sue them for this reason in the future. It took them days to announce they'd be renewing their vows, now this time without a devil by their side. They said that they could work through anything if they had each other. They have each other, but they don't have me anymore. That's the curse they're disguising as a blessing. I know for a fact they won't divorce now. They already tarnished their little perfect reputation by publicly admitting that they cheated, but they messed with their own egos by going back on their word and not actually divorcing. There's not a single possibility now that they admit they were wrong again. They cursed each other when they met. They passed the curse on to me, and now they took it back. They are, once again, getting stuck in a loveless marriage that's filled with hate and resentment. But this time around, they don't have a middleman. They're going to make themselves miserable, and I'm so happy about it. Sure, they may have taken away my childhood from me with their crap, but I sure feel like one now, watching with glee as the two people I resent the most bind themselves to one another permanently. The best part is knowing that if they were at any point even remotely decent people, they could so easily get out of this. But no, they never will, because they'd rather rot in that misery than admit they messed up. They got exactly what they wanted. They're the victims, the poor souls who were so in love that they couldn't see through it. It's perfect. At this point, it's too late for them to do anything. Even if they do realize what I did, what are they going to do? Admit they're not the victims? That I played up how bad I was to make them look better? That there's no real love there? No, they won't. They will not realize, because right now they're riding the high of getting what they wanted, and by the time it fades away, they'll be like two bulls in a pit, too busy fighting to think about anything else. If they ever do realize, they won't tell. Why would they? Who would even believe it when all I've done is try to prove them right? As for me, my professor has been a lifesaver. She helped me gather the paperwork I needed to transfer to another uni and got me in contact with the amazing lawyer who helped me write the contract. I needed it to be a contract. If we had gone to court over this, I would have had to deal with these jerks for so much longer. On top of that, well, a contract that seems entirely made by me makes me look so much worse than a decision made by a judge. Right now I'm trying to focus on passing all my finals, but I'll update again if I happen to be wrong and they do divorce. I'm sorry to those who assumed I wasn't like them. I wanted them to suffer the way I did, and I truly believe dealing with each other or having to admit they were wrong is the worst suffering I could inflict on them. So yeah, I guess the apple doesn't fall far from the tree. How can I, male 33, comfort my wife who's 27 in her depression after she fell for a scam and spent $25,000? My wife of 8 years fell victim to a scam, in which she sent roughly $25,000 to a scammer who promised to transfer $10 million to her so that she could help people in Africa. So it was well intended, but did not seek my counsel initially. After she sent $6,000, she then approached me and I pointed out the red flags in the story. She prayed about it and felt that God told her it was the right thing to do. This became a point of contention in our marriage for the past 3 months. She opened and maxed out 2 credit cards to keep it from me. She never lied to me about it when I asked her, but certainly avoided telling me the whole truth. This bled into our normal lives as well. She used to call and text me about her days and things she has questions about. She's withdrawn from me, except for the day-to-day items needed to keep the family running. I feel similar to having been cheated on, just more of a financial affair. I obviously have trust issues when it comes to money with her. I've opened separate accounts and taken her name off my credit cards. There isn't anything left of our savings, including our emergency savings. I've cut my spending back tremendously. I used to go out to eat twice a week and bring food from home the other 3 days. I now only bring food from home. I haven't bought a new video game in the last 3 months. This has impacted my life and limited what I can do. I understand that she is who I married, and I have no interest in divorce. I accept this hardship that she brought upon us. I just want to move beyond this and grow back together. This brings me to the point that I am writing for advice about. She told the scammer she isn't sending any more money. They're still in communication, but the scam is starting to fall apart. My wife is becoming more and more depressed as it does. She says this gave her a lot of purpose in her life. I want to comfort her and do whatever I can to bring her out of her depression. I know that time will be my best friend, but I know that I can do things to help. But I'm still angry at her for spending our entire savings and racking up credit card debt. How can I comfort her without condoning her actions? Edit. Thank you to the very few of you that actually offered objective advice on her depression. To the rest of you, shame on you. Wait, she's still communicating with the scammer? Is she insane, or are you? One of you has to be in order to let this situation continue. Look, the behavior has to stop before forgiveness and comforting can stop. You've just avoided the conflict by restricting her access to what little money you have left, but that's not good enough. You need to actually get through to her and talk this out, or it will happen again. Surprised no one else had pointed this out yet. Why on earth did she think it was okay to spend $25,000 without asking you in the first place? Forget the scam for a second. She made a life-changing financial decision behind your back. That's messed up on so many levels, no matter what it is. If divorce isn't on the table, she absolutely needs counseling. This is the type of reckless behavior that leads to, "I bought you a new car for Christmas." Yeah, surprise. The whole thing is on loan in our names. Isn't that awesome? Only $900 a month for 72 months. Absolutely seen this happen, especially with credit cards. Did she send the money directly from the credit cards? If so, can't you dispute the charge and do a back charge on it, especially if it was done fraudulently? Is she still in contact with the scammer? Have you contacted the authorities? Both of you should seek therapy. Her depression likely was there before this scam, and you need to find out the source of her depression if you want to improve your marriage. My husband ditched us to go see the Grateful Dead, and I'm done. My husband is a deadhead. His entire identity is built around this band, and he's seen them in their various incarnations over 50 times. Normally, I don't mind, but 2 years ago, I was in an accident that left me unable to work. I now receive a tiny disability check once a month for it. He works, but it hasn't been easy with the cost of everything skyrocketing. My disability check doesn't even cover the full cost of our rent, even though our rent is the lowest in our area. Long story short, Dead & Company is made up of what remains of the Grateful Dead, and this is supposed to be their last tour. We live on the East Coast, where he's already seen them twice, which was already more than we can afford. But a few days ago, he took out a loan and bought tickets to go see their final show in San Francisco, along with round-trip air and hotel for whatever else he needs out there. Me and the kids are left with $10, some pocket change, and what feels like a very big forget you. School starts back in a month, and the kids both need school supplies and clothes. I could name 1,000 things that we need, things that we're going without while money is tight, but this is what he chose to do. We're not going to starve over the weekend, but I don't even have enough money to go get them a pizza while their dad is having a blast on the other side of the country and hanging out with some of his online deadhead fam. I understand that this band means a lot to him, and I tried to be supportive of that, but I feel like he's crossed a line here. He refused to talk about how much all of this is costing us, but when I looked up the cost of the concert tickets, flight tickets, hotels, transportation, and food, the bare minimum figure I could get is still around $1,000. It could very well be, and probably is, a lot more than that. I've supported him through a lot of things, but this weekend, while he's off having fun and leaving us to fend for ourselves, I'm slowly planning my divorce. I'm playing nice while I get all of my ducks in a row, but this is it for me. I'm tired of watering down essentials like shampoo or laundry soap, living off rice and beans just for him to turn around and take out a loan so that he can go to a show all by himself across the country. Update. I wasn't expecting I'd need an update already, but he knows. Someone here decided to share my event elsewhere, and he saw it on Facebook. He's angry that I've made him look like a jerk. I told him all I did was talk about it without naming him, and if people decide he's a jerk based on his actions, he's got no one to blame but himself. I'm so nervous, I'm shaking, and I feel like I'm sick. Some friends have offered to come help me pack and let me and the boys stay with them until I can figure out something more permanent. Edit. Also, please don't try to send me, or anyone pretending to be me or pretending to collect on my behalf, anything. We're in good hands right now, and we're not going to go without. I figured, since this whole thing blew up today, I might as well tell all of my friends what's going on, and they've really pulled up for us. So, we're definitely going to be okay. My ex was a huge juggalette. Knowing all their songs, was big in the community, all that jazz. Like you, I tried to be supportive, even though I didn't like their everything for the most part. It was almost her whole identity to be one. I too learned the hard way that the needs of us/me were secondary to that lifestyle. We never spent Valentine's Day together because that was Juggalo Day, so she had to be somewhere. The one time I decided to give it a try, I had to back out because I needed to work a bunch of overtime in order to not get behind on bills, and she went without me. She would bend over backwards to overwork herself in order to pay for tickets to these events, but wouldn't do the same when money was getting tight for bills. When I broke my foot 2 days after buying a house for us, she would barely work to help with the bills, but would work to buy tickets. While I was out of work and unable to walk, she would leave for a week or two to go to these events and leave me alone, all the while trying to convince me to go with a broken foot. All while I had to dip into my dwindling savings to pay for everything. In the 4 months I was out of work, she contributed $1,200 total for all 4 months, even though we agreed to go half and half on bills, which was about $850 for both of us after everything was said and done. Normally I don't respond to these kinds of posts with, "You should leave them," because it feels callous to say, because sometimes you can't just leave them like you leave a bad party. But this, leave them. Let them live their one-note life. Maybe, like my ex, he'll find someone just as into that culture and they can be happy together. You deserve someone who doesn't throw you to the side just because it's maybe the last time I'll get to see them live, or whatever other excuse they come up with. The excuses never stop, and that trust can't realistically be rebuilt. Am I the jerk for trying to get my daughter to switch schools? My ex and I share custody of our daughter, Kelly, who's 12. She was 3 when we split. We have a court order that we have to share the cost of her education through her graduating high school, and we have a 2 yes, 1 no policy. We did this as we always intended for her to attend private schools, which is quite the investment. Plus, she's both of our kid. Kelly's been in a private school that focuses on STEM. It's K through 12, so she's been there since kindergarten. She loves it. The only issue has been it's a bit of a drive, 45 minutes, and they don't have buses. We've tried to find carpool situations, but the only person from the school in our area moved a few years ago. No relatives nearby to help. We tried hiring someone to drive her, but they weren't reliable. Still, it's been worth the sacrifice. Important note, Kelly lives with me during the week and sees her dad on the weekends. I'm the one who brings her to and from school. Last year I remarried. My husband brought his 2 kids into the relationship. They're 16 and 17. Both attend a private school in town. Similar issue with no busing. We also don't have their own cars, and we can't afford that. My husband is a widower, so he's their only parent. He starts work at 6 a.m., so it's up to me to get the kids to school every day. It's been a bit of a mess trying to get everyone there on time. My stepkid's private school doesn't have before or after school programs and starts after Kelly's. It's a tight squeeze to get her there, then get back to their school. After much discussion, my husband and I decided it would be best for Kelly to start at her step-sibling's school. We talked to my ex about it, and he was very hesitant, but said if Kelly wanted it, he'd be on board. Kelly doesn't want to. This school doesn't have a STEM program. She doesn't want to leave her friends. She asked why her step-siblings don't have to move to her school, and I said it's because that's more than my husband can afford. I'd chip in, but I can't afford to pay 2.5 tuitions, the half being what I pay for hers. Plus, they aren't into STEM or science, which is what the school is heavily focused on. Kelly is refusing to go. I've tried talking to her, bribing her, etc. She isn't budging. Therefore, neither is her dad. It's frustrating, and I voiced that. I even tried to compromise that it would just be up until her step-siblings graduated, 2 years, and she said, in that case, I should easily put up with this for 2 years. Now she's been at her dad's and says she's not coming home until I drop the matter. I said I want to talk about it, but she refuses. Am I the jerk? Edit. As it's come up several times, prior to me, my husband and his kids lived closer to their school. Now they live with me, and that's out of walking distance. My stepkids are on financial aid for school. We have a mortgage. It isn't just the cost of the car, but gas and insurance. Yes, I can afford my daughter's tuition and a driver at one point, but I was splitting the cost with my ex, who makes far more. Edit 2. The money saved from going from 2 homes to 1 has gone to medical debt from his wife passing of cancer, plus helping me pay off my mortgage. We don't have the money. There's no public transport. No one is willing to take them. You're the jerk. You have a kid who actually likes going to school, and you pull her out because of your stepkids? Ask your husband to drive his own kids before work instead of neglecting your own. You can afford 3 kids in private school and to hire a driver, but can't afford cars for the teenagers? That's laughable. Get them cheap cars like most teens get, or tell them to save up and buy their own car like the rest. But you can absolutely afford a car, just maybe not one as nice as your apparent lifestyle would be accustomed to. And you're the jerk. It sounds like she's in the better school, and it wouldn't be such a tight run if she was dropped off a bit earlier. You can't just uproot her social life and aspirations like STEM, etc., because it's easier for your new family, which she didn't get a say in. Maybe you should switch so she lives with her dad in the week and you on the weekends to make school transport easier, or hire a better or more reliable driver for her. But she should stay in the school she's in. Why should she get a bad deal because it's inconvenient for you and your new family when she as your biological daughter should come first? If hubby can't afford his kids' school fees, that's his problem, not hers. Karen expected me to risk my life for her. I, 29 male, work for a small hardware store in my city. I'm about 6'2", chubby, but still muscular from all the heavy lifting I do for work. Early this morning, me, and we will call her Nancy, 49 female, were at the store before opening to do inventory. It was about an hour before opening, and Nancy went outside to grab something from her car. She came back in a few minutes later with someone walking behind her, holding her at pew-pew point. I've never been involved in any kind of robbery before, aside from minor shoplifting attempts, so I froze in place. The guy then pointed it at me, telling me to keep my hands visible and to follow them. Nancy was technically the opening manager, and therefore had keys to the store and vault in the back office, so he held me up while she emptied it. He was gone in about 10 minutes, but it felt like an eternity. Our store doesn't have any kind of silent alarm, so once we were sure he was gone, I went and called 911. After I got off the phone, Nancy comes up to me and asks, word for word, "What is wrong with you?" I stare at her, completely caught off guard, and asked her what she was talking about. She proceeds to rant at me up until the police arrive. To sum up her rant, she basically said I was a pathetic excuse of a man for not protecting a single mother when she was in danger. I asked her what she expected me to do in that situation. She expected me to try to get the pew-pew away from him so that he couldn't hurt her. It was around that point that the police arrived to take our statements and ensured we were okay. My actual boss is on vacation this week, but has given me the next 2 days off, paid, I love this guy, to recover from the shock of the situation and to call him if I need anything. I haven't told him about Nancy's rant yet. I'm still trying to process everything she said to me. Nancy is divorced, and her son is a 19-year-old college student who doesn't live with her. During her rant, she kept going on about how, "Who would watch my baby if something happened to me?" Stuff like that. I'm hoping it was just adrenaline from the robbery, but if the next time I see her she's still acting this way, I'll report her. Edit 2. There have been some comments claiming Nancy was in on it. She seemed genuinely terrified, so I doubt she was, but now I can't get that thought out of my head. Update. The hardware store I work for is small, just in the physical sense. It's still technically one of the big-name hardware stores in the US, just not warehouse-sized like the ones with the orange and blue logos. 2. When I said that Nancy had emptied the vault, I wasn't referring to an actual safe or lockbox. The vault in our store refers to a small, double-locked room where they store the money orders the store receives from the big armored trucks. 3. Nancy actually is the HR manager for our store. Because the store manager was out of town for the week, she was the acting store manager along with the other person who was off that day. My actual store manager, Nancy, and the third associate are the only ones with keys to the vault. Now for the update. I'm not sure if I'm more angry or scared right now, but I got off the phone with my store manager half an hour ago. He was reviewing the security camera footage that was sent to him from his hotel room. I knew the store had cameras. What I didn't know is that we have cameras that face the parking lot. Some of you mentioned it in the comments, so you may not be surprised to hear that Nancy has been arrested for assisting in robbing the store. I can't go into extreme detail, but according to my boss, the robber was seen exiting Nancy's car when she went outside. They spoke for a bit before walking back to the store. I don't know much else aside from the guy was her new boyfriend. I'm feeling so many different emotions right now. Confusion, anger, fear, etc. She did all of this for just a few $1,000s. I don't know if she was chewing me out about the single mother thing because she had hoped I would have done something to warrant getting hurt over. All I know is that this woman, who originally did my hiring interview, is insane. As I said, I think I'm going to look into therapy for this. It's just too much for me to process alone. My boss has offered me additional leave of absence if needed as well. So for now, I'm going to take some time off, and if I get any more info I can share, I'll further update you. 10 years ago, I gave dating advice to a neckbeard and still think about him. So this happened when I, now 30 female, was in college on a dating site. I was messaged by a neckbeard-looking guy. In his profile pic, he wore a fedora, had a beard, was overweight, etc. His opening message was something along the lines of, I know there's no way you'd ever be into me, but you seem really cool. I knew that I wasn't interested in him romantically, but I checked out his profile because I was also looking for friends and wanted to see what we had in common. What I saw on his page broke my heart. Just paragraphs of him saying self-deprecating things about how he's lame or ugly, or a loser that no one would ever want to date. He was practically apologizing for existing. I think what hurt the most was knowing a lot of what he wrote down was probably said to him in the past, and as someone who's been bullied before and also had self-confidence issues, I couldn't turn a blind eye. I replied to him and politely told him I'm not interested in dating him, but asked if I could give him some advice for his profile. He agreed to hear me out, and I began typing away. I think I spent a solid 15 to 30 minutes writing my reply. I explained that if you write paragraphs about how much you think you suck and aren't fun to date, people will believe you and not give you a chance. I said he should try to talk more about his interests and what he likes to do so that he's more likely to appeal to someone with the same interests and hobbies as him. I emphasized that he should try and put his best foot forward and talk more about his good qualities, being a good friend or a good listener or open-minded, etc. Once I clicked send, I waited for his response with bated teeth. I don't remember exactly what he said, but it was something along the lines of, "Honestly, I was expecting you to tear me apart and make fun of me, but this sounds genuinely helpful. Thank you." We wished each other good luck and never spoke again since. It's been over 10 years since that exchange happened, and I frequently wonder what happened to him. I've been thinking about him a lot more since the rise of Alpha Bro podcasts. I want to believe he tried working on his self-confidence issues and was able to move forward, but I also know that people online are mean, and there was definitely a culture of making fun of people in fedoras with neckbeards, even if they weren't pulling the "milady" stuff. I know that even if he's on Reddit, the odds of him finding this post are slim to none. But if you're a guy who wore a fedora in Maryland or DC 10 years ago and got online dating advice from a lady who was an art major, I hope you're doing well, and I hope you're doing better. I hope you learn to love more about yourself, and I hope you found love too. Karen crashes my car because she wouldn't stop texting. I'm 25, male. My little sister, who's 18, let's call her Christy, has recently gotten her license. She obviously thinks she's an incredible driver and can handle a car no matter what. After only 4 months of driving, she's already become one of those people who put their phone in their lap to be able to look at messages and access it quickly while they're driving. It drives us all insane, to be honest, and I and other family members have talked to her about it multiple times. It goes in one ear and out the other. Yesterday, she did it again while driving my car when we were out getting groceries. She had been distracted for almost the whole drive and even continued to look at her phone after a brief break when I told her to stop it. When she was about to roll into a parking spot, she probably got a message and looked down at the phone. I noticed that she was about to ram into a lantern, and when I was sure that she wouldn't cause damage to any other vehicles, I decided to just let her run into it instead of intervening. It was a huge shock to her, and she just sat there completely still for like 15 seconds, processing what had just happened. It wasn't until I said, "Will you learn to leave that phone alone now?" that she spoke again. The first thing she said was, "Why didn't you tell me?" in an absolutely baffled tone, and I told her straight up that I didn't tell her so she'd learn a lesson. She was absolutely livid and tried to push all the blame onto me for not intervening, but I told her it would have been the same outcome had I not been there, and that ultimately she, as a driver, is responsible for not only her, but also other passengers' safety. Christy was absolutely gobsmacked that she messed around and found out, even more so when I told her that she would have to account for half the damage that she caused in the accident that the insurance wouldn't even cover. In total, that was just shy of $200. Blown out light, bent bumper, and a dent in the hood, plus a few scratches and the damage to the pole of the lantern. She went completely wild, but I told her she's lucky I'm not making her pay for everything since she was driving while being on the phone. A few days after the insurance gave me the sum and I told Christy what she owes me, which she paid me immediately, she told me that apparently because of this, she won't be able to go on a trip with her friends and that I'm a massive jerk. She also added she would have learned her lesson otherwise too. I personally doubt that she would have, and honestly, distracted drivers are the worst. Am I the jerk? Not the jerk. I applaud you for being willing to sacrifice your vehicle to help your sister learn a hugely important lesson. The fright, coupled with the very real consequence of being responsible for damages, should resonate with her for a while. I hope she will also reflect on what else might have happened, such as if that lantern had been a pedestrian. I think I'm going to have to end things with the man I love because I don't want kids. I'm 30 female and my boyfriend is 34 male. We've been together for the last 4 years. Our first date was basically our whole life stories and just talking about everything and anything, whether it be deep or not. I would say most of our relationship has been this way. Even when we fight, which has maybe happened a couple of times, we'll take a break and regroup once emotions settle. When we disagree, we talk it through. He looks at me like I'm the most beautiful person he's ever seen. He constantly tells me how lucky he is to have me and how I deserve the world. We both love to cook and clean for the other person, so we always have different games set up, and the loser gets to relax while the winner gets to pamper the loser. I know it sounds weird, but it works for us. I love this man so much, and I know he loves me just as much. Now here's the problem. A couple months into us dating, kids got brought up. Communication is super important to me and him, so I told him I didn't want kids. He thought I was joking because all of my friends and siblings have kids at this point, and I'm the fun tia, auntie. I even put together parties for the kids and fun themed days when I'm having one-on-one time with them. I do love kids, but I don't want any of my own. I explained that and he said, well, maybe you haven't met the right guy. I had to sit him down and explain that while I do believe people can change, he cannot be with me expecting my opinion about kids to change. He needs to take my not wanting kids at face value instead of hoping that I will change my mind, because what if I don't change my mind? I asked him to think it through for a week or two, and then we can circle back to the topic, because at this point, we're thinking about being official. But if kids were that important to him, then we needed to stop now before it gets much harder down the line. He told me later that kids are not that important to him and that he can see a future without kids. Fast forward to a month ago. His parents and some extended family were visiting for my boyfriend's brother's wedding. We're in the US and his family's from Eastern Europe. I've always gotten along with his parents and his brother's now wife. His parents will visit a couple times a year and have always been so kind and thoughtful. At the wedding reception, I was being introduced to all of the family. Eventually, someone asked when my boyfriend and I were getting married, and my boyfriend just winked at the question because he knew I already knew that he was planning to propose soon. He just asked way too many ring-related questions since he knows I hate diamonds, but wasn't sure the direction he should go since I barely wear rings. He could propose to me with a ring pop for all I care. Later at one point, one of his cousins asked how I would feel about my future kids learning their native language, to which I responded, "Oh, I don't want kids, but I'm actually learning the language myself." There were a few members of the family around, including my boyfriend's parents, no boyfriend though, and they all looked at me shocked. I didn't understand why I was getting that look, so I just awkwardly laughed and asked everyone not to tell my boyfriend I was learning the language because I wanted to surprise him. I thought it would be cute to respond to his proposal in his native language. I went looking for my boyfriend and found his brother and the bride instead. We were talking and eventually I asked, "Hey, is it weird in your culture to not have kids? Because I got this really weird look from your parents when I said I don't want kids." His brother proceeds to tell me that it's not weird, but that my boyfriend has always wanted to have kids, so it probably shocked their parents to hear that I don't want any. Apparently, my boyfriend always wanted at least 3 kids, and he has always been super excited about the idea of having them. I think his brother noticed the look on my face and backtracked a bit, saying something like, "Wait, it's not a big deal. He changed his mind because he loves you more than the idea of having kids." On the ride back home with my boyfriend, I asked my boyfriend if he really is okay about not having kids. He sighed because apparently he had heard from his parents about what I had said. He apologized about it and said that he did stop talking about kids since we have been together, but that his parents always assumed he would still have them. He also sometimes wonders if I'll change my mind, but he doesn't think I ever will. He said that when we talked about this while we were dating, he could imagine a future without kids because he couldn't imagine a future without me. It's been a month since the wedding, but I've started to notice little things with my boyfriend. A lot of our friends have kids, and I'm always letting my friends know that they can bring their kids over instead of having to find a babysitter. I've noticed that my boyfriend looks slightly envious when he sees our friends interact with their kids, or sometimes I see him look slightly dejected when he sees a family with a bunch of kids. Maybe this is in my head now that I know that he's always wanted to be a dad until he met me. Maybe it's not in my head. I truly want him to be happy, but I know I don't want to be a mom. I wish I felt differently, and I wish I could compromise with him. But I would never want to bring kids into this world knowing I don't want them. That's not fair to the kid. And if him being happy means he finds someone else to have kids with, I'll have to live with that. He knows something is wrong because he said I feel far away lately. I think he knows why. I know I have to sit down with him and fully talk this out. Part of me feels like this conversation will lead to us breaking up because he really truly does want to have kids. He might resent me for not wanting to have them. I just feel terrible. Update. 2 days after my original post, my boyfriend and I sat down to talk finally. As I suspected, he knew exactly what had been bugging me, but he didn't want to push me to have the conversation before I was ready. He started it off with why he is okay with not having kids. He grew up with his parents and brother. He saw the joy that his parents got from raising the two of them, but he also saw how unhappy they were in their marriage. Yes, they are still together, but they're more like co-parents and roommates than an actual couple. My boyfriend was very cynical when it came to relationships growing up because he felt like he never saw enough happy couples. His parents weren't happy. His friends were in and out of relationships. He was in and out of relationships. In his head, kids would bring him and his partner happiness and purpose in a relationship. Yes, he admitted to the absolute insanity that was his thinking, but when we started dating, he realized this and started going to therapy to help him work these feelings out. He's been in therapy ever since. He said when he met me, I changed everything for him, and that he knew on our second date that he was going to marry me. So when months later I mentioned I didn't want kids, he was disappointed, but the main reason was because the idea of having little versions of me running around was something he had thought about for the months we were dating. And yes, he meant it when he said that he could see a future without kids, but couldn't see a future without me. It's why he had been super supportive about it when I was looking into surgeries to prevent having kids for me. It's why he never even brings up the possibility of either one of us changing our minds. I asked if he was jealous of our friends who have kids, and he laughed. He said that when he sees a family or sees our friends with their kids, he can see that the relationship between a parent and the kid is special, but the freedom that we have in our relationship, along with extra funds we have for ourselves, far outweigh his past feelings about being a dad. He said that I was his family, and if I didn't want to increase the size of our family, that he has no problems with that because he's already so happy. He finally found the love of his life, which he never thought would happen, so he doesn't want to mess with something that's perfect. He just never brought it up with his family and was slightly concerned that they would try to pressure us. Kids are a big thing in their family. His brother already knew and obviously had no problems with it. He said he had a talk with his parents and the relatives he was closest with about it. His parents are not exactly happy, but my boyfriend admitted to me that he lied to them and said he was the one who didn't want to have kids. He just wasn't sure what their reaction would be and didn't want me to deal with any of the negative backlash. He said if I ever feel pressured about anything ever, whether it be by him or his family or even my family, to let him know because we're partners and we work through these things together. He isn't afraid of going no contact with anyone who makes a big deal about something that isn't any of their business. I told him that my main concern was that he was putting my happiness over his because he has a tendency to do that with people he loves. And I didn't want him to regret anything later down the line. He said he understood my concern, but that he swore up and down that these 4 years have been the happiest of his life, and the fact that I was so stressed out about whether he was happy or not is further proof that we are meant for each other, because I also have a tendency to put his happiness over my own. He then proposed to me with the original ring he bought the first year we were dating. I didn't even know he had bought a ring before. He said he would have done it that first year, but I had made a comment that I wanted to wait at least 3 years before getting engaged, and now he's making significantly more money, so he's been looking to go all out on a new ring. But I really love the ring he originally bought. It isn't big or flashy, but it is a very unique design that's subtle and beautiful. The color is also the same color as my boyfriend's eyes, which I'm always gushing about. So I told him there's no point in looking for another ring because this one was already perfect. Am I the jerk for canceling vacation less than 24 hours in due to my kids' behavior? My husband and I have 3 kids, sons who are 9 and 8 and a daughter who's 3. The boys have been driving us crazy. They fight like cats and dogs. We've had countless talks with them about respecting each other, to no avail. I understand sibling rivalry, but it's gotten to the point it's disruptive to us all, every day. I already told my husband last week I wasn't sure if the vacation was a good idea. My husband shut me down pretty much immediately, and things went ahead as planned. First of all, the 3.5-hour car ride was predictably horrible. Boys fighting and riling each other up the whole time. Husband and I kept trying to reassure each other that things would be better once we got there, and they would be too excited to cause trouble. We were wrong. They had so many reminders of what not to do once we got to the rental house, so they do everything wrong from the get-go. Shoes on the white furniture? Check. Running in the house? Check. I turned my back for 2 seconds, and one of them threw a box of chalk in the pool to keep his brother from getting it. We went out to lunch, and they were out of control in the restaurant. One ran away from us in a strange place because he didn't get his way. We finally got to the beach and they're frankly being brats, refusing sunscreen, fighting over toys, pushing their luck repeatedly, going further and further out in the water than we told them to. By the time we got back to the house, it was around dinner time and I was fed up. They were totally ruining it for everybody. Nothing had worked and I told my husband we needed to go home for the reasons mentioned above, mainly that they needed to see a real consequence. My husband still insisted it would get better. I put my foot down and told him that I didn't even want to be there at that point, so either I was leaving or we all were. He got super upset and told me it was ridiculous and unfair to our daughter. I actually agree with him, but saw no other choice at this point. Of course, when I tell the kids, they immediately burst into tears and are begging to stay, promising they'll behave. My mother, who came with us, was also near tears. She thinks her precious grandbabies do no wrong. She argued with me too, begging me to just let it go, but I refused to budge. So we left, less than 24 hours into a 4-day vacation. Half the ride home was spent with them crying, and my husband pretty much gave me the silent treatment the whole way. My mother decided to stay behind a little bit longer, but then started randomly texting me about 30 minutes in, asking if I was serious. She knew I was, and told me the whole reason she came was to spend time with the kids. So I had now ruined it for everybody and their only little ones. Here we are the following evening, and pretty much no one likes me right now except my 3-year-old. Are they right? Am I the jerk? Not the jerk. Actions have consequences. Your sons are learning a needed lesson. Not the jerk. Kids need consequences, and it sounds as though your husband and mother have been too inclined to give them one more chance. If you ever need to say to them again, "Stop that," or "We're going home," they'll know that you mean it. You're the jerk. Your kids are brats because they were raised by bad parents. They're under 10. I completely blame the parents. You need to figure things out. Both you and your husband need to get on the same page with respect, responsibilities, and discipline. Am I the jerk for not wanting to split my jackpot win with my husband's friend? I, 30 female, played the lottery for the first time last year when everyone was talking about the Powerball jackpot. Since then, I've played casually, only spending a few dollars a week. I occasionally won a few bucks, but I never really expected to win anything big. But it was nice to dream, as I had a ton of debt and have been struggling a lot. Fast forward to a few months ago, won't say the month for privacy. I checked the winning numbers one night against my ticket, and it matched with my numbers perfectly. Initially, I didn't believe it and thought that there had to be a mistake, so I told my husband, male 35, and we checked it like a dozen times, and I was right. We won. It's life-changing, multi-generational, forget you money. We instantly agreed to keep the news to ourselves and wait a few months before we did anything. The past few months have been incredible, filled with disbelief, and though it's been difficult, we have managed not to make any large purchases or change our lifestyle. We fantasized about what to do with our money, but the time to claim is drawing near, so we have begun having more practical discussions about how to claim it and what to do with it. While discussing, my husband, Adam, brought up that he thinks it'll be a great idea to split the money with his best friend and business partner, Tim. Tim and Adam have been friends since they were in middle school and have done everything together ever since. Together, they've started businesses, worked together, invested money, moved to the same town, and have often dreamed about our families making it big together. Since we have taken risks together and are close, Adam feels it's fair to give them 1/3 of the cash prize so that 1, we're not going on this journey to a new life alone, and 2, it's suspicious to make all this money suddenly and more easily explained if Tim makes money as well, since we do everything together. I, however, feel it's risky to share that we've come into this money with them because Tim's family tends to be more flashy and like showing off, and I don't fully trust that they will keep it quiet or modest enough to not raise suspicion. This is important because I've seen community members harass and attack people with far less money just because they feel entitled. This could jeopardize our safety, so I want to avoid it if at all possible. Also, I'm not really comfortable with his plan to add Tim and his wife as members of our LLC to claim the prize, because I think it could have them feel entitled to a bigger chunk or take the money. Adam thinks I'm being selfish, and he won't enjoy our newfound wealth if his friend isn't living the same lifestyle. But I think we could find a way to later give them some money after figuring out a way to explain how we came into it without telling them that we won the lottery. No idea how to do that yet. Anyway, am I the jerk for not wanting to tell them we won the lottery and split the money with them? Am I selfish? Not the jerk. Call an attorney and a financial advisor. Keep the money out of your husband's business. Not the jerk. If you want to buy Tim a new Accord, go nuts. But giving him 1/3 of your winnings is insane. Talk to a lawyer ASAP. If you're not already talking to one, you're doing it wrong. Also, get the money somewhere that your husband cannot decide to move it without your permission and knowledge. I'm 28, female, and my boyfriend, who's 31, is obsessed with becoming a content creator and emptied out retirement funds. He really wants to be a YouTuber/Twitch streamer. He makes YouTube videos and streams on Twitch. Around 4 years ago, he quit his job and pulled everything he could out of his 401k to try and do it full time. It didn't take off. He ran out of money and had to get a job again. The first time he did it, he made it 9 months before running out of money. Rinse and repeat about once a year. He stuffs his 401k with money, but then quits and pulls it all out to try and do this full time again. Also, because he quits so soon, he's not vested and doesn't get to keep any employer match. He now makes it about a month before running out of money and having to go back to work, except he basically starts with zero retirement. We just started the 4th iteration. He informed me last night that he has quit his job and started the withdrawal process for his 401k. I asked him what's his game plan, and it's basically, just do the same thing, but more often now that I don't have to go to a job. I've tried encouraging him to make a plan and try different content, not gaming, but he's convinced playing Valorant will get him there. I'm a full-time streamer on Twitch and make a lot of money doing brand deals on TikTok and YouTube for gaming stuff. He really wants this lifestyle and refuses to accept that he may just need to keep working while working on YouTube on the side. I try to remind him that I streamed to no one for years while working full-time, and lockdown is probably the only reason I succeeded, and that ship is long gone. I would love for him to succeed with it, but I need him to work if we're going to be married one day. I need him to be saving for retirement and be responsible. I've never had to cover his bills or anything like that, but I'm worried about his future because he keeps yanking out his retirement repeatedly. I don't know how to approach this. We had great years together before I became a streamer, and now it's the job he wants. I've tried encouraging him to try new things while also working full-time, but I don't understand because I got laid off at lockdown and got to just do it while the government sent me checks. I worry it never happens for him and he has no retirement, but also no career growth because he quits so often. I don't know what to do. I have multiple streamer friends. Almost all of them do it after work at a real job. Only one friend actually pays his bills with streaming. He too streamed to no one for years and slowly built himself up from the ground while working other jobs. He's also very smart about what he streams, markets himself, and with all that, there are still times where he runs thin enough to consider getting a part-time job again. Your boyfriend is delusional. This is the new equivalent of, I'm gonna start a band. If you're still wanting to make this work, you need to sit him down and tell him bluntly that this didn't work the last 8 times he did it, and you need a stable partner. If he wants to stream, he can do so after work. If he gets to where he's making good supplemental income, then he can quit. Money is one of the #1 reasons of divorce routinely. This is a major problem and needs to get sorted. My wife won't let me attend my favorite band's concert. Context: my favorite band is coming into town this week, and we've been planning on going to this concert for a long time. The band, my wife introduced me to, and it's now my favorite band. She takes pride in that and wants us to experience the concert together. She also loves them a lot. Here's the problem. My wife is 36 weeks pregnant. She doesn't and probably can't go to the concert because of the loud music, the crowds, etc. When I say that I still want to go, she's furious and frequently cries about it. She is pregnant, so I understand the crying. I can't help but feel as if she's being selfish, and just because she can't enjoy the concert doesn't mean I can't as well. What do you guys think? Am I the jerk? Edit. Okay, this blew up. I just want to add further information. First of all, I see everyone getting upset with me. I understand, but please take into consideration, this is the reason I came to this subreddit. Not because I feel as if I'm in the right. I'm asking because I wanted to seek the opinions of others. I tried to sell the tickets, but no one has bought them. I put them up for sale 2 weeks ago, and the tickets totaled to $600. I asked all of our friends, and they're all busy, so I didn't want them to go to waste. I said we planned it for a long time. That is the case. Since it's her first pregnancy, she didn't know how she would feel, and now she isn't comfortable going. I also want to add, we planned this with a group of friends, not just us. I didn't feel the need to add this information because personally I didn't think it would blow up. For those of you who are asking, this band is very niche and hasn't toured in years, especially since lockdown. She isn't worried about preterm labor, just upset that I would go without her. You're the jerk. Your wife is more important than a concert. Put her first and sell the tickets to someone else, and buy her some flowers as an apology. You're the jerk. Be serious. How do you think she feels knowing that you're going to go to a concert that she would enjoy but can't go to? Besides, this late in the pregnancy, she definitely needs your support and assistance. What if something goes wrong while you're at the concert? At this point, I would be putting all activities that place you out of reach on hiatus. She's sacrificing her entire body and mental health to grow your child. She can't drink, eat certain foods, or even sit comfortably. How have you contributed to the growth of this baby? You haven't. How about you make a small sacrifice and stay home? You're the jerk. You're the jerk. You can't be serious. If I were her, I'd seriously be calling a divorce lawyer ASAP. What kind of partner would leave his pregnant wife at home to go to a concert that you knew she wanted to go to, but can't because she's pregnant? You sound like a horrible spouse, and I guarantee you'll be an even worse father than you are husband if you're selfish enough to even think about doing something like this. I hope she sees this as the major red flag that it is and dumps your sorry butt pronto. Why she would have a kid with someone like you is beyond me. Not the jerk. You and your wife both deserve to do things every now and then that you enjoy, even if the other one can't come along for whatever reason. If I were pregnant, which I haven't been in a long time, and my husband wanted to go to a concert that I couldn't attend, I'd tell him to have a good time and bring me back a souvenir. Edit. You can insult me however you'd like, but why on earth would you attack my husband over this? He was the best man I ever knew, and he went home to be with the Lord 12 years ago. He'd be rolling over in his grave if he saw how ridiculous some of you are. Well, who do you think is the jerk? OP or his wife? Please let us know. If Reddit Boy tried to go to a concert without me, I'd celebrate. Very rarely do I get a moment away from this guy. Free pumpkin pies for everyone. This is a story from many years ago when grocery stores were closed on Christmas and Thanksgiving. I worked for a small chain of grocery stores in the Mid-Atlantic and the deli. Santoni's, shout out. A day before Thanksgiving, the bakery manager asked if anybody from our department would be willing to stay and work all night, just baking pumpkin pies for orders. We were open the day before Thanksgiving till 4, then closed Thanksgiving. I volunteered as I was a college student on Thanksgiving break. I came to work that night and was left a note about temps, timing, and packaging, but no numbers or quantities. This made me nervous, so I called the manager at home and said, "How many pies do you want me to bake?" She told me to keep baking until she came in, and I questioned that, asking, "How many pies exactly do you want me to make?" She obviously was irritated and told me that I didn't need to worry about how many, just keep cooking until she came in at 5. Okay, cue malicious compliance. I loaded a 6-wheeler cart with frozen pies, put them on trays, and started baking. As the pies were baking, I prepped racks ahead of time and folded boxes while pies cooled. I was a logistical savant. Everything went perfectly, and I was a machine operating at optimal efficiency. By the time she came in at 5, I had cooked every pumpkin pie in her freezer. She lost it. "What the heck is going on? What am I supposed to do with all these pies? You cooked over 400 pies, and I only have orders for 100. The store manager, hearing the commotion, came over and asked what was going on. She said, "She cooked every pie we have in the store, even the Christmas ones. What am I supposed to do with all these pies?" He asked, "Why did you cook all the pies?" And I told him, "She told me to." He asked her if that was true, and she said, "No, well, I told her keep cooking until I got here, but nobody's ever cooked that many before. I didn't even think it would be close." "Then this is on you," he replied and walked away. The best part was that since we were closed the next day, the employees were allowed to take all the leftover bakery items home with them. I took home 10 pumpkin pies and multiple bags of bread and rolls. Every other employee in the store was very, very grateful. Am I the jerk for leaving my date at a bar? I went on a date with a girl Sunday. Let's say her name is Mandy. I've met Mandy several times through my friend's girlfriend, Sarah. Mandy always seemed nice and fun to talk to, so I asked her to hang out Sunday. I knew she liked football because she's been by my friend's house for games several times, so I asked her to come with to watch the game. We went to a sports bar for dinner. The plan was to watch the game, have some drinks, and maybe play pool. So I picked her up Sunday. We got to the bar, and Mandy said that her friend was sitting over there at a table with some other people. She went and said hi. We sat at the bar and ate. Then she asked if it was cool if we went and sat by them. I didn't really want to, but agreed. We went over there and she introduced me. That was basically it. From then on, I felt like a third wheel. I tried to talk about football with some of the other people, but they didn't watch sports. I tried starting a conversation about other stuff with one of the guys, and it didn't seem like it was going anywhere. So I sat and watched the game while Mandy talked to her friends. Time passed, and the game was almost over, so I told Mandy I was probably going to head out after. She said, "Oh, come on, one more drink and we'll go." Okay, fine. Then her friends started buying rounds of shots for each other. Not me. Understandable, they don't know me. Besides, I was driving. I finished my soda and told Mandy I was going to go because I worked in the morning. She got a confused look and looked at her beer, then the time, and then her friends and said, "Oh well, I didn't finish my drink yet." I said, "Well, I'm leaving. I can give you a ride home if you want." She said, "Okay, let me finish my drink." I said, "Okay," and sat down. Then she started messing around with her friends again, going outside with them, playing darts, not drinking her drink. I said, "Mandy, I'm leaving." She didn't acknowledge me or say bye, so I left. Yesterday after work, Sarah called me and yelled at me about leaving Mandy stranded. She said when you drive someone somewhere, you take them home too, but she didn't know I was such a jerk to leave someone alone at a bar like that. Mandy didn't even know that I left until she saw my jacket was gone, and apparently Mandy had to lift home and I should reimburse her. I explained my side and she said, "So what? She was having fun. You should have joined in instead of sitting and moping." I feel like I really tried to get into the conversation and join the group. It just wasn't working. I didn't feel like sitting there bored forever. Her friends were there. It's not like she was alone. Am I the jerk for leaving? Not the jerk. You told her a couple times that you were leaving and offered her a ride. If she wanted a ride, she needed to wrap it up and head out with you when you left. She did not do that. Not the jerk. You gave Mandy several chances to get a ride home with you. She made her choices and got the consequences of those choices. I'm going to say you're the jerk, but only to yourself. From your story, it seemed like you were the designated driver for her to go have a good time with her friends. The fact you still hung around after all the BS she was putting you through, dude, you deserve better and shouldn't accept that behavior. Also, I wouldn't date any of Sarah's friends if this is the bunch she hangs out with. Well, who do you think is the jerk? OP or Mandy? Please let us know. I always loved horrible first dates. Just shows you that you don't need to waste any more time on this person. Am I the jerk for including my stepdaughter's hobby expenses in her allowance? My husband, Frank, who's 52, has 2 daughters from his first marriage, Alice, who's 11, and Brenda, who's 13. My husband divorced his first wife, Candy, when the kids were 3 and 5. I, 32, female, met Frank after his divorce through a mutual friend a few months after his divorce. We dated almost 8 months before I met the kids. They were 4 and 6, and I've been in their lives ever since. Frank and Candy split custody 50-50, and she and I are cordial, and the 3 of us want what's best for the kiddos, including individual and group therapy. We coordinate pickups and drop-off at school and extracurriculars, and sit next to each other at the kids' events. Brenda has a passion for baking. She likes to watch shows about it, and then tries to follow the recipes and even create her own. She also will try to mix ingredients without recipes just to see what will happen. Frank and I have encouraged this hobby as she finds the research and process of baking to be relaxing and fun. She is also responsible for cleaning up the kitchen after she bakes, an expectation she believes is also fair. We have a dishwasher that she knows how to load and use. We also bought her own mixing bowls and baking utensils, but she has free use of all kitchen appliances, obviously. However, she doesn't eat or want to really share her creations. She just likes the process and then will toss it. She will go through more than a pound of flour and 8 sticks of butter in a week. Alice likes to play online video games and will ask for money to buy in-game money to play with her friends. With growing food costs and to teach them the value of $1, Frank told both kids he was increasing their monthly allowance from $25 a month to $75, but with the stipulation that they both pay for their own hobbies, meaning any baking Brenda wanted to do, she can buy her own supplies, and any in-game money Alice wanted to buy, she can use her allowance for. Since increasing their allowance, they are more hesitant to add money to their hobbies, though Brenda is still baking several times a month and Alice is still getting in-game money, but significantly less. Brenda has brought up frequently that she feels it's mean that she has to save her money, about $20 worth, to pay for flour and dairy products when we should just buy it for her. We've explained our reasoning several times. Candy recently approached Frank and I, demanding to know why we're not being supportive of Brenda's hobby. We explain the reasoning behind it, and she insists we should just pay for it to be supportive. We've argued that this is supportive and also a teaching tool to learn that things cost money and how to save for the things you want, which both kids have demonstrated by saving and minimizing their purchases. Candy also doesn't allow Brenda to bake at her home because she doesn't have time to deal with it, even though she is capable of cleaning up with minor supervision. Am I the jerk for including my stepkids' hobbies in their allowance? You're the jerk for allowing her to throw out that much food. What a waste. If she doesn't want to eat it, that's fine. But why do you allow her to refuse to let the rest of the family eat it? OP. I appreciate your judgment, and I hate wasting the food. I grew up poor, and we are now comfortable middle class, and it hurts. But also, her creations are mostly experimental, and she doesn't like to take advice on how to improve things. So her baking is not very edible or visually appealing. Lots of food dye, to put it mildly. If I gave them to the neighbors, it would frankly be insulting. Here, throw this away in your trash, not mine. This is one of the reasons we wanted to have the allowance, to limit the food waste and have her be more careful with her ingredients. Not the jerk. I disagree with Candy and your friends. Frank increased their allowance while stipulating that they had to pay for their hobbies. Great. Now Brenda understands how to be better with her money. Baking is an expensive hobby, and the costs make even less sense if you aren't going to even eat or share the stuff you're baking. Also, is an allowance not money that comes from the parents? Frank is still effectively paying for Brenda's hobby while also teaching her how to spend money wisely. Good for you. You're the jerk, as is your husband, for teaching a 13-year-old that it's perfectly acceptable to flagrantly waste food as a hobby, no matter who's paying for it. Well, what do you think? Is OP the jerk for how her and her husband are doing this or not? Please let us know. Am I the jerk for yelling at my mom about the haircut she gave me and going to my dad's? I, 17 female, was recently told by my mom that I should schedule a hair appointment because the ends of my hair were getting really split. I called and they told me they were basically all booked for the next month due to someone needing a surgery and having to move appointments around. I told my mom that, and she said that she could do it, and I kinda decided, why not? I guess it's good to not have a ton of split ends. So she set up a chair and got the scissors and began doing her work. I was scrolling through Instagram, but after the first 2 cuts, I noticed there was a massive amount of hair on the floor. I asked her why there was so much hair on the floor, and she said my hair was really damaged. I got up and looked in the mirror, and she had cut it at basically my shoulders. For context, my hair is basically down to my waist. I asked her what on earth she was thinking, and she just repeated that it was damaged, like some sort of malfunctioning spam call program. I looked at a few chunks of undamaged hair in the mirror, and there was 1, maybe 2 at most inches of split ends. I asked her why on earth she had basically cut off 2 feet of hair for no reason, and she now said, I accidentally cut off a bit too much. I pretty much had to let her finish because there was already too much gone to do anything else about it. So she kept cutting and then claimed she had made it uneven by mistake, so she took even more off. In the end, I was left with basically a bob cut at my chin. I was upset, so I grabbed my school stuff and a few clothes and drove over to my dad's house. About an hour later, my mom came over to pick me up and take her car. My parents split the payments with me 50-50, so she doesn't own it, and told my dad it's her custody week and she's just being a typical upset teenager. My dad told her to go home or he was going to call the cops, so she left. But I got a nasty text which summed up to, I tried to do something nice for you, and in return you violated your custody agreement with the car that I pay for. I told her I would be more than happy to go back to her house if she cut her hair like mine. She also has really long hair, but she refused. So I'm just gonna stay at my dad's for the time being. Not the jerk at all. I truly don't understand how someone can accidentally turn a dead-end trim into cutting off 2 feet of hair. And then she's just going to stand by her actions while saying she wouldn't want the same thing done to her hair. I hate to say it, but this seems intentional. Your mom needs help. Edit. Furthermore, you said you noticed the large amounts of hair on the floor after 2 cuts. So in the first 2 cuts, she took it up to your shoulders? There's no way this wasn't on purpose. I'm so angry for you. Not the jerk. Unfortunately, this seems like jealousy and some other unresolved issues. Your hair is an extension of yourself, and she took it upon herself to literally chop up your trust in her by cutting off all your hair and worse, being unapologetic about it and petty. Glad your dad is there for you, and in the meantime, they make amazing extensions for affordable prices now if you need some camouflage. I had a bad haircut from a salon and had to do this. Am I the jerk for not going to Thanksgiving at my brother's new house? My brother and his wife just bought a house earlier this year and want to host Thanksgiving at their house this time. Typically, I host, and my mom and I do all of the cooking and cleaning, but this year, I received a pretty upsetting medical diagnosis. Because of this, sister-in-law said she would host and cook. Every year, my mother and father-in-law spend Thanksgiving at our house, as do my parents, brother, sister-in-law, and all of the kids. I spoke with my brother about Thanksgiving yesterday and mentioned that my in-laws are excited to see their new house. He said he was excited to have everyone together, especially because he just decorated their house. We made a plan for who was bringing what food. Late last night, my sister-in-law sends me a text saying no offense to me or my in-laws, but that they only want their families to attend. Basically, she was saying my mother-in-law and father-in-law are not invited. I was under the impression that it was the same Thanksgiving we have every year, but moving it to a different house this year. There's no way I can tell my in-laws they aren't invited to Thanksgiving, so now I feel like I have to host a dinner at my house. Hosting, cooking, cleaning up the house, and then attending the gathering at my brother's house will wipe me out. There's no way I can physically do both, so I'm not going to my brother's this year. I know he will be upset since it's their new house. Am I the jerk for not attending Thanksgiving at my brother's? Update. My brother called me earlier to say he and his wife talked last night and she was absolutely against my in-laws attending. She didn't have a valid reason. My brother didn't agree with her at all, feels she's being unreasonable, and told her that she needed to be the one to tell me that they aren't invited because he was not supporting her decision. He then said he and the rest of the family will be coming to my house and attending Thanksgiving as if it were any other year. They, along with my husband, will be taking over all of the hosting, cooking, and cleaning responsibilities. It sounds like sister-in-law is going to host her family at her home. I know there were a lot of questions and I'll try to get to them individually, but no, sister-in-law and my in-laws are absolutely not strangers. We've spent holidays together as one big family for years, so it's really hard to not feel like she's purposely excluding them. Neither myself, my husband, or my brother can think of any reason she has for doing this other than to exercise some kind of control over this situation. Thank you everyone for the warm words and great suggestions. I'm actively looking into ordering a Thanksgiving meal to take the work off of everyone. I think we all deserve a break. Not the jerk. Don't bother going to your brother's house. It's too much given your situation. You can see the house and that family another time. It's their choice to limit attendance, and your non-attendance is the consequence of their choice. Don't cook. Have guests bring the food, or most of it. Order what needs to be filled in, or just order the entire meal. Many restaurants, groceries, and caterers have menus that they sell. Spend your time relaxing and enjoying the company. Am I the jerk for ignoring my coworker who has a family emergency? I have this one coworker who gets on my nerves. She's still fairly new, but she does things that really aggravate me. First of all, there hasn't been one full week that she hasn't called off. She will frantically text me and other coworkers to see if we can cover, or she calls out right before her shift and my manager scrambles to find coverage. She said that she didn't get paid enough at this job, probably because you don't work the hours you're given, so she went and got another job that pays $1 more. After that, she changed her availability to Monday through Wednesday only at my job. She gets those 3 days if she's lucky, but not always. Well, this week she has 3 shifts, Monday through Wednesday, and on Sunday night she texts me to ask if I work on Monday. I didn't, but I didn't say anything because it was pretty late and she could have assumed I was already asleep. Well, today, just now before her shift in 2 hours, she texts me to ask if I'm working again because she had a family emergency pop up and her dad needs her. I was asleep and didn't see the text, and then she called me 2 times in a row. I didn't answer either of them. I don't know if she's being honest because she calls out at least once a week, and I sure as heck don't want to go in because I'm already the main person to cover days when we're short-staffed. I've been working through the weekends for 4 months straight now. I got today off because I have a college class in the middle of the day, and while I could skip it, I already spend too much time at my job when I'm in school full-time. I'm praying that my manager doesn't ask me to work the closing shift because she didn't show up, but that's usually what happens, and then I have to push through my anxiety to say no. There's a possibility she's truly having a family emergency, but she cries wolf and calls out so much that I don't know what to believe. Am I the jerk for ignoring her? Update. Just got the "Hey, can you cover?" text from my manager that I was dreading. He was nice enough to ask me to come in after my class, which ends at 6, so I would only have to be there for a few hours, but I don't know what to tell him. I feel like if I give in, then I'm just feeding into her continuing to call out like this. Update. I told my manager that she tried to contact me both Sunday and this morning, and that I was not going to be coming in today because I need to focus on school. He was super understanding about it, and I'm sure we will talk more about it my next shift. I know my manager is already well aware, but I'm going to reiterate that she is unreliable and that resentment does build among coworkers when you let things slide for one person and the rest of the team has to pick up the slack. I understand why he won't just fire her right now, because we are seriously understaffed, but something's gotta give. Not the jerk. Sorry, but I'm not available today, is a valid and complete answer. You sound young, and it might feel really off saying something like that, but the more times you use it, the more comfortable it'll get. Karen demands her daughter gets to ride my horse. I have horses, and one of them is a Shire, a big boy, very dangerous, and he's scared of kids. I only allow myself, my trainer, and my best friend to ride him because I know that they are experienced and can somewhat handle him, but he's the safest when he's with me. I have strict rules for anyone riding him. A first aid kit must be close by with a trained person, safety vest and helmet are required, and they have to build proper trust with my horse first, Melon. One day, my trainer and I were riding on a popular hiking path with Melon and another horse of mine, Winnie. We encountered a mother and her 11-year-old daughter on the trail. The daughter ran towards Winnie, who got a bit spooked by the sudden movement. Then the girl approached Melon, and I immediately told her that Melon is not friendly. That's when the mother, entitled Mom, approached us. Karen, "Excuse me, my daughter really wants to ride that horse. I know her owner," referring to Melon. Me, "It's a he, and I'm the owner. I can't let her ride for safety reasons." "It's fine. We can go back to the stable and get her a helmet." Me, "Sorry, this is a private horse, and he's not friendly with strangers, especially kids." Karen, "What about that one?" pointing to Winnie. Trainer, "No, she's also a private horse." Karen, "But my daughter wants to ride. She's really good." Me, "Maybe she is, but this horse is big, and falling off, she could really get hurt. Winnie doesn't even have a saddle on. Your daughter can easily fall off. I'm sorry, but your daughter cannot ride either of them." Karen, "You're just making up things because you don't want to share." Trainer, "Even if it was made up, OP," referring to me, "is saying no. You have to respect their decision." "But he's riding it." Me, "Yes, because I own them. They're my private horses." Trainer, "We aren't going to waste any more time here, miss. The answer is no, and it's not going to change the more you ask. We'll be going on our merry way now." After that, we left, but the encounter didn't stop there. About an hour later, when we returned to the stable, guess who showed up? Entitled Mom. "Now that you're back, can we use them now?" Trainer, "Ma'am, no. The horses are tired, and they aren't for lessons or anything like that. OP owns both of them, and OP said no." "But why?" Me, "Even I've fallen off my horse. Trust me, it hurts. I have a scar from surgery because he broke my leg." "Then why do you even have them?" "Because he's still my horse, and I have a bond with him now. Even now, he could still throw me off if he wanted to." "Then my daughter can build a bond with him too." Me, "Building a bond can take months, maybe even years, and my answer will still be no because I don't know your daughter's riding abilities." "Just let her ride." At that point, my trainer told me to go untack the horses and she would handle the lady. She managed to get Entitled Mom to leave after threatening to call the police on her for harassment. If someone says you can't ride their horse, please stop asking and just respect their decision. Am I the jerk for insisting on going on the family vacation of my ex-boyfriend? I, 34 female, was with my ex-boyfriend, male 25, for a year and a half. Our breakup was amicable. I never assumed it would last given the age difference. I got along well with his family, even with his mother, who, understandably, wasn't a fan of our relationship given our age gap, but she did like me as a person. Before our breakup, we were invited to a destination wedding for his cousin in Hawaii. I was asked to make arrangements for flights and hotel. I didn't mind, so we made the arrangements together, selecting the place and flight times, and I put it all on my credit card with the promise that they would pay back their portions when they could, over $2,000 each. I have a good job and I could pay for the whole trip, and I was happy to do it to save them interest on a credit card. Since then, we broke up. Recently, I got an email from his mother asking for her flight and hotel information. I politely reminded her that they would need to pay back their portion. It's been 3 months since we booked the trip, and asked if they would reimburse me for my portion of the hotel and Airbnb since we broke up and I wouldn't even be attending. At first, her response was cool, but polite, saying that I would get my money back eventually. I didn't respond. She wrote back again with a much different tone, demanding the information for the hotel and Airbnb, and she said I was causing undue stress while they were planning for the big trip. I reminded her that I would happily share the information once I was reimbursed. She said that I would not be reimbursed for my portion of the accommodation expenses and that she was going to tell everyone how horrible I was for holding the hotel information hostage. I texted my ex and asked what was happening and why things had taken such a turn. He said I was being unreasonable and making everything about money, which was unfair since I knew they were struggling financially and I wasn't. I said that it didn't feel very fair to me that I was basically paying for them to go on this trip and getting nothing in return. He assured me that they would work on paying me back when things got better for them financially. I said that just wouldn't work for me since I had no guarantee and no idea how long that would be, and that I would still be out thousands of dollars since they didn't want to reimburse me for my portion. I offered instead to let them share one room at the Airbnb and one room at the hotel, but that I would be staying in one room as well. He was outraged and said I was making things weird, but my side is that if I have the time off of work already and it's paid for, why shouldn't I just go? I told him that I'm still within the range to cancel the reservations if that was a better fit, which he also didn't like since prices are much higher now and places are harder to find. I won't attend the wedding, of course, but I don't see why I can't take the vacation that I planned and paid for. Am I the jerk? Not the jerk. It's been several months and you haven't been reimbursed for even a portion of the trip. In my opinion, since you've paid for everything, it's your vacation to enjoy. If you can afford it, why not just cancel the extra airline tickets, keep the Airbnb, and have a lovely time in Hawaii on your own? Not the jerk. But if you can cancel and get refunds on everything, then tell them they need to pay you this amount by this day or you're going to cancel everything and it will be up to them to fund their own arrangements. My boyfriend is upset I want to split expenses in half versus a percentage based on income. My boyfriend and I, male 30, female 28, have been together for just over a year. While I'm neutral on the necessity of living together before an engagement or marriage, he believes it's an important next step, so we've started apartment hunting. My lease is up in October and the owners are moving back in, so the timing works out perfectly. Mark currently lives in a studio-style place and spends about $1,800 a month on rent. I'm in a 2-bedroom plus tiny office. I'm spending $4,000 a month. Mark has a decent job and he has no problems covering bills with a little left over, but it would be a stretch for him to go up in rent too much more than what he's currently paying. I make, for context, roughly 5 times the amount Mark does. Yes, I could pay more in rent than what I do now, but I'm more interested in saving and eventually leaving this area, opening my own practice, buying a home, etc. Also, for context and background, right now Mark and I split going out and our activities pretty 50-50. We take turns going out and planning dates, no real conflicts. I probably choose more expensive places and activities when I'm planning and paying, but it's not been a problem that I've been aware of. Anyway, Mark scheduled a number of apartment showings for us. He was super excited about all of this, so I let him take the lead. I assumed we'd be looking at places similar in size and cost to where I'm living right now because he'd want to keep his costs similar or less than what he's spending currently. Oh no, not the case at all. The whole first day was a series of luxury places sprawling all over some of the nicest neighborhoods in the city. Average rent on these places we saw was between $6,500 and $7,500 a month. I didn't say anything while we were looking, but when we got back to my place that night, I asked Mark what the heck was going through his mind with those prices. He said he picked his favorite places and neighborhoods first and figured I wouldn't mind upping my costs a little. But he had some options in the $5,500 to $6,000 range too that wouldn't even be a noticeable increase in rent for me. I was super confused at this point and asked him to clarify how he expected us to be splitting rent because the math just wasn't working out for me. He looked at me like I'd asked the dumbest question in the world and said because he makes 20% of what I make, he'd be contributing 20% of the cost, of course. I told him I completely understood that some couples do percentage-based expenses, but if we're going to be sharing a place half and half, then we should be paying for it half and half. We're not married, we're not even engaged. I'm not going to be gifting rent to him. He got upset because if we choose a place that he could still afford going half and half on, my rent would be going down and his would be staying the same. I agreed, but pointed out that he'd be in a bigger place in a nicer neighborhood, so he'd still be benefiting as well. Or we can choose someplace less expensive for both of us. I also asked if he expected us to split things like utilities and other household costs with this same formula, and he said of course. I told him if he wasn't comfortable with splitting expenses evenly, we didn't have to make the decision to move in together until much further on in our relationship, and I could just get another place on my own. Now, everything I suggest or say is met with coldness and sarcasm, like I told him I'm canceling his birthday or something. I get that he's looking at this from the perspective of what I can do, but just because I can doesn't mean I'm comfortable doing it. I'd understand if I had personally wanted to upgrade into something that he couldn't afford, but it's just not that important to me. Am I remarkably out of touch and unfair here? I'd rather not fight about this if there's a perspective I'm missing out on, but it just doesn't feel right to me. How do I rectify this? I think that the issue here isn't the split, it's him actively seeking out apartments he can't afford because he expects you to pay for it. Should it be 50-50? Maybe not, but the total budget and how it's split should be decided together, not him choosing a place and then expecting you to pay more than you currently do while he still continues to pay what he always has. It's the disrespect of his assumption that you would subsidize whatever housing arrangement he wanted. I don't think that the arrangement of splitting bills is wrong, especially with you making 5 times what he does. What I think is wrong is that he decided this on his own and then picked out luxury apartments because he thought you would just pay for them. This is an important discussion to have, and I think this situation is bringing that to light. It's time to have a conversation and decide the percentage and what you are looking for in terms of rent. Are you remarkably out of touch and unfair? Yeah, you are out of touch and unfair. If you don't want to move in with him, just say so. But if you do, then go in with good intentions, which involves an equitable split of things. Now, you are well within your right to ask for a place that costs less, but you should still split the cost of that place equitably. Well, who do you think is the jerk? OP or her boyfriend? Please let us know. Homeboy thought he had it made, didn't he? Not today. My husband is living with a female friend, and she has now become hostile towards me. My husband and I have been married for 3 years, and our marriage is on the rocks right now. It all mainly started after the birth of our first baby, in which time he became increasingly irritable, aggressive, and distant from me. Once it really started to escalate, we decided to live at different residences in a desperate attempt to salvage our marriage. That was 3 months ago. I'm currently living with my mom, and I work part-time while also taking care of our 18-month-old son, with the help of her. My husband purchased a new condo with the financial help of his dad and lives with a female friend of his who's 22, who he apparently charges rent. I was uncomfortable about his living arrangement with this woman from the moment I found out about it, mainly because we agreed that we are not taking a break in the sense of seeing others, and we're still married, and we're not going through a separation, but just trying to give each other, mainly him, space. She has become very hostile towards me, which is strange because she's supposedly only his friend and basically a tenant of his. For example, I went to visit him with our son, and the whole time she was sitting near him and staring at me with hatred. When I asked if he and I could talk privately, she said, "No, this is our place." And of course, this made everything awkward, so I just left shortly after that. I don't know why she would act so hostile towards me if she was just a friend and tenant of his. My husband didn't seem bothered by her rudeness towards me either, and at one point, I thought I saw him smirk. I don't know if I should be concerned that he and her are becoming more than just friends, especially since my husband told me through text that him and I are still exclusive to each other. What's the best way to continue with this awkward situation? Girl, you can't be this blind. He's moved on. He's trash for not asking for a divorce already. His female friend is definitely his new girlfriend. You should have dropped him when he started mistreating you. Get a divorce. He's her problem now. You're young and you'll find someone better. Am I the jerk for buying noise-canceling earbuds to tune my wife out in the morning? I'm 32, male. My wife is 36. We've been married for 5 years now. I work in a job where every morning I have different tools and items to prepare. On some days, I'll be working in an office building. Other days, I'll be in a meeting, and occasionally I'll be working at someone's house. Each job requires different tools, each day requires different preparations to go smoothly. My wife has a very bad habit of following me around with miscellaneous items chosen haphazardly, asking if I need them that day or not. She seems to think that she's helping me, but she's only distracting me and causing me to forget things that I actually do need at times. The issue is she won't do it once or twice. She'll rapid fire out ideas, and when I thank her but tell her that I don't need any help, she just goes, yeah, but how about this?" as she holds up a new item. I've tried sitting her down and explaining to her that she's not helping me, but she keeps doing it. The low point came last week when she got really stuck on a carton of yogurt I had bought. She noticed the expiration date was coming up in 4 days and asked when I was going to eat it. I said later. Then she asked if I wanted it for lunch. I said yogurt that had been sitting in my hot car for hours wasn't an appetizing lunch idea, which encouraged her to start Googling how long yogurt can sit out for. This allowed me to get the rest of my belongings and head out. As I pulled out of my driveway, my wife came out the front door in her pajamas and started trying to chase me down on foot, shouting about the yogurt. I waved and left. That was my breaking point. After work, I went shopping and got myself a cheap pair of noise-canceling earbuds. From the next morning, I put them in, played some white noise, I'm not a big music guy, and went about my business. My wife kept trying to get my attention by waving her hand in front of my face as she held miscellaneous items, but it was a lot easier than normal. I've also found that sending her on a little mission to get something will help a lot, and I wish I had thought of it sooner. Last night she sat me down and got really angry for ignoring her in the morning. I asked what I was supposed to do, to which she responded, "You're supposed to listen to your wife." Did I go too far for taking this step? If you've tried talking to her and she refuses to change, what else can you do? After a point, it's basically choosing between getting your work prep done properly or not the jerk. Though I'm really curious why your wife refuses to relinquish that habit. Want me to cover the front desk while working on payroll? Okay, enjoy your angry employees. I, 29 male, have been working as a staff accountant at a CPA, Certified Public Accountant, firm for 9 years. Over time, I've become the most senior employee aside from the CPA who owns the firm. I really enjoy my job because my boss is fantastic. He pays well, there's no dress code, no micromanagement, and he trusts me to produce great work. It's been a perfect work environment for me. As a staff accountant, I handle payroll for about 8 clients as well as our own, which is crucial. I'm also responsible for bookkeeping for about 12 other clients, preparing the books for tax returns, and working on partnership and corporation returns. I'm basically the all-in-one business package. Among the 5 staff accountants my boss employs, I'm the only one who knows how to do payroll. My boss himself doesn't know it, and my coworkers aren't interested in learning it, which is understandable because it can be challenging due to clients often sending incorrect hours, resulting in redoing everything. Nevertheless, the complexity of payroll adds to my job security. Recently, we merged with another CPA firm, expanding our office from 7 to 18 people. Thankfully, my boss made sure that we still report directly to him, maintaining an equal partnership. This merger was quite a significant change, but as long as I continue reporting to my boss, I'm content. Unfortunately, the firm we merged with didn't seem to like us much. Their boss was a jerk with a completely different management style compared to mine. He was strict about the dress code, constantly nitpicking, and made their office environment tense. As the longest-serving employee, I bore the brunt of their office animosity. They even attempted to snoop on my computer a few times, which led to my boss advising me to start locking my office when I'm away. On one occasion, both our receptionists were out, and the other manager asked me to cover downstairs for the day. I hesitated as I was busy with sensitive payroll information, but he insisted. I called my boss for guidance, and he asked me to cover, promising to address the issue with the other manager. Reluctantly, I went downstairs, but then I had a brilliant idea. I could work on our payroll from there. I started processing the stubs and payroll taxes for our company. While working, I conveniently needed to go to the bathroom. Before leaving, I minimized the window on the receptionist's computer and asked for someone to cover while I was away. Unluckily for them, the snooping employee was the one who came downstairs to cover for me. While I was gone, he couldn't resist snooping on my work, and when I returned, all the minimized windows were back up, including the payroll summary that displayed all the details, including my salary. The snooper couldn't keep this information to himself and spread the news to everyone, including the other manager. Now, my coworkers already had some idea of my salary, but the revelation angered some of them. They started demanding higher salaries and threatened to stop working unless they were paid what I made. The other manager was furious, but couldn't take any action against me since I hadn't done anything wrong. To clear my name, I asked my boss to show the camera footage of the reception desk, which confirmed the snooper's actions. As a result of this incident, I no longer have to cover the front desk, and some of the employees who were upset with me eventually left. Our office morale took a hit, but my boss reassured me that we would overcome the challenges. The moral of the story is clear. Don't mess with the only person who knows payroll, as it can have unexpected consequences. No, ma'am, I cannot give you money you never spent. I've been working in retail for about 5 years, and it's taken a toll on my mental well-being. At the time, I was employed at a store that primarily sold cosmetics, and some of these products were quite pricey, leading to occasional outbursts from customers. One day, we were just finishing up a month-long sale where different items were half off each day of the month. These sales attracted a lot of business, as customers could get some decent products at incredibly discounted prices. However, they also resulted in numerous returns because people would buy things they didn't really want due to the heavy discounts. Nevertheless, we had a generous return policy, accepting items for a full refund within 60 days. On this particular day, a woman who looked to be in her early 30s, whom I'll refer to as entitled customer, approached our registers with a large box filled to the brim with various products in different states of use. She placed the box right at my till. Karen, I need to make a return. Everything is on different receipts, but I have all of them. Me, no problem. It might take me a minute to match all the receipts with the correct items. She nodded, but I could tell she wasn't thrilled with the answer. As I sorted through the box and scanned the products, I noticed some brand new foundation at the bottom. These were almost $60 each and had been recently on sale for half off. It seemed she had bought them during the sale, but changed her mind and wanted to return them. Me, and are these products used at all? What? Oh yeah, they are. I sighed, seeing that the seal was still intact on both bottles. Unfortunately, I had to destroy these brand new products since the customer claimed that they were used. Despite my frustration, I scanned them in and put them aside with the items that needed to be damaged out. The products were priced at half the original value since they were bought during the sale, which was confirmed by the computer in her receipt. As I was about to continue processing her return, she spoke up. Excuse me, but you rang that up wrong. These foundations are $58 each. Me, I'm sorry, but you purchased them during our holiday sale, so that's why they rang up that way. That's ridiculous. They're not worth that much. Just give me my money back. Me, don't worry, you will get all your money back. They're only $29 each because of the sale price. Well, they're full price now, so you should give me the full amount back. I can't do that because you didn't pay full price for them. This doesn't make any sense. They're full price now, so I need that money back. Me, I understand your frustration, but I can't give you money that you never paid in the first place. It would create a discrepancy in the register. How do you even know I bought them during the sale? You didn't check me out, so you have no idea. Me, the barcode on your receipt provides all of that information. It's logged in the computer. The system knows you bought them during the sale. Whatever, this is stupid. Just finish my return. I need to get home. I nodded and completed the remaining returns. Fortunately, the rest of the transaction went smoothly and I sent her on her way. However, to my surprise, instead of leaving, she started shopping in the store. In the meantime, I went to the back of the counter to destroy the items that needed to be damaged out. My coworker, who had come up to help earlier, joined me. Coworker, what was that lady saying to you? Me, oh, she had a bunch of returns. She wanted a full refund for something she only paid half price for, so I had to explain a few times that we couldn't do that for her. That was it, really. As I finished my sentence, the woman suddenly appeared from behind an aisle, looking furious. I was completely taken aback, not understanding what had upset her so much. Oh, so you had to explain things to me like I'm stupid or something? That's what you're telling your little friend back here? Me, what? I didn't even fully understand what she was talking about since she just appeared out of nowhere. That's exactly what I thought. I'm going to find your manager so she can know what a jerk you are to paying customers. I'm gonna have your job by the time I leave. I didn't respond to her outburst and just looked at her strangely, still confused. Both coworker and I watched her as she stormed into the back of the store. I felt uneasy and embarrassed by the unwanted attention she had drawn, so I quickly retreated to the back to wait and see what happened. After about 5 minutes, my manager, M, came to talk to me. Manager, all right, OP, tell me what happened. I proceeded to recount the entire story. Manager, yeah, that's what your coworker said too. What she told me didn't sound like something that you would do, so I figured there had to be some embellishing going on. Me, what did she tell you I did? Manager, Well, she claimed that you called her an idiot for not understanding our return policy and then made fun of her with coworker when you thought she was out of earshot. I knew that couldn't be the whole story, so I wanted to hear your side. And so I waited in the back, patiently avoiding the customer until she left, relieved that I wouldn't have to see her again. Insurance firm insists on direct billing? Okay then, have it your way. I may get some insurance-related terms confused because I'm not knowledgeable about private insurance systems outside of my country, India. My cousin is Indian and lives in India and works for a major American cruise line. His usual schedule is 9 months of work sailing around North America and 3 months of vacation time back in India. The maritime insurance company that he's insured with provides medical coverage for him. When he was on vacation in India, he tore his ACL and MCL and injured his meniscus playing football, soccer. It required a ligament reconstruction surgery and some months of rehab before he was fit to work again. There is public health care in India, but for something like knee ligament reconstruction, it still costs money, although not as much as at private hospitals, and also takes time as there is a waiting list. So he decided to go private, which is costlier. So he went to an arthroscopic surgeon and got a letter from him detailing the estimated cost of the surgery, the date, and other relevant medical details. He emailed the details to the insurance company and they approved the surgery. Only one problem. They insisted on direct billing to the doctor. Now, doctors in India are familiar with direct billing, but it's mostly with insurance companies that operate domestically in India. Naturally, the doctor was hesitant to accept the arrangement despite receiving a letter of guarantee from them. He simply wasn't convinced of the legal validity of a letter of guarantee from a foreign insurance company in India. What if they, for some reason, refuse to pay? He can't do anything about it. So at this point, my cousin stepped in and suggested to the company that he'll foot the bill up front and then submit a claim, after which the company can reimburse him. The insurance company seemed to agree at first, but this medical cost containment company they were partnered up with was vehemently opposed to the idea. They insisted on direct billing even though it didn't make a lick of difference in terms of cost. He tried convincing them that no doctor in India would accept this arrangement from a foreign insurance company, but they wouldn't relent. At last, he said forget this and went on a citywide search and finally found a top doctor in one of the most expensive hospitals in the city who was willing to operate on his knee with a letter of guarantee. The doctor also worked in 3 months of post-op physiotherapy costs into the surgery bill. The hospital had the best rooms, the best service, and the highest quality of care. The doctor worked with some of the top athletes in the country, and the final estimated cost was at least 700% more than the previous doctor. The insurance company didn't object and simply approved the surgery. He expected them to question the cost, but it was only around $8,000, which is the equivalent of like 4 ambulance rides in America. That must be a paltry sum for the company. At the end of the day, my cousin got the best care possible because of the insurance company's inexplicable insistence. Or maybe they had good reason, but they lost money at the end of the day. Edit. Everyone amazed at the $8,000 bill. Let me tell you, it's a small amount for Americans, but it's still a big bill in India. A lot of Americans are flocking to India for surgeries for this particular reason. You receive great quality healthcare at some of the best hospitals here, and the end cost is almost a fraction of what you would end up paying in the US, and that's including for the flight tickets and hotel tickets at hotels like Hilton and Marriott. It's kind of depressing to admit that that price is actually more like 2 ambulance rides. If that. My son tried to refuse an ambulance ride because of cost. It was more than that for the single ride between hospitals. My brother had to have a ride for a non-emergency procedure between hospitals, different towns about 45 minutes apart. The first hospital refused to release him so my parents could take him to the other hospital. The ride was billed at over $10,000. Am I the jerk for telling a guy on the bus I'd rather he not sit next to me? I, 35, female, commute into work in the city on Mondays and it's a 3.5-hour trip. I normally sit near the front and there's always lots of extra seats open, including lots with open seats open, so you don't need to sit next to anyone if you don't want to. I sit up front near the driver because it feels safer. Lots of people put their bags on the empty seat next to them and move them when someone asks to sit down. Previously, I always kept my bags on my lap while people were boarding, and if no one sat next to me, I'd expand a bit. A few weeks ago, about 20 minutes into the trip, a guy gets up and asks, "Do you mind if I sit here?" I said no problem, and he sat down. I'm catching up on work, and he seems fine. Then he begins to manspread and starts consistently applying pressure to the armrest area. This is one of my pet peeves. I loathe having to make myself physically small so that other people, to be honest, it's almost always men, can spread out like no one else is allowed to have personal space. But whatever, it's transit. It sucks, but so it goes. For the record, we're both fairly lean people. Neither of us appears to physically need to take up more than our allotted space. I didn't say anything, but I kept my legs and arms firmly on my armrest. Middle armrest, we each had one, refusing to budge. He kept giving me side-eye, applying more pressure, etc., but eventually seemed to settle into just applying pressure. Annoying, but whatever. Once I had to get some water, and he immediately took over my armrest. When I was done, I made eye contact, to assert dominance, said, "Pardon me." He said sorry, and I got my armrest back. Pressure resumed. Annoying, but not enough for me to feel it was worth escalating or changing seats. Well, guess who takes this bus every Monday morning now? That's right, this guy. I started putting my bag down on the seat next to me until after he boards and then move it. I move it immediately and welcome anyone who asks to sit next to me during boarding time. Week 2, he did ask once the bus had started into its route. I said no problem and then got up and went to sit somewhere else. He gave me an affronted look. I sat in another set of open double seats on the other side of the bus. Week 4, he left me alone. Week 5, he did the same post-boarding move. This time, there weren't any side-by-side seats where both were open, but there were lots of open single seats. This time, I said, "I'm sorry. If you don't mind sitting in one of the other open seats, I'd really appreciate it." He glared at me, then started calling me all these mean names under his breath before going to sit somewhere else. At the destination, he caught up with me and said, "You didn't have to be such a jerk," and stormed off. Normally, I never discourage people from sitting next to me when they ask, so maybe I'm the jerk for telling him no. I could have gotten up and moved to one of the open seats, but I just really didn't want to. Not the jerk. You should honestly report the behavior to the driver. He was purposely targeting you. Not the jerk. I wouldn't have felt comfortable sitting next to him for 3.5 hours and there were other seats available. His reaction would make me want to get another bus. OP. I wish there was another bus, or literally any other way to transit in. I'd happily pay a bit more for a train to get away from him, but they haven't restarted the normal morning train after cutting it off when ridership dropped 2 years ago. This happened to me once when I was 21. I was on an empty subway car, and this guy came in and sat right next to me. So I started coughing really hard, just all over my stuff, really gross. He ended up getting up and moving to the next car. Not the jerk. He's being a creep. No one with good intentions specifically wants to sit next to the same person on public transit all the time. If he tries to interact with you again, I'd tell him that you're going to report his behavior to the bus company. Not the jerk. I'm guessing he has a crush on you, and in his weird, twisted reality, thought this was some kind of weird flirting. He was upset because you made it clear to him that it isn't. His fragile ego was probably dented and he lashed out. Do you have the same regular bus driver? If so, I'd mention it to them so they can keep an eye on the situation. If not, you could report it to the company, but if you don't want to do that, just be on guard around him. Well, who do you think is the jerk? OP or the guy who kept trying to sit next to her? Please let us know. Dude probably thought they were gonna start dating and get married and live happily ever after. My cat who was missing for 11 years has been found, but they won't give him back. In 2012, my family and I moved to Oklahoma with our cat, Shadow, who was almost 5 years old at the time. Unfortunately, he got out of the house one day and never returned. For 2 long years, I searched endlessly, holding on to hope that someone would find him since he was microchipped, but nothing ever came up. By the 3rd year, I reluctantly accepted that he might have passed on, and we mourned his loss. Even after all this time, we still talk about how much we loved him and missed him. Last year, we moved back to my hometown, and recently we faced a devastating tornado. Although our house was fine, the financial burden was challenging since we only get paid once a month on the 1st. We had to replace over $500 worth of groceries we had already purchased for the month, as well as other necessities to make our house comfortable again. Then, out of the blue, a vet's office called to inform me that they had found Shadow. It turns out that he had been living on a residential street for the past 6 years, surviving with the kindness of the neighborhood people who fed him. He had no regular vet visits, no cozy bed, and no protection from the weather, except sporadic help from compassionate souls. Recently, he got into some trouble, was injured, and needed minor care and stitches, which is when they discovered his microchip with my contact information. I was ecstatic to hear the news and couldn't wait to reunite with my sweet boy. However, due to our financial situation, I couldn't make the trip until August 1st. The woman who found him initially agreed to wait, but unfortunately, she started hesitating and wasn't sure what to do with him during his recovery. We both scrambled to find funds to arrange the trip, and thankfully, the bill was lower than expected. Even my parents chipped in from their emergency fund to help me retrieve Shadow. But then, heartbreakingly, I was told that another couple in the neighborhood had taken him in, and they already grew attached to him and their kids loved him so much that they decided to keep him. Since then, I haven't heard anything from them, and I don't even know where they live, except for the town. So now my kids and I have to go through the mourning process all over again. It's devastating, and emotionally, this loss will stay with me forever. We love you, Shadow, and miss you dearly, and I'm so sorry that we won't be able to see you. Edit. I spoke with the vet's office this morning at 9:30, and they're contacting R to request that she bring Shadow back so I can pick him up. They also made it clear that R cannot rehome my cat, and he is legally mine under Oklahoma law. They were incredibly apologetic about the whole situation, and I've been advised to file a police report since R admitted that he never went to the vet during the years he lived in the neighborhood and was brought in as a stray without a home. Hopefully, I'll hear back soon. Update. After a long day of waiting, I just got off the phone with the animal hospital. R has agreed to return Shadow to them so I can pick him up tomorrow. The police report will stand until I have Shadow back in my possession. If everything goes as promised, I'll have my baby boy back tomorrow. Update. I received a call first thing this morning from the animal hospital, and Shadow is now finally home. He's responding to his name, playing, coming up for pets, purring up a storm, and exploring the house. Although he looks a bit rough, he's settling in wonderfully. We're letting him take his time to adjust, and he will never be allowed outside again. Last update. He's eaten, explored the house, purred and played. Now it's bedtime, and after such a long day, he deserves a good rest. Usually Reddit makes me lose faith in humanity, but that one, that made me feel so good. I cheated on my wife, and now she's about to find out. My affair partner got served divorce papers out of nowhere 2 days ago at work. Her husband knows about us. It's only a matter of time before my wife finds out. Don't know if I have days or hours before the world as I know it is gone. Took some time off work today to spend time with my wife and our 2 daughters. My body is in turmoil, but strangely, my mind is clear. It reminds me of the days leading up to my dad's passing. Time has slowed down, and I'm aware of all the things surrounding me. It's a nice feeling. My day today was filled with observation of details and appreciation. My wife's smell and the clothes she wears, my daughter's laughter, the color of the kitchen tiles, the dog in the yard. I feel blessed to have a healthy and beautiful family. What will my daughters think of me? I look at my wife that I love with all my heart, and I see a woman who stood by me no matter what. We had our fair share of ups and downs like most couples, but I never imagined a life without her. How do I justify a 6-year affair? Is that even forgivable? I don't know what the future holds. All I know is that the storm is coming, and I'm here basking in the sun until the clouds come rolling in. I plan to confess over the weekend. Even if I know the outcome, I pray she does not leave me. This was so not worth it. Any suggestions on how to confess? How do you start? What do I tell my daughters? I've already made an appointment with a therapist. What else can I do? Wish me luck. Edit. Yesterday, I reached out to my brother for advice. He left his wife some years ago and married his affair partner. He seemed happy with her. The grass is not greener for him after all, and he's planning on leaving her, but he's stuck at the moment. His advice is to not tell my wife and to minimize if confronted. He also said that I should let down affair partner gently so she doesn't go nuclear on my wife and family. I'm hoping for the best, but preparing for the worst. Not trying to be mean or anything, but you never imagined life without her? You had a 6-year affair and you love your wife with all your heart? It sounds like you're really confused. OP. I'm not confused. Never was. I don't have a problem separating love from hooking up. My heart is loyal to my woman, and she is it for me. 6 years is a long affair by any measure. If it wasn't worth it, what was a fair partner to you? Someone you could also mess around with along with your wife? For the record, this is the classic definition of throwing someone under the bus to save yourself. Maybe start by owning up to what you've done. If you think the affair partner's husband will reach out to your wife and tell her everything he discovered, I would suggest you start telling the truth. Whether your long-term affair is forgivable or not is no longer in your control. OP. So many responses about how I don't value my affair partner. Well, since I'm pouring out my heart here, let me tell you about my affair partner. She's gorgeous and a smart woman who is funny and open to different experiences. She's younger than myself and my wife. She's fit and she's beautiful. But she's not my wife and does not even compare. 6 years on and off is a long time to invest. As I see it, she's an adult who made her own decision to cheat with a married man on her husband for whatever reasons. Do I care for her? Yes, 6 years is a long time. Do I love her? No. Did I say to her that I loved her? Yes, of course I did. But I lied, just like I lied to my wife. Did I use her? Yes, I did. Did she use me too? Of course she did. We both knew we were playing with fire. You're selfish. 6-year affair, and it was only not worth it because you and affair partner were caught. Not only do you not deserve your wife, but you do not deserve your affair partner. Update. I was prepared for all scenarios, but not this one. The doomsday did not come in the shape I was expecting. Affair partner convinced her soon-to-be ex to not spill the beans to my wife in exchange for a smooth divorce. I thought I was in the clear. Yesterday, affair partner sent me a blurry photo of my wife in the car with another man. She claimed they walked hand in hand to his car from a store in a nearby town to ours. She got a shot of the plates too. After some digging, I now know that she's having an affair. Don't know how long for sure, but at least for 6 months. He's a single dad, our age, and is telling her to leave the marriage. She's telling him that she loves him. I'm afraid to confront her. I feel numb at this point. Took a day off of work. Any advice on how to proceed? Should I just let it run its course and monitor? Should I confront and hope for the best? Should I confess to my affair and hope that we can all come clean and make way for a new marriage? I'm so utterly confused. I have rehearsed the things that I would say and do if she were to find out about my affairs. I was not prepared for this. I think you need to find out why your wife cheated. If her reasons line up with yours, maybe there's a way for you to move to don't ask, don't tell. OP. I'm desperate to talk this out, to know why this happened and how invested she really is with this jerk. If she's doing this out of revenge, maybe I have a chance, because if so, she does feel something for me at least. I can't imagine her being emotionless, throwing away over 20 years. I know this woman like I know myself. Deep down, she's hurt, but also so very stubborn and proud. I just want to know if she knew about my affair, why didn't she confront me? I would have chosen her over affair partner in a nanosecond. And what is she hoping to find with this guy? He's no better than me, hooking up with a married woman. I'm trying to respect her wish to have some space, but I'm desperate to just talk to her. Update. My marriage seems to be over. Confronted my wife this past weekend, set her down without warning, and told her I knew she was having an affair, and with whom. Asked her if she loved him and what her plan was. She was caught off guard, went to the bathroom for 10 minutes. When she came out, she looked me straight in the eyes and said, I know about your affair too. I've known for some time now. I love him and I want a divorce. Next days were a blur. I tried talking to her, but she just shuts me down. She has moved into the spare bedroom and is making appointments with law firms. Has told our 2 daughters. I have signed up for emergency therapy. I'm on meds for dealing with anxiety and a lack of sleep. This is surreal. Heard her talk to him last night and cut the internet cord. Kind of crazy because I need internet for work and she just switched to her phone. Oh man, so many emotions are running through me. How did this happen? How can she not feel any emotion? Over 20 years gone. All the love, friendship, partnership, intimacy, jokes, memories, plans for our future, gone. Just like that. No looking back. I feel so blindsided, and the only person I can talk to is my brother who lives across the country. Sorry to vent to you here. Just needed to get this out. Would I be the jerk if I told my wife I would fire her? Married for 16 years. We met in college, both employed and students, and married before graduating. She became pregnant. I dropped out to work full-time. She continued until around 7 months pregnant. We agreed she would take care of the kids and be a stay-at-home mom until the kids were old enough to go to school during the day. She's been back to school 4 times for different things each time and has worked maybe 1 year of the 16 years we've been married. Our youngest has been in school for the past 6 years. I've supported everything she wanted to do. She had multiple MLMs, craft making, and business ventures with friends over this time period, and she doesn't stay with any of them for more than a year at most. During this same time period, I've upgraded jobs multiple times, finished my bachelor's, and obtained a master's. I went from working barely above minimum wage security to working in tech, making over $130,000 a year. I never stopped supporting her or being there for my family. I remember taking a group meeting conference call for a course's team project on Google Hangout while I was at Disney World with the family. The first career jump I had, I went from working a double-shift security job to driving 6 hours away to an interview, thinking I was late, but I was actually early because it was in a different time zone. While I've been doing everything I can to build us up, I feel like she's been doing nothing but drag us down. She always says she's going to get a job, but she does nothing at home either. She's supposed to be taking classes now to be a teacher, but she doesn't do anything on her schoolwork. I've put up with a lot of this over the years, and I think what finally set me off was she opened up a letter from the state we live in talking about teachers' retirement plans. She subbed maybe 3 times in the last year, and I guess they had her in their system for that. She turned to me and said, "Can you help me figure out what I should do for my retirement plan?" I burst out laughing, like legit laughing. I've never used language like this with her in my life, but I couldn't help it, and I was like, "You have to have a dang job before you can retire." She just looked at me shocked. I kept laughing. She said that it wasn't funny, but to me, that was the funniest thing I had ever heard. In the end, I want to know if I would be the jerk if I set her down and we had a conversation that went like this. Imagine we both worked full-time and made enough money that we could have a live-in nanny housekeeper chef. I know that'd probably cost a lot, but that'd be pretty cool, right? Now imagine after you got home every day, you had someone like that. Someone that said that that was their job and you agreed that's what they'd do since that was their job. And the house still looked the same, dirty place as it is now. And instead of cooking foods, they just put some dino nuggets in the air fryer every day. We'd probably fire them, right? Gentle, everyone sucks here. First, I think you've made a mistake letting it go for this long. It sounds as though your trust in her is poisoned, and there's a lot of resentment there. I think this contributes to your understandable laughter. Even in print, it sounded contemptuous and rude. Secondly, she's selfish and unfair to let you work to support her and the family without being a true partner to you. You do need to talk, and I guess I can see how your question is reasonable, but I think it's very inflammatory and likely to escalate rather than create useful discussion. What do you actually want here? Do you want her to make an income or be a better stay-at-home mom and homemaker? I think you should aim for the former, as she doesn't sound like she's thriving as a homemaker. Some people just aren't cut out for it. Can you apologize for being rude? Begin by saying you've been thinking more about retirement since her question, and realize that her staying at home is a luxury you can't afford if you want long-term financial stability and adequate savings. Then suggest she get any part-time job that she can. Doesn't matter what, just get back into the workforce while she finds her career. Say you'll be supportive, etc., but that the family cannot afford MLM and entrepreneur stuff, and she needs a traditional part-time job while sorting things out. Am I the jerk for eating my meal indoors in comfort since my father-in-law was in my patio chair? I, 36 male, am a big guy, 6'8" and 398 pounds, 203 centimeters, 180 kilograms. My father-in-law is also a big guy, 6 feet tall and 200 pounds, 182 centimeters and 90 kilograms. Because of my size, I can't sit in a regular plastic patio chair. My father built me a custom chair for a gift when I was 18. I love that thing. It even has my initials carved into it. It's sturdy and ridiculously large. Whenever we have people over to the house, it's very obvious which chair is meant for me. I have an oversized folding chair that is nowhere near as comfortable, but it allows me to at least be social. I can have a beer in it, but eating is a terrible idea. We had family over this weekend. Normally, if someone sits in my chair when I'm grilling, my wife will ask them to pick a different seat, but she can't stand up to her dad. He decided that since he's a big guy, he deserves the big chair. And my wife chose not to remind him that that's the only chair I can sit in without breaking it or hurting myself. When I was done grilling, I came over and asked if I could please have my chair so I could join everyone. He said he was comfortable and that he wasn't going to move. Rather than start a stupid argument, I just served myself my food and went into my office to eat. Because of the work that I do, my office is soundproof and locked, and it's in the basement and it locks as well. I could lose my job and be criminally liable if some of the information I deal with wasn't properly compartmentalized. Once everyone figured out that I had just left to find a comfortable space to eat, they all started bugging him to move since he was literally in the only spot I could sit and there were plenty of other seats. My wife tried to get me to come back, but my phone was upstairs and I was enjoying my peace and quiet. I ate quickly and came out as soon as I was done, but the damage was already done. My father-in-law was embarrassed by everyone except my wife for sitting in my spot. He was very red when he apologized for taking it. I said no problem and sat to socialize with everyone. My wife said that I behaved poorly and caused her father to be yelled at by her mom, and that even my kids told him that he shouldn't be sitting in my chair. I would have eaten in the kitchen upstairs, but it was full of food and people. We don't eat in the living room. I guess I could have eaten in our bedroom, but I have a perfectly acceptable place to eat downstairs. Am I the jerk? Not the jerk. You did everything right. You asked him to move, he refused. You didn't freak out, you ate someplace else. Your father-in-law was a jerk, and he's embarrassed that everyone noticed. My ex's girlfriend expects me to take her kids for a weekend. Background info. My ex is not actually my ex. We've been separated for 9 years now, but we've never actually signed papers for numerous reasons, financial being the biggest one. We've co-parented our son well for those years, and for the past 8 years, we've included my boyfriend in the process. We've been doing quite well at this, and the three of us have established a pretty good relationship. 2 years ago, however, my ex got a new girlfriend. Her and I don't get along, mainly on her part. And no, I don't just say this because it's my side. I've always encouraged my son to respect her and try to get along with her, but he just can't stand her or her 2 daughters. I don't mind her youngest. She's hyper and bounces off the wall, but she's 8, so it's to be expected. The oldest one, who's 11, the same age as my son, she's a jerk. She actively ridicules and belittles her sister, my son, and my daughter, who's 6. She's rude to me, my ex-in-laws, and even my ex. This girl is absolutely out of control. Background out of the way. So last weekend was my son's weekend at his father's. However, my ex and his girlfriend have been invited to a party. My ex and I were discussing it when he dropped my son off on Wednesday, and he mentioned that it might be easier if we switched weekends around, but he wasn't sure if he could find a babysitter for the 2 girls, so we had to wait and see. I was fine with that and told him to just keep me informed. Later that night, his girlfriend sent me a message saying that since I was taking my son for the weekend, number 1, I could just take the 2 girls and keep them for the weekend too. Before I could even respond to this, she added that she would send them over clothes and some money so we could get pizza. I told her that I wouldn't be taking her girls, that I wasn't taking my son for the weekend, that he lives with me, and his father and I were just switching weekends around, and I certainly wasn't taking her kids for the weekend. She sent a message back saying it was very rude of me not to take her girls since she took my son every other weekend. Before I could respond again, she sent another message saying she'd send over $15 for a pizza. I told her that she didn't take my son on the weekends, that my son spent the weekends with his father, and reiterated again that I wouldn't be taking hers. She responded asking what I was doing that I couldn't take the girls. I told her we weren't doing anything. We were just going to have a nice relaxing weekend. She asked why I would ruin her and my ex's weekend by not taking her daughters. By this point, I was annoyed, and I told her that I didn't like her oldest daughter, and she was a brat, and she wasn't allowed in my home outside of emergency situations. She responded by saying that I was an awful person and a terrible mother, and I didn't deserve to have my kids since I clearly didn't understand parents who just need a break. I ended up blocking her, but wow. Edit. I don't know where the girl's biological dad is. Ex-girlfriend is from the West Coast, we live on the East Coast, and I've never felt it's in my place to ask. She doesn't end up raising my son on the weekends. My ex knows our son isn't a fan, so they typically go fishing, camping, or hiking. My ex loves our son and spends as much time with him as possible. I took screenshots of our conversation, and I plan on talking to my ex when he picks up our son on Wednesday. I currently haven't heard from either of them, so I guess we'll see if she tries to drop them off tonight at 6. Edit 2. So I just got off the phone with my ex, who called to ask when I had agreed to take the kids, since last he knew that wasn't happening. I sent him screenshots of the conversation, explained that I had never agreed to take her daughters, and told him that I was quite clear with her on that. He said he was sorry and that he'd handle it, and that I'd see him on Wednesday when he picks our son up. Update. The night in question, when she had wanted to drop her kids off, my ex called me at 5 p.m., an hour before the usual pick-up or drop-off time for my son. He asked if I had agreed to take the 2 girls since he knew I wasn't overly fond of having them over, but girlfriend had said yes. I told him that I quite clearly told her no, in no uncertain terms, and told him to check his email and that I'd emailed him screenshots of the conversation. He sounded upset and told me he apologized and he'd discuss it with her and see our son next weekend. He picked our son up yesterday for a few hours and apologized again and told girlfriend that she was not allowed to contact me unless it was an emergency and she was never to ask me to babysit again. I told him I understood. It wasn't anything on him and left it at that. If you charge my card, I'm calling my bank to tell them it's fraud. In my 7+ years of working customer service, I don't think I've ever encountered a person as entitled, snobby, and downright arrogant as this lady was. Right from check-in, this lady was on a warpath to, what I would assume, project her clearly miserable life onto almost every staff member. To begin, her credit card was declining, so obviously our property system wouldn't allow the check-in. After being asked for a different credit card, she took offense and immediately blamed front desk. "I have money on my card." Clearly you don't. This was a lengthy and painful 15-minute process of trying to explain her card is declining and her idiotically trying to blame us. She finally provided a new credit card with the attitude of a 3-year-old mid-temper tantrum. To add, she kept mentioning she's part of a wedding group. I guess she thought she was entitled to royalty treatment because of this. Throughout the weekend, she had numerous complaints and demands. To summarize, this is what we dealt with. Demanded towels at her door every morning. Mentioned multiple times, staff had very unprofessional work ethics because we wouldn't bend over backwards for her every demand. Hated the furniture in the hotel. Complained breakfast room wasn't open 10 minutes before the stated time. She talked down to our housekeeping staff, was very snippy and rude about towels, garbage, and fresh linen. Hotel air quality was worse than a farm. I kid you not, those were her exact words. It felt like she had something to say about everything. Nothing made her happy. It was a giant headache all weekend for the entire staff. However, her final act before leaving our property is the cherry on top. As I'm checking her out of the system, I confirm the credit card on file is the one I'm charging. She replies, no, this hotel is horrible. I'm not paying. The fan was way too loud in my room." I laugh to myself that she snuck in another complaint right before leaving. I respond, "I'm sorry you feel that way. I could speak with my GM for a possible discount." In utter disgust, she looks at me and goes, "No, you're not charging it at all. If you do, I'm calling my bank to tell them it's fraud." She rolls her eyes, swipes up her luggage in a Hulk-like rage, and storms out of the hotel. I called my GM right after to explain what had just happened. My GM just goes, "Yeah, charge her the full amount. She stayed an entire weekend. She's not getting anything for free." Why do people suck? Am I the jerk for banning my little cousin from my room? I, female 20, have a Barbie doll collection. I've been collecting them for my entire life. I have over 30 collectible and limited dolls, all still in box in perfect condition. They're on display in my room. My parents invite my little cousins over quite a bit, and of course, they come in my room sometimes to look at the dolls. I don't mind. They know not to touch. One of my cousins, let's call her Anna, who's 12, seemed particularly interested in my dolls. She was asking me which ones were my favorite, most valuable, ones I had the longest, etc. I was showing her my favorite one that I got it when I was a kid, and it's worth about $500. It's my favorite doll. After I finished telling her about it, we left my room and we all went downstairs to chill. I noticed all my cousins were playing except for Anna, who had disappeared sometime while everyone else was still playing. I didn't think much of it, just thought she was in the bathroom or outside playing. But after about 15 minutes, I got suspicious and went upstairs to my room. There was Anna, playing with my $500 Barbie doll. She not only opened it, but completely destroyed the box in the process. My heart dropped. I lost it. I screamed at her and told her she was never allowed in my room again. She started crying, saying she didn't know she couldn't play with it, but that's a lie. I always tell them to look, not touch. It also felt suspicious she opened the one doll I told her was the most important to me. When my aunt came back to pick my cousins up, Anna ran to her saying I yelled at her for playing with my toys and banned her from my room. My aunt was furious with me and demanded that I apologize to Anna. I refused and told my aunt she owed me a new doll. My aunt told me no doll should be worth $500 and she will not replace it. My family is divided over this. Some are on my side, but some say that I can't expect my aunt to pay $500 for another doll. So, am I the jerk? Small update. I've decided to send this thread to the family group chat, along with proof of what the doll is worth. As some people have pointed out, the doll is actually worth nearly $1,000. I think I'll be able to get more family on my side, and hopefully my aunt will read it too and see that she is wrong. Small update too. After sending this thread to my family group chat, I have everyone on my side. They understand that this isn't just a toy, but something of real value. Still, no word with my aunt, but I am hopeful my family will be able to influence her to replace the doll without having to go to court. Also, some of you seem to think I just had the doll laying around and was waving it in front of her, teasing her that she couldn't play with it. That wasn't the case. I've had this collection since I was a baby, so the dolls are no secret to anyone in my family. She also doesn't play with dolls, never has. The way she ripped the box excessively makes me near 100% sure that this was done on purpose. Tell your aunt to pay, or you'll let a small claims court decide, not the jerk. This. Plus, buy a lock for your door and no longer let any of them in your room unsupervised. Set up a camera too. This kid is way too old for this behavior, and you should definitely sue over the price to replace it, because you can never be sure you'll get a proper replacement for list price plus all the emotional investment. File the claim, and any flack you get should be met with, "What kind of parent raises a kid to the age of 12 that doesn't understand not to touch or destroy other people's valuables?" I have collectibles, and this hits home. I wouldn't bother with threats at this point. I'd rather go right to filing a lawsuit of around $1,000 or so and go from there. Not the jerk. I'd even threaten to take your aunt to small claims court. Your cousin is old enough to know fully well what she was doing. Buying a replacement is the least your aunt can do. She can't truly make up for the fact all of your efforts over the years of you treasuring and keeping that doll pristine and untouched have been deliberately trashed. The cousin even went out of her way to find out and target the doll most precious to you. If you don't fight to make them recognize the importance of your doll and the gravity of what your cousin has done, no one else will. $500 from their pocket to yours only goes part way to teaching them the lesson. Your cousin should be punished on top of that, but you only have control over access to you and your room from now on to levy that yourself. Taking the work news to the news. I'm still unsure if it's really compliance, but my ex-employer announced some news regarding our jobs. It was obviously false, but instead of calling the BS, I treated it exactly as I would have if it was true, and it bounced back in their face. It was a while ago when I was working in a community-based organization. We provided end-of-the-line shelter for people and did rights advocacy in a medium town, about 100,000 people. The salary was low but okay, but most employees were there because they believed in what we did. The main problem was the manager. She didn't act accordingly to the set of values the organization was based on. She was grossly overpaid compared to employees, took everything personal, made sure we were cut off from the administrators, and created an atmosphere where people feared retribution. We were unionized, but after a few months, I realized no one was ever filing complaints, even for trivial matters, because they feared she was going to lash back at them. Turns out she had done it to a few people in the past. Once I figured I wasn't going to stay there much longer, I decided to sign all of the complaints I could. According to union, I could sign anything I witnessed, even if I wasn't the target, and figured I would see them to the end and leave. That way, administrators could claim not knowing, and there was a chance for my colleagues to have a better work environment. So, of course, the next few months were horrible. She picked on me regularly. Still, most people sided with me, at least privately, most of them fearing she would do the same treatment to them if they declared it publicly. One morning, she calls a staff meeting and explains that a large amount of complaints have been filed in the last months, looks at me, and the cost to settle them or to pay the lawyers to fight them might bankrupt the organization, and everyone is thus at risk of losing their job soon. Insert ominous music. Panic ensues. My colleagues are crying. They're calling their significant others. A lot of people are begging me to take them back, stating she got the lesson. Some of them are genuinely upset at me. In my opinion, it was obviously BS made to turn them against me. I mean, the sole emergency housing of a 100,000 people city, annually filled at 115% capacity, would be closing for a dozen complaints where I'm not even asking for money in any form, over legal fees which are usually budgeted in advance? Come on, it's basic fear brewing schemes. Normally, I would have questioned it during the meeting or tried to reason with them afterwards, but that time, I decided to comply with the narrative and treat it as true. I left for my break and did what I would have done if we were really closing, appealing to the public outrage to help us fulfill our mission. I called the news, told them verbatim the morning announcement, the service hole it would create in the community, the job impact it would have in the city, etc. The local news picked it up. They called the manager and administrators about running the story, questioning how come there were enough complaints to threaten a 35-year-old pillar of the community services, asking what the complaints were about, etc. Before 4 p.m. that same day, we had another meeting to explain that we must have misunderstood the first meeting, as the organization was in no way, shape, or form in danger of closing. Sure, we must have misunderstood. Moral of the story: let those who brewed the trouble drink it. Karen's server refuses to refund my tip. I went into a burrito bowl place to order takeout. They had this new tip option on the card reader that they've never had before. The card reader is not touchscreen, nor are there tabs on the side to select options. They're just numbers. Before I paid, the screen asked what amount I wanted to tip: 20%, 25, 30, or other. I tried to press the number 4 for other, but the button didn't work. I told the worker that number 4 did not work and asked the worker what to press for other, and she told me 3. After I selected 3, it added a 30% tip to my card. I told her I wanted to select other and not 30%. She told me she was not aware that I was not trying to tip, and she thought she remembered the order number. I asked her to refund my tip, and she said that's not possible since they can only refund actual orders if there's something wrong with the food. I told her the card reader buttons were not working properly, and it doesn't have an easy or obvious option to select no, nor did the right option work. She refused to refund me, saying, "It wasn't that much money anyway." I asked to speak to the manager, telling the manager they need a more user-friendly option to select no on the card reader, and the manager told me all the card readers are like that, which it's not. Other places have a no option and are touchscreen. She told me my tip would be really appreciated and it would help her staff since the holidays are coming up, and this could be my way to make someone's day. I told her that because they are using a system like this, they don't care about their customers, let alone their coworkers, if they need to even rely on scamming people to get tips, and I want a refund. The manager asked me why I selected a 30% option if I wanted to select other, and I told her the number for other didn't work, and when I asked her worker about it, she told me the wrong answer. She told me I was gullible and blaming her worker for my own mistake, and out of good customer service, she will refund my tip, but told me this will not happen again. You're the jerk. See, this is why I have no problem messing with customers' food. My coworkers and I have to deal with people like you every day, and I can't tell you how infuriating it is. You couldn't just spare a few dollars as a simple thank you to the people who work their butts off making your food? I hope they ban you from their restaurant and that you learn to show a little compassion. Rich boy goes to Chipotle and accidentally leaves a tip, then goes full-on Karen when they aren't able to process a refund for the $2 tip you accidentally gave them. If I worked there, so help me God, you don't even want to know what I'd do to your food. I've been tested a few times like this before, and let's just say some of the entitled customers like yourself that rubbed me the wrong way got way more than they bargained for. I do chemistry in my spare time as a hobby, and I always have a full kit with me at work for the problematic customers. Heck, I even add some of my secret ingredients to random customers' food when I just don't like the way they look. Dang. Mess around and find out. Well, who do you think is the jerk? OP or the employees? Please let us know. I always tip servers well and I don't plan on stopping, but I am getting tired of these machines at the gas station that tell you to leave a tip when you're checking out for the chips that you bought. Am I the jerk for being upset that my niece requested payment when I asked her to babysit for a couple of hours? My husband, who's in his 30s, male, and I, 30s, female, we have a 3-year-old son together, Max. Max is a sweet kid, but has a difficult time in unfamiliar situations, and he can get overstimulated easily. A little while ago, my husband was across the country on a work trip while I was home with Max. I got a call one morning from his manager informing me that my husband had been in a car accident and he was in the hospital. He couldn't tell me much, but said that although he was stable, it didn't look good and that I should come as soon as I can. I obviously freaked out. I booked a ticket just for myself because it would be almost impossible to travel with Max, and I could barely afford the last-minute ticket for myself. I called my mom, who lives a few hours away, and asked her to come watch Max while I'm away. At this point, I needed someone to watch Max for the time it would take for my mom to arrive so I could make the flight. Looking back, I probably could have handled the logistics better than this, but I was hysterical and was just doing things as I thought of them. I called 3 friends. 1 didn't answer and 2 were unable to help. Luckily, we live close to my brother and sister-in-law, who have a daughter who's 17, Sarah. We're very close with them. Sarah answered the door and said her parents were out. I explained the situation and asked if she had watched Max for a couple of hours until my mom came. I should note that Sarah babysits for a few local families and obviously charges them for her services. We have never asked Sarah to babysit before. She showed some concern for my husband, and when I asked her again, she said something along the lines of, "Well, you'll pay me, right? I usually charge this much." I stared at her for a moment, not really expecting that response, and then my friend who didn't answer called me back and said of course she had watched Max. So I took Max and left without saying anything to my niece. I coordinated with my friend and my mom, then flew to see my husband. He ended up needing surgery, but is making a full recovery. A few days after he was able to fly home, we had dinner with my brother and sister-in-law. We were talking about the accident, and I mentioned that I had asked Sarah to watch Max. I also noted that I was a little upset that she brought up payment in that moment. My brother was surprised and said he would talk to her as that's not an appropriate reaction. My sister-in-law interjected and said she was proud of Sarah for advocating for herself. She and I argued, and she said that I was entitled for being surprised that Sarah asked for money. To be clear, if I asked Sarah to babysit under normal circumstances, I would absolutely expect to pay her. It was unsettling that Sarah would bring up payment while, for all I knew, my husband might not make it in a hospital on the other side of the country. I think it would have been more empathetic to bring up the topic of payment after I returned and confirm that my husband was okay. My sister-in-law is still being cold with me, and so is my niece. Am I the jerk for getting upset? Not the jerk. It was an emergency, a one-off thing, and the kid is family, for goodness sake. Your niece is sadly lacking in empathy and decency, as is your sister-in-law. I'll bet, had she agreed, you'd have done something nice for her upon your return. Glad your husband will be okay. In my opinion, you are not the jerk, because if you asked Sarah to babysit under normal circumstances, you would absolutely expect to pay her. I would normally be on her side. However, this was clearly a serious family emergency, and the right thing for her to do would be to help, or to ask you later on to compensate her in some more casual manner. Not the jerk. My aunt refused to babysit my brother and I when our dad almost didn't make it. This was 20 years ago. My mom's relationship with her never recovered. Niece needs to learn time and place to advocate for herself. Reddit likes to say we don't owe others anything, but you do. You owe them empathy if you expect to be part of a family unit. No jerks here. Sarah is a teenager, and really, all she did was ask for payment for babysitting. Socially flawless? No, but again, teenager. You were upset and worried and just didn't answer, then went about your business. It may have been awkward or something you didn't like, but in my opinion, there are no jerks here. It sounds to me that Sarah has had bad experiences with other people not paying her. I know hardworking teens who have gone unpaid because they didn't know how to negotiate or set boundaries and ended up feeling foolish afterwards, especially when it comes to helping relatives. I'm not saying that you wouldn't have paid her, but she had no way of knowing without asking you. She didn't have an empathetic response to your emergency. However, just as you expect empathy for your situation, as the adult, it would be gracious if you overlooked her mistake. What would have been a kind response is to say, of course you would pay, but to privately express to her later that in the emergency situation, you were a little hurt that she wasn't more concerned about your husband as her first reaction. By bringing it up to her parents, you are making it a more awkward situation. My kids are older teens, and they've benefited from relatives giving them the benefit of the doubt, but also pulling them aside and gently speaking to them. And I've done the same with my nieces and nephews. I try to come to them with the assumption that they have good intentions, but haven't learned proper etiquette yet. As a result, we have a good relationship. I don't think anyone is the jerk here, just a lot of high emotions and assumptions in a stressful situation. No jerks here, because you were understandably distraught, but gentle reminder, it is your responsibility to find childcare for your kid, even in an emergency, and that includes paying for it when needed. Also, she does this for work, so it makes sense she didn't want to give her services away for free. I know many family members that ask people to fix computers, for instance, that look at theirs for free. Would it have been nice if she did it for free, being that it's an emergency? Sure. but she's not obligated to. You're the jerk. I'm sorry you found yourself in such a terrible and stressful bind, but considering you would have had to pay an emergency sitter if all your contacts had fallen through, I don't think this is as unreasonable an ask as you're trying to argue it is. Although, honestly, this is the part that gets to me. You think it would have been more empathetic to bring up the topic of payment after you returned. You mean after she had already rendered services and couldn't do anything about it if you continued to insist you shouldn't be charged, let alone try to argue, as most people would, she should have said something in advance if that was the expectation. Yeah, no. You didn't want to pay her rates, and fortunately you didn't have to. Move on and drop the shame campaign. I understand that you feel that your niece's reaction was insensitive to your circumstances, but it's not unreasonable to be asked to be paid for labor. Whether you're in crisis or not, you're still asking her to work. In fact, you believing that your emergency entitles you to free labor seems problematic to me. Did you expect the doctors and nurses at your husband's hospital to patch him up for free also? Did you expect the pilot flying you to your husband's side to do so for free? No, you paid them for their services. Why is your niece exempt from that? Gentle, you're the jerk. I understand why you reacted that way in the heat of the moment, but to continue to bear a grudge for a 17-year-old negotiating the terms of a labor agreement is unreasonable. Well, who do you think is the jerk? OP or her niece? Please let us know. Don't you just love the way Reddit flip-flops their opinions? Scam me on my overtime? Cue the long, expensive revenge. This happened in the early 2000s when I joined a startup. We agreed on a salary and no paid overtime and an evaluation in 3 months, and then annually. Standard stuff mostly. It was a very mediocre salary for the work, but I really liked the work itself, which was extremely interesting and challenging. For me, even if the finances were so-so, I felt I'd learn a lot of skills which would be useful in the future. After 3 years and having 10 decent clients and a bunch of clients trialing and money rolling in, the talk turned to back pay and paid overtime, plus compensating for the past overtime. At that point, around $50,000 in overtime had been accrued, which is a lot. Legally, it couldn't be back pay, so the talk was always of a discretionary bonus. Now at this point, everyone is okay with this, myself included, and this was discussed in writing, via company emails too, so I felt secure that no bad will was in play. I felt the company should be able to afford the payment. Equally, I'd happily settle for equity at a discount, which is legally possible there, if cash flow was an issue. The discussions about back pay, possible equity, had now started to drag on, and I was getting irked by this. In the end, I was made an offer of equity, which meant the company valuation was far beyond anything reasonable, in the hundreds of millions, and I'd get a minuscule stake, less than 0.01% of a company with 9 employees and a projected annual turnover of around 2 million. It was a forget you of sorts to do me out of the money, and I didn't just want to take that lying down. To say I was furious was an understatement. Anyway, the day he made that offer, I handed in my resignation. This sent the CTO into panic mode because the CEO had refused an updated contract and I was still on a 1-month notice period. Plus, I had a lot of untaken paid leave. Basically, it meant I was walking out right then and there. So, off I went that very same day, to the shock and surprise of everyone, I guess. The next day, I sent an official, registered letter requesting my overtime and back pay and received a negative response, which I followed up with another detailed demand. This was also rejected because the bonus was discretionary and there is no overtime. However, I'd been seeking legal advice, and I understood that they don't have a leg to stand on if I'm willing to pay for an attorney. As the liability in such matters is firmly and 100% on the employer, I was willing. You need to understand that going to a lawyer was very rare in these parts back then, so companies didn't generally expect this outcome. Things have changed since then. When going through the applicable laws with the attorney, I noticed there's a limitation of 7 years. So while my attorney was laying out what to do in order to get me my money in as little as a few weeks, I just asked him, what if we wait until it's 6 years and 11 months after the transgression and then file, demanding interest? I wanted this because the law stated that back pay is due at a 9% APR above the base rate, 3.25% at that time, accrued daily for every day past the due date. We're looking at about 12 to 12.5% compound daily APR. The risk is that the company folds in that time, but I decided to take that risk. I sent one final letter stating that I expect all the owed and accrued amounts to date to be paid immediately. Of course, nothing happened. For the next few years, life rolled on. The company did grow and become a known player in the area. When the time came, I found an attorney and started the case. We had copies of all of the communications, copies of the registered letters and responses. The back pay demanded now included interest, which was $112,000. What I didn't know was that, in addition to this, that there are fixed penalties for each instruction to perform uncompensated overtime. The total demand was something like $135,000. To say that the CEO, who was still CEO, lost his crap would be an understatement. I got a very nasty phone call, which I dutifully recorded as it wasn't completely unexpected, and was added to the filing. The CEO fought, or tried to, but when the judge heard the phone call, he took an immediate dim view. Reading through all of the communication just put more nails in the defense's coffin. The judge just ruled and instructed the company to pay immediately and without delay, and also ordered the company to pay all of my legal costs. They also got a full audit from the Department of Labor. The company paid up 1 week later. To add insult to injury, the evening of the court's decision, the CEO apparently got very drunk and crashed his car into another vehicle while drunk. He got a DUI conviction and lost his driver's license for half a year, and his insurance refused to pay out for the damages to his vehicle, brand new Mercedes S-Class, as he was drunk. All in all, a glorious day. Am I the jerk for pointing out that my brother lives a very privileged life? I'm 45, male. My older brother, who's 51, lives with me. He's never really been good at life. He's had a few jobs here and there, but mostly stuff like Walmart, McDonald's, and he delivered pizzas for about a month. He's never held down a job for more than 60 days. He dropped out of high school and never bothered to get a GED, let alone any college or trade school. He mostly just sits in his room drinking my booze, smoking, and eating my food while he plays whatever Japanese role-playing game he's currently obsessed with. I don't mind this, I truly don't. I did well in life, and my wife invested our money very well, so we're comfortable. I have more than enough resources to support him fully for the rest of our lives, and I intend to do so. He's not taking food out of my kids' mouths. He's not cutting into their college funds. It's literally extra money that I would just be squirreling away if I didn't spend it on him. Last night at dinner, my wife told me that her brother lost his job. He worked for a company that recently had massive layoffs, so it was due to no fault of his own, and asked me if we could float him some cash for bills and stuff while he finds a new job. I told her to have him send me an estimate of how much he needs to cover 6 months, and that was that. Or so I thought. My brother proceeded to head over to Facebook and post a rant about how people need to be more self-reliant and not ask for handouts they didn't earn. He didn't mention my brother-in-law by name, but it was pretty clear that was what had triggered his rant. I commented on his post, and I asked him how living off of me for the past 9 years was self-reliant. I told him that he's in an incredibly privileged position because not everyone has a millionaire brother to pay all their bills for them. I also asked how the allowance I give him every week is not a handout. Anyway, a bunch of his friends from his video games started clowning on him in the comments. Apparently, he tells people online that he's an investment banker. He deleted the post and has not come out of his room since. There is an en-suite bathroom, don't worry. My wife says that it was a messed up move for me to call him out publicly like that, and that I could have been more respectful about it. And my aunt is furious with me for airing the family laundry. So I kind of think I might be the jerk here. Not for what I said, but the fact that I had said it publicly. But at the same time, I don't feel like a jerk because his rant was public too. Not the jerk. A prime example of mess around and find out. I'd kick him out to prove a point, honestly. OP. No way I could do that over this. It'd be one thing if he was dangerous, like I'd toss him out in a heartbeat if I felt like we weren't safe with him here. But being a bit of a jerk isn't enough for me to make him go homeless, and that's what I'd essentially be condemning him to. There's nowhere else to go, and he has no skills that could make him enough money to survive. Not the jerk. He decided to do something unnecessary in public. Your aunt seems very fond of him. Will she be taking him in soon? OP. She literally can't. She's in publicly subsidized senior housing. They can't even have overnight guests, let alone move someone else in with them. They'd both end up on the street. Not the jerk, but he got what he deserved. He shouldn't run his mouth like that. The problem is that he doesn't view the wealth you've earned as yours. He views it as ours. You should sit him down and make sure he understands that you take care of him out of the goodness of your heart and that he has no say at all about how you spend your money. You sound very generous with your family. and he can sit down and shut up or make arrangements to come pick him up to go live with her. He's not privileged, he's lucky. Lucky to have your help and support that wasn't earned. Not just lucky, but spoiled. Don't get me wrong, I have to hand it to you and your partner for doing very well for yourselves that you can house him with no issue. You are both extraordinarily generous to have done this. But this dude's past 50. He's seriously got to do something. He can't rely on you forever to give him a way to live like myself, who's still working on it in my 20s. Yeah, I know, the irony. Does he need some sort of medical help? Is it the way his mind operates that's causing this non-action problem? He may need some kind of cognitive therapy or medication so he can focus on whatever he should be doing, be it schooling or working. Anyway, you're not the jerk. He lied to his friends about what he does for some reason. Then he tried to rant because someone else reminds him of himself and you called him out, which isn't a bad thing. Well, who do you think is the jerk? OP or his brother? Please let us know.
Sounds like Uncle messed around and found out.
If you don't want me to take advantage of your grading policy, then you shouldn't have had that policy to begin with. Taking a class. The class is graded on 7 different projects of increasing difficulty, then we have a final at the end, and your projects are worth 60% of your grade and the final is worth 40. The policy is they will drop the lowest project grade to calculate your grade. If the first 6 projects I got 5 perfect scores, 100 out of 100, and my lowest grade was 85 out of 100, this was the first project I had some mistakes, which I learned from. The last project seemed particularly long and annoying, and I'm quite busy with a lot of other things. I emailed the professor to clarify his grading policy, and he tells me I still need to submit something, otherwise the policy won't apply. So I submit my project, and my project is literally just the title of the project, my name, a summary of the project, and that's it. Took me about 5 minutes, if that. I submit. He tells me it's incomplete. I tell him that's the project I'm submitting. He tells me I'm going to get a really bad grade on this project. I say that's fine. I looked at the grading rubric. I should get 5 points. We get 5 points for the name and title. He tells me I'm taking advantage of his grading policy. I tell him it's his grading policy. He tells me he's not going to drop my lowest grade, and instead of having a 97.5 project grade, I'll have an 84.2 project grade. I go to his department chair. I CC him. I highlight the part in the syllabus where it clearly states lowest project grade will be dropped. I also attach the email of him confirming this policy and clearly stating something needs to be submitted to be graded for the policy to qualify. The chair responds and says that the policy outlined in the syllabus needs to be the policy that's followed, and therefore, when it comes time to calculating my final grade, he needs to drop my lowest project grade, which in this case would be a 5% grade. Oh, I already thought about the final and how that might impact his grading of my final, but his final is going to be multiple choice and auto-graded. The malicious part is, I obviously submitted subpar work, knowing that the work would get a bad grade, but it wouldn't matter because that grade would be dropped. Professor tried to back out, but department chair told him he needs to honor his grading policy. A few reasons why I did this. Had I done the final project, I would have probably spent 8 to 10 hours working on it. My project grade would have gone from 97.5 to 100, best case, assuming I got 100 on it, and I would have had less time to prepare for my final. If those 8 hours I spent preparing for my final nets me an extra 10% on my final, that's worth more than the max benefit of 2.5% I'd have gotten from doing my final project. Also, that's assuming I'd have gotten 100%. Obviously, anything better than 85 would have improved my grade, but the scale would still be somewhere from 0 to 2.5% improvement. You should have spent 3 hours on the project and assumed that the professor assigns these projects to teach you something, especially if he cares enough to actively go after little jerks trying to misuse his generous grading policy. I assume he's young. Anyone who's been teaching for a while, like the department head, has met 100 smug kids like you. Yeah, unfortunately, this just ruins that class for the rest of them. They'll probably take out their policy, and now every project counts, just because they wouldn't put in 1 hour. Yeah, this isn't malicious compliance. This is willful misuse of a goodwill policy. Congratulations on getting away with it, I guess, but it's not in the appropriate spirit of the sub. There was no antagonist until you decided to manifest one. Congratulations, that policy was there to help out students who made a mistake to be able to recover from it. Said policy will not exist in the future, but you really showed him. I usually support the malicious compliance, but this is wrong on so many levels. You took a policy meant to help struggling students and used it to be lazy. and I'm willing to bet you've ruined it for every future student. Stay in a receptionist place? Okay. Context. I worked front desk at an optical store for 2 years. I had no experience and knew nothing about eye health when I started there. Over time, I learned to do contact lens training, how to work the machine for glaucoma testing, visual field testing, how to adjust glasses, and a little bit about sales. There was a fire and we had to relocate, which brought on a lot of stress to boss lady. We'll call her ma'am. We ended up losing our tech who did the contact lens trainings and visual fields, and our lead optician. Being the type of person who doesn't like to see others struggle, I always offered to help whenever I could, especially if the patient was nice. When we reopened, ma'am's husband came to work at the office as a manager, which at the time I thought was nice because I'm sure she needed the extra support. We'll call him Sir. He knew nothing about optical, so he was also training while managing. The problem started on opening day with Sir and I. He wanted to play meditation music and forest sounds. Everyone else wanted general pop and regular music. Since I had access to the speaker, I would adjust it for them. He loved the new space. I missed the old space, but we never spoke bad about the new one. If the office was busy and a pair of glasses needed to be adjusted, I'd offer or be asked to help, and in front of the patient, he'd yell, "Do you know what you're doing?" One time I turned to him and said, "I've been doing it longer than you." I'm sure he didn't like that. We had a meeting where he had no bad comments about my work, but told me I make him want to leave. He would report every word and minor mistake I made to ma'am, and she would send me random texts about them outside of work hours. I never got in trouble for anything, but it was so annoying. Story. On one particular day, I was doing mostly contact lenses trainings, and a patient called about a contact lens being stuck in her eye. These were considered emergencies, so I told her to come in and see the doctor, ma'am. When the patient came in, she looked really uncomfortable and asked how long until she's seen. I offered to take a look until she could see the doctor. When I took her to the back, I tried taking out the lens and couldn't find anything. I told her this, and she looked discouraged. I said to her, "I don't see or feel anything, so you'd be better off waiting for the doctor, and that ain't me." She laughed it off. I told her I'd been doing trainings all day and was hoping to help her and apologized. She said it was okay and sat in the front. Apparently, she went into the room and ma'am told her there were no contacts in her eyes. The patient said that the nurse told her that there's a lens in her eye, and she wanted ma'am to double check. Ma'am was really upset about this because she has to spend extra time explaining to the patient that I was nothing more than a receptionist. When she came out, she made sure to go off on me in front of the patient and my coworkers. I just nodded and apologized. Even after work, she pulled me aside to ask what I said to the patient, and I told her every word. Still, she felt the need to tell me that I make her job harder by misinforming patients. She said I should stay at a receptionist level and not help anyone because it causes trouble. I was shocked by how she spoke down to me and still believed that I told the patient I was a nurse and she had something in her eye. All I could muster up was, "Okay, I'm really sorry about that." After that day, I no longer did contact lens trainings, so now appointments are 4 to 5 weeks out instead of 1. I no longer assisted in visual field tests. I put them all on her schedule. Now we don't have any availability for regular appointments until a month and a half later. I stopped offering to help opticians, so if one person was scheduled, all patients will have to wait for that one person for all adjustments, orders, and dispenses. That one had patients very upset with complaints. If anyone had a question about anything unrelated to front desk, I couldn't help them. Even when she would ask, I just told her I didn't feel comfortable doing anything outside of reception anymore. I eventually quit and now work somewhere with a much higher pay and benefits. They've lost a total of 5 out of 11 employees in the span of 1 year, and I heard 2 more are quitting before the end of the year. Edit. To all the people saying I shouldn't have been doing anything I wasn't certified for, you're right, but that isn't how the business was run. I think people were hired based on past experiences and aspirations, whether or not they were likely to stay long. The only licensed people in that office were the optometrists. The opticians and previous tech were not licensed or certified in any way. They still did trainings, visual fields, started dilations, etc. They cross-trained as many of us as possible to maintain productivity. Am I the jerk for not helping my sister with her wedding because I'm not in the bridal party? My sister and I aren't best friends, but we have a pretty good relationship. Good enough that when she got engaged, I assumed that I would either be maid of honor or at least a bridesmaid. She ended up not asking me despite having a bridal party of 10, but I didn't say anything even though I was a little hurt. I totally get that it's her wedding and that I'm not entitled to be in her wedding party, and eventually I got over it. A little afterwards, my best friend got engaged and asked me to be maid of honor, and I happily dived into the responsibility, and it's been a lot of fun for the both of us. I've already been able to plan and execute a lot that has both made the experience fun for my friend and also a lot less stressful. Onto the issue. My sister's maid of honor honestly dropped the ball. I know I'm going to be biased, but I've received complaints from family members and other friends. She hasn't put any effort into helping my sister with her wedding, didn't plan anything, never responds to my sister's messages, and just generally isn't interested at all. None of my sister's other bridesmaids are stepping up either. They all have a reason for why they can't spend more time on my sister's wedding. My sister recently approached me to plan everything for her: bridal shower, bachelorette, and the actual wedding. She wants me to give her the same experience I've given my friend. I was a little offended because she only asked me after she saw what a great job I did for someone else. But she's my sister, so I told her I'd be willing to help if she made me a bridesmaid. I feel like it's the least she could do, and it would make me feel less like an errand girl and really part of the wedding. She refused and said that I'd make the numbers off and that I didn't have the look she was trying to accomplish, which really offended me. Like, at this point, I'm just ticked off. So I said fine, I don't have to be part of the wedding, but then she needs to hire me as a wedding planner because I'm not doing this for free. It takes a huge time commitment to do all of this work. She went crying to my mom and dad now, and they're all calling me a jerk because I should do it as a sister. But she's basically asking me to do hours of work for free, which I feel like isn't fair. Now my family is saying that I'm ruining her special day by being selfish and making it all about me, so I'm starting to doubt myself. Not the jerk. Unrelated to whether you're a bridesmaid or not, that's too much work to expect, demand, or wheedle out of someone. Let her figure something else out and enjoy not having any responsibility as a guest. Holy entitled princess, Batman. Your sister refused to give you a spot of honor at her wedding, insulted your look, and then cried to mommy and daddy because you're not helping her? How is she even old enough to get married? No, you are not the jerk. And honestly, at this point, I'd consider not even attending as a guest. My Karen mother-in-law refuses to eat my Thanksgiving cooking. This year, I, 32 female, am hosting Thanksgiving at my house, and I've been working all month on coming up with the menu and testing all my recipes. I'm so excited to share my cooking with my family, and my husband, 35 male, has been super supportive and helpful throughout all of the planning and the prep work. I have bought all of the ingredients, and I have a beautiful variety of dishes planned, both traditional and a few unique additions. Well, today, my husband dropped the bombshell on me that mother-in-law wants to bring her own dinner to eat when she comes over. I asked him why she would need to bring her own food when I will have more than enough here. He just made excuses saying, I know how his mother is, grade A picky eater, and she won't like anything that I've prepared. I thought that was ridiculous. I'm not making anything unfamiliar to her, and there will be plenty to choose from. He argued that her bringing her own dinner would be a good compromise, and I disagreed. It would be hugely obvious that she's making a comment on my cooking, and it would be humiliating to have her there eating something completely different in front of everyone. It's like she's trying to make a point of showing that my cooking isn't good enough for her. I think she's being incredibly rude and disrespectful of the time, money, and labor that I've put into this upcoming meal. I told her if she can't eat anything here, then she's welcome to stay home and eat whatever she wants. My husband is now calling me insensitive and petty. He says I'm ruining the holiday. I don't see it that way. I only want friends and family around who are appreciative and kind. I don't need the negativity of someone rejecting everything I've cooked and insulting my cooking when I've worked so hard. This has truly been a labor of love, and I took on this responsibility to share that love with my family and friends. Am I the jerk for not wanting my mother-in-law to come if she's going to reject everything I've made? Edit. Because people are asking, here's what I plan on serving. First, all of the traditional Thanksgiving foods: roasted turkey, stuffing, classic creamy mashed potatoes, pretty much everything you can think of. How can there not be one thing that she can eat? Update. OMG, there's lots of replies. Thank you all for weighing in. I've been reading your responses and I've been thinking a lot, and as much as it hurts my feelings, I think the get her with kindness route will be the best thing to do. I'm so overwhelmed and exhausted, and I just want to have a perfect Thanksgiving for everyone. I'll let her know she's welcome and I'll ignore her and focus on my other guests. I won't let her ruin my day and I'll be the bigger person. That's what family does, as much as I will be irritated on the inside. Who knows, maybe she'll try something and like it, but if she doesn't, that's okay too. Yes, your mother-in-law is being rude and disrespectful, but uninviting her is not the answer. Here's what you do. Welcome her and her special meal with open arms. Get her back with kindness. Be sure to point out to the other guests, in a lovey-dovey way, if perhaps a wee bit patronizing tone of voice, how mother-in-law has special needs and brought her own food, and you are so glad she could make it, even though eating away from home is so difficult for her. Offer to help her heat up her meal. Tell her it looks absolutely delicious and ask her for the recipes, and ask her if she could bring one of her wonderful dishes to the next gathering. Meanwhile, you and your other guests can enjoy your fabulous meal, and your mother-in-law can listen to all of the compliments you get for it. Not the jerk. This is one of those situations where the mother-in-law thinks she's embarrassing OP, but she's really embarrassing herself. OP, consider how good you will feel as you watch her get more and more uncomfortable eating her special meal. And consider that if you uninvited her with no explanation, you will look like a jerk. If she brings her own food, she will look like an idiot. Everyone sucks here. Mother-in-law is being rude to refuse your food in this way. Your husband isn't being very supportive of you, and you are escalating things unnecessarily. Your cooking, as much as you've dedicated to it, is not the point of this holiday. Time with family is. Your mother-in-law eating her own food won't be humiliating to you, assuming your food tastes at least decent. The only one that will be looked down on for her decision is her. She's the one behaving strangely. Any judgment will be passed on to her, not you. Be the bigger person. Be the classy, generous hostess. Spoil the rest of your guests with delicious food. Make no comment on mother-in-law's behavior and rise above. Also, is it possible that she has a genuine food issue, such as a sensory thing causing her to struggle with foods? Those do exist, and they're not always diagnosed. If so, going to eat at someone else's house can be a terrifying prospect, and bringing her own food allows her to enjoy the holiday with everyone without having the anxiety about if she'll be able to eat anything. I feel like the majority of food issues on Am I the Jerk posts that I read, the comments absolutely back up the OP wanting to bring their own food due to restriction, allergies, or preference. It's often suggested as a way to still go and enjoy without troubling the host to cater to one specific person. So I'm really confused at all the comments against the mother-in-law because OP perceives her actions as a slight. I think it's hard to say who the jerk is without more info backing up why OP thinks mother-in-law is targeting her and also why it matters so much. If she is trying to slight you, her eating the food and complaining about it will not make the holiday more enjoyable for you. It just won't. And that's what you'll be getting if she comes without her own meal. Well, who do you think is the jerk? OP or mother-in-law? Please let us know.
Alright, all you kids of Reddit, time for a dose of common sense. When you go to someone's house on Thanksgiving, you eat what they make. Got a problem with that? Stay home. Ain't no way I'd allow that Karen mother-in-law to act like that in my house.
Bossy coworker does himself out of a promotion. My first job out of high school was a big deal for me. It was a simple data entry job that I took very seriously. I started moving up very quickly. With so many young entry-level employees, turnaround was high, and I guess sticking around made me stand out. I was soaring in that company. Before I knew it, I was a supervisor over a team. In the department I was in, there was only one other supervisor. We worked very well together and agreed on almost everything. The two of us made a full training for our department, a department policy sheet, and conducted all direct employee contact. Our department was doing so well that our manager was recruited by another department for a much more lucrative role in the company. The new manager was the nicest man alive, but as an outside hire, he didn't know anything about how we ran things. At the same time as he was getting acquainted with us, the other supervisor went on maternity leave. I was the only lead in the department left that really knew what they were doing. It sounds rough, but I blossomed under these circumstances. I helped find our new acting supervisor, whom I'll call Trevor. I went into all meetings with my manager to take notes and help him understand what we were discussing. I hired all of the new staff members, from talking to the recruiter, conducting the interviews, and making the call to offer the position. I was running the show and I loved it. Our new manager was not really grasping things and told me he was thinking about leaving. I was sad to see him go. He then told me that he thought he would ask them to have me backfill his position. This would have been the opportunity of a lifetime. A week later, my manager told me that he talked to the director, but the position wasn't going to go to me. It was going to the acting supervisor, Trevor. Apparently, this guy had been schmoozing while I had been working. I hadn't even been paying attention to him. Trevor had become buddy-buddy with the director by spending all his time in his office and going drinking with him at the driving range. I was heartbroken. I wasn't aiming for the job until my boss suggested it to me. I had gotten my hopes up just to be crushed. I tried to shake it off and get back to work. I oversaw department projects. I had one that required thousands of entries on an Excel sheet. I assigned our staff to the project and did my share. At the end of the day, I had gotten the sheets back from everyone directly under me, but nobody on Trevor's team had emailed me theirs. I went to one of their desks and asked them about the project. The person I asked shyly told me that Trevor told her not to do it. When I asked her why he would say that, she told me he said that I wasn't her boss. I was shocked. This is how we had done every project since we had opened the department. What was he thinking, telling people not to do it? I could explain the small ways that Trevor constantly was trying to undermine me or the almost jealous behavior he displayed toward me, but this story is long enough. I'll just say, while shocking, it wasn't out of character for him. I had always been able to keep him from causing damage in the past, and this didn't need to be any different. Then I realized what a golden opportunity this was. I decided to maliciously comply. I just nodded and thanked her for her help. The next day, the director called the manager and supervisors into his office. He asked me why the project wasn't completed the day before. I shrugged and told him I had sent it out to the team like I always do and had even done a chunk of it myself. I looked at Trevor. The look he gave me, he was pale and looked as if he was about to be sentenced. When Trevor eventually tried to explain that he told the staff under him not to do it, the director asked everyone but Trevor to leave. The project had been related to payroll, and Trevor had royally done over the payroll staff. Our director was livid. He was in there for over an hour. I heard the director raise his voice more than once, which was wild. The doors and offices were glass, so when I passed the office a bit later, I saw Trevor with his head down while our director was shaking his head and moving his hands in a very animated manner. A week later, the other supervisor returned, and Trevor was asked to return to his old position under her. I was offered the position of manager soon after, which I gladly accepted. Am I the jerk for offering 2 different kinds of cake at our wedding? My husband, Josh, who's 29, and I, 27 female, just had our wedding a couple of weeks ago, and we mostly got good feedback until today. We had heard that a lot of people have been smack-talking the cake behind our backs. Josh and I originally were going to have a smaller wedding at a resort. We were fortunate enough to be given some money to invite extra guests, so we decided to expand the wedding and have some of our second cousins and their kids, and some friends that we otherwise don't get to see as often. We're on a budget, so we decided to keep the fancy cake, the cutting cake for the pictures, not the real one, for immediate family, and the pastor and a few members of the wedding party that have known us for the longest. We gave them the cake in boxes to take home though, so they wouldn't be eating it in front of everyone else. Minus the pastor, because he flew out from a ways, and he's vegan, so he couldn't eat the dinner, and we wanted him to have something to eat before it got too late. We got a couple of sheet cakes. One was vanilla and buttercream with rosettes, and there was another sheet cake of pineapple chocolate chunk, especially for Josh's side of the family, because they spend a lot of time in Florida. Pineapple chocolate chunk? Ugh. We found out from talking with family that there was a lot of full slices left on people's plates of the pineapple cake. Gee, I wonder why. Which the servers would not take home with them, so we noticed you can see it in a lot of the pictures. We were having too much fun to notice at the time. We loved catching up with all of our guests. Apparently, Josh's family did not like the cake like we thought they would, and there have been some unkind words behind our backs. We got a text from Josh's uncle that wasn't meant for us to see, and it really stung. We're unsure where to go from here and what to say. The cake did not go off like we had hoped for, but we think they're being unnecessarily mean. By the way, there was a full dinner, 3 kinds of cheese, even Monterey Jack available, and an open bar that didn't close until late. So I feel like we were pretty good to our guests on a shoestring budget. Not the jerk, but I'm a bit confused as to what Josh's family spending a lot of time in Florida has to do with deciding to have a pineapple chocolate cake. I lived in Florida for almost a decade, and I can tell you with complete confidence that there is zero connotation between Florida and pineapples. I think you're confusing Florida with Hawaii. But beyond that, the combo of pineapple and chocolate just sounds yucky, and I think that's likely what people are speculating on. Honestly, I wouldn't sweat it. Everyone will forget about it shortly, I'm sure. What matters is if you enjoyed your wedding. I don't think the complaints were about you serving sheet cake, which is totally common at weddings, but rather about the flavor combination of chocolate and pineapples. Feels like you made a random choice based on a bizarre assumption of what people eat in Florida. According to my husband, who used to live in Florida, chocolate pineapple is not a Florida thing. Instead of asking the guests you were trying to cater to, and it sounds like you served the pineapple chocolate cake only to Josh's family instead of asking what they wanted. You're not the jerk for having two cakes, but if you didn't give guests an option and then got upset when the cake you thought they wanted wasn't eaten, then yes, you're the jerk. Edit. From your comments, it's clear that you decided who got which cake and expected them to trade plates if they weren't happy. So yeah, you're the jerk. You're the jerk. You didn't get a vegan meal for your pastor who flew a long distance to officiate. You openly distributed 3 cakes, which very clearly were of different levels, and chose who got what. You served one side of the family before the other. You assumed that people could trade cake flavors with strangers. You decided that chocolate pineapple would be the best flavor for his family because they've spent time in Florida. What? Honestly, I'd say you're a bad host rather than a jerk because you seem to have meant well, but your planning decisions are inhospitable and indefensible. Chocolate pineapple cake. Ew. Well, who do you think is the jerk? OP or her guests? Please let us know.
Chocolate pineapple cake? I'm sorry, but I think I'm gonna be sick.
Am I the jerk for refusing to go to my wife's deceased husband's family's house for Thanksgiving? I'm 36, male, and my wife, 33, female, lost her first husband several years ago from a brain aneurysm. They had 2 boys together, who are 7 and 6, and I've made my peace with the fact that she will always love him. She even has a sort of shrine to him in our home, and I would never ask her to remove it. We got married only a couple of years ago, and last Thanksgiving, she asked me to come with her to Thanksgiving at her former in-laws' house. Apparently, she's gone to their house for Thanksgiving since her first husband passed. I support this as it's a way for her to stay connected to her first husband's family, and also since it's a way for her 2 kids to maintain a relationship with their father's side of the family. So I went last year. It was a little uncomfortable, but her late husband's family treated me really well. They were very kind and welcoming to me. It wasn't a bad Thanksgiving, but it was still really awkward and I felt very out of place. This year, my wife is trying to get me to go back, but I just want to go have Thanksgiving with my own family. I've invited her along, but also told her that I understand if she doesn't want to go, but that we should be moving forward. But if she doesn't want to, fine. But that she shouldn't try to make me go to Thanksgiving at her late husband's family's home. She's responded that we can have Christmas, Easter, the 4th of July, etc. with either her family or my family, but that she's pledged Thanksgiving to her late husband's family and that I should come with her as her husband to support her. I don't want to. I think it's weird and morbid. Am I the jerk? You're the jerk. This isn't just her late husband's family. This is her children's paternal family. Did you think you'd step in and your family would be a substitute? It does not work that way. It's one holiday a year for your stepkids to spend with their father's family. She offered up every other holiday. If you didn't want a connection to that part of the family, you should not have married a widow with kids. You're the jerk. Suck it up for the kids and your wife. You and your new family will all benefit if the kids have healthy relationships with their paternal grandparents, aunts, uncles, and cousins. Don't turn down extra sources of love and support for your wife and the kids. You're the jerk. I understand it's not comfortable, but the kids, they're going to want to know the dad they didn't get to know. Yet, the dad they do know is uncomfortable with it. You don't technically owe him or his parents any favors, but you are raising his kids. You're going to be their dad and do all of the things that this other guy and his parents probably dreamed about. If you only see them one day a year, you can use that to learn one thing about this other guy, and you can tell the kids about it on a random day. He's not your competition. You and him are on the same team, and if you can be a part of keeping his memory alive for those kids, even if it's something small, that shrine is going to go away. Not the jerk. This is why you don't marry single moms, bro. Dating is one thing, but to get serious with them is just asking for trouble. And if she's already demanding you go to her ex's parents' house on Thanksgiving, just wait till you see what she'll be demanding from you as the years go on. Also, her having a shrine for him? Bro, she's not ready to move on and be with someone else. Don't know how on earth you allow that in your home. You even admit that she'll always love him. You know that if she could have him back instead of you, she'd pick him in a heartbeat, right? While you spend your money raising his kids. Just know, bro. Single bombs, not even once. Well, who do you think is the jerk? OP or his wife? Please let us know. Am I the jerk for canceling my ex-boyfriend's plane ticket, leaving him homeless and unable to get to his family? A brief history. I met my now ex-boyfriend while doing volunteer work. Frankly, he's not been the nicest to me. He's just nice enough, just often enough to have had me convinced that he loved me. It's easier to see in retrospect. A few weeks before this incident, I booked both of us plane tickets to Germany. He needs to go there to stay with his family as he doesn't have anywhere else to live now that his current lease is up. The plan was for him to fly one way and for me to go with him for a short stay, then return home by myself. We were supposed to leave today. Now on to what happened. In between his lease ending and flying abroad, X has been staying at a friend's house in a more rural town, and I was invited to visit while his friend was away. We got to the house, and my ex started making dinner for us. We were joking back and forth, being affectionate, and then in one moment, he flipped. I had gone to hug him when he wanted to peel potatoes, and he just started yelling. I honestly cannot come up with a bigger reason for him losing his temper aside from that hug. It was so out of the blue. And I'll admit, in that moment, I had a panic attack. My distress only served to escalate his anger. He told me to get out, and that there was a bus stop down the street, that I'd better hope to get there in time. I gathered my things and left, and thankfully did manage to catch a bus. After that initial period of shock, I realized I could never go back to him. I definitely couldn't go to a foreign country with him. I went to the airline's website to cancel my flights, and there was his booking too. I canceled it in an impulsive, numb moment. I didn't even get a refund because it's an economy airline. A few days ago, he texted me as though nothing had happened, asking for his flight details. I replied that there was no flight, that of course I wasn't going to pay to go to Germany with him after what had happened. He sent a long reply saying I knew he had nowhere else to go, that I knew he was struggling with money, and that I had effectively made him homeless, and he hopes I'm pleased with myself. I honestly didn't know what to say in return, but luckily I haven't heard from him since. I don't know if he's been able to get a flight himself, and a tiny part of me does worry for him. Am I the jerk? P.S. I paid for both our tickets with my own money. We never discussed this explicitly, but I just assumed he would pay me back at some point. Since then, it has become quite clear that that's never going to happen. This may or may not contribute to my Am I the Jerk verdict. I'm not sure. Not the jerk. You paid for his ticket and had not been reimbursed. He clearly has a friend he's able to stay with temporarily, so now he just needs to start figuring out his way home. Not the jerk. He was a jerk and you don't deserve that. Getting home is officially his problem, not yours. Good for you, knowing your worth. Do this next. Tap here on your screen to come see our new podcast playlist, where you'll find thousands of hours of the best stories you've ever heard.
Or tap the one on the right. That episode is specifically just for you, based on other videos you've enjoyed the most.